Welcome to the Survival Battleground number 9527. Current population, 10,000. Take care to protect your survival tent. Remember to prioritize upgrading it, as your shelter is your ultimate refuge. At night, only the shelter serves as a true safe zone. Find a good hiding spot. However, safety is merely relative, for it is but a shelter, not a secure abode. The battleground is rife with various crises and disasters. Yet it also brims with countless opportunities. Do you aspire to turn your fate around, or shall you succumb to despair? Each individual is granted one opportunity to select a talent, thereby widening the gap between individuals. The first 7 days are a period of protection for novices, during which the likelihood of encountering treasure chests increases. Seize the moment to explore and gather more resources. Initial disaster. Ice Age countdown. 7 days, huh? Chu Ran awoke in a daze, finding himself beneath a large tree. The leaves swayed gently in the breeze, playfully brushing against his face. Looking up, he beheld a clear blue sky, with sunlight filtering through the foliage, casting a warm glow upon him. Surrounding him were unfamiliar trees, lush and verdant, accompanied by dense thickets, where small creatures occasionally darted into view. As Chu Ran rose to his feet, the startled creatures scurried away in panic, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Am I still dreaming? Is this a dream within a dream? Chu Ran was bewildered. He had awoken to find his home gone, and himself in an unknown jungle. Smack! He instinctively slapped himself, the sting causing him to shiver. This is not a dream. I can't believe it. It'll be damned. Curse you. It'll have your head. Calm down. Calm down. Getting worked up won't resolve anything. Chu Ran forced himself to regain composure. The immediate task was to ascertain how he had ended up here and where that earlier voice had originated. Survivor, stop dawdling. Time is of the essence. Quickly check your survival watch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A vibration emanated from his arm, and Chu Ran realized he had a sleek black watch on his wrist. As he focused his gaze on the watch, a beam of blue light illuminated the dark strap. Marketplace Trade Regional Channel Private Chat Friends Backpack. Could this possibly be the universal survival game from those novels? Chu Ran's expression became oddly peculiar. He had a dozen such novels on his shelf. To confirm his suspicion, he directed his attention to the regional channel, and the screen automatically transformed. Regional channel, whose prank is this? If you don't end it before I lose my temper, you'll regret it. What the hell? What's going on? I was in the middle of a shower and ended up here without even my underwear. To the person above, I've got 2 pairs of underwear. Would you like to borrow one? Get lost. Who wants something that's been worn? I'd rather wrap myself in leaves. Someone help me. I just sprained my ankle chasing a rabbit, and now I can barely move. What are you chasing rabbits for? Hurry up and chop some wood to upgrade your shelter. Who brought me here? I'm telling you, I've already called the police. If you have any sense, send me back immediately. Chu Ran closed the chat channel, silently processing the information he had received. Though it seemed unbelievable, he appeared to have entered some bizarre survival game. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. He swiftly checked the supplies he possessed. Shelter survival tent system, gift utterly defenseless. Please upgrade it as soon as possible. Upgrade requirements. Wood 100, stone 20. An unopened tent, which can be placed once a suitable location is selected. Chu Ran glanced at it and moved on. Stone axe rating. The most basic of tools, better to have than not at all. Without it, you'd be left pulling up willows by the roots. Ding! Talent has been refreshed. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Rapid growth. You can accelerate the growth rate of plants. Double joy. You will receive double the items from crafting. Supreme beast of burden. You possess a unique brain that requires no sleep, allowing you to work twice as long as others. What are these options? Should I choose beast of burden? No. Chu Ran shook his head, discarding the terrifying thought. Having already lived as a beast of burden for over 20 years, he could not choose that path again. Warning. Illegal intrusion detected. Initiating cleanup. Warning. Illegal intrusion detected. Initiating cleanup. Just as Chu Ran was about to select double joy, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, akin to being pricked by a needle. What the hell? What's happening? He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and rolling about in agony. Fortunately, the pain was swift in arrival and equally swift in departure, dissipating within a minute. Before him, the talent selection had also changed. Entry, refresh entry, refresh entry, refresh. All 3 talents had transformed into the same option. Entry refresh. Forbidden Talent Unique Rating. You can refresh the attributes of any item. Note: each item can only be refreshed 10 times. This Forbidden Talent. Chu Ran stared in astonishment at the options before him, incredulously rubbing his eyes. Although he was unaware of the reason, he seemed to be different from the others. He hastily confirmed his choice, fearing that another sudden change might cause it to vanish. Once he had selected the talent, he sighed in relief. His previously heavy heart felt a touch lighter, no longer burdened by anxiety. The immediate priority was to find a way to upgrade the shelter, secure food, and most importantly, acquire treasure chests. The shelter would protect him from unforeseen crises. Food was essential for survival, and both were primary objectives. Treasure chests, on the other hand, represented all possibilities. He quickly organized his thoughts, seized the stone axe, and began his exploration. Though the stone axe was of poor quality, he had no better alternative at the moment. Approaching the nearest small tree, he attempted a swing with the axe, leaving a 2-centimeter notch. Indeed, the stone axe's attack power is too weak. Let's try the ability. Refresh, ding. Item obtained. Stone axe perfect excellent attribute. Woodcutting speed increased by 100. Perfect attribute. Stone axe weight halved, providing a certain attack bonus. Remaining refresh attempts for this item. 9. Haha. Happiness has arrived. Gazing at the perfect stone axe, Chu Ran's lips curled into a subtle smile. Possessing something others could not made this game increasingly intriguing. He rushed back to the tent to attempt refreshing it, only to be informed that this special item had no attribute enhancements. With no other options, he tried refreshing the stone axe once more. Item obtained. Stone axe ordinary. What? How can it even downgrade? Chu Ran was startled, quickly refreshing several more times. Item obtained. Stone axe perfect after 4 refresh attempts. It reverted to perfect quality, prompting Chu Ran to cease his actions in fright. Each item could only be refreshed 10 times. He certainly didn't want to end up with an ordinary axe. He picked up the stone axe again and swung it at the previous tree this time. It felt lighter, conserving half his energy and nearly doubling the size of the notch. Not bad at this rate. I can chop down trees much faster than others, and the gap will widen swiftly. Chu Ran nodded in satisfaction. He decided against chopping trees for the moment, as he had felt a bit hungry before sleeping last night. His stomach now growled audibly. The immediate concern was to find food to replenish his energy. If he wasted too much stamina chopping wood without having gathered enough food, it would lead to trouble. Chapter 2. The wolf is coming. Chu Ran strolled around his surroundings, growing familiar with the environment. Small animals were present along the way, yet no danger lurked nearby. He found himself in a dense forest, rich in timber resources but relatively scarce in stones. Numerous berry bushes adorned the area, although they seemed barren at this time of year, likely due to the season. Occasionally, wild rabbits would dart out from the thickets, but each time he attempted to catch one, they would vanish before he could get close. Without any special means, success seemed elusive. To the east lay a vast lake, the full extent of which remained unclear, as a thin veil of mist cloaked the area beyond 100 meters from his tent, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. Area of fog. Visibility. 10 meters. Contains potent spiritual energy, capable of spawning formidable creatures. Danger level. High risk. Resource density. 200. Rarity of resources. 200. Due to the limited visibility, Chu Ran could not discern the situation within the fog. Yet ominous growls echoed from the depths, sending chills down his spine. The only means of procuring food seemed to be hunting rabbits, birds, scavenging treasure chests, or fishing. He pondered the sources of sustenance in his mind. The lake appeared bottomless, and in this desolate place, merely gazing upon it was unsettling. Although he was a capable swimmer, anxiety crept in, prompting him to dismiss that option. Perhaps he should seek treasure chests instead to see what they might offer. With a sigh, he began searching for treasure chests, his stomach growling in protest. Having never encountered a treasure chest before, Chu Ran was unsure of their size or shape, so he conducted a thorough search of the vicinity. Surely, there must be one nearby. Could it be that no treasure chests exist in this area? After an exhaustive 20-minute search, he found no sign of a treasure chest. Surely, it couldn't be hidden in the trees? Realizing he had overlooked the branches above, he resumed his search with renewed focus. As he shifted his attention to the trees, he inadvertently kicked something, producing a dull thud. What was that? Curiously, he parted the grass at his feet. revealing a small pit wherein lay a 30-centimeter square wooden box. The treasure chest was nestled in the earth, obscured by foliage. Had it not been for his luck, he might have searched for much longer. To his delight, it was indeed a treasure chest. A thrill surged within him at the sight, and for reasons unknown, he felt a flicker of anticipation. He eagerly lifted the chest, but suddenly, calamity struck. A gray shadow darted from the pit, striking him like lightning. Chu Ran felt a jolt in his right foot, and as he looked down, he discerned the gray shadow, a small gray snake, quickly retreating after biting him. Reacting instinctively, he stomped down on it, severing it in two with a swift swing of his axe. Done for? The triangular head of the serpent lay before him. As the reality of the situation settled in, a wave of dread washed over Chu Ran. Gray spine snake, common, evaluation. A novice's nightmare, specifically designed by the system for survivors. Surprised? Aren't you? You should have paid more attention. Now I've bitten you. Though my venom isn't lethal, it could bring an elephant down. Damn it! I was careless. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Ran hastily sprinted towards the tent. In just a short time, his mind began to dull, and his body lost control. If he succumbed to unconsciousness outside, who knew what might happen? One thing was certain. It would not end well. Just as he reached the tent and zipped it up, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he collapsed. At that moment, he comprehended the last line of the evaluation. This snake could paralyze a person completely, rendering them immobile except for their eyes. He lacked the strength even to glance at his survival watch to summon the trading interface. I hope this snake's venom isn't long-lasting, he silently prayed, wishing for the dreadful ordeal to pass. 2 hours later. Are you kidding me, system? Is there no end to this torment? I see no improvement. Despair enveloped Chu Ran. For he could not move, and the situation seemed to worsen. His toes, which had previously retained some sensation, were now completely numb. Indeed, it was a novice's nightmare. It felt like a one-way ticket home. In this state, even a cat could feast abundantly. 5 hours later, Chu Ran had fully surrendered to his fate. Regardless of when the snake's venom might subside, he knew he was beyond salvation. Night had fallen. A new dilemma arose. The temperature was dropping. The daytime warmth hovered around 30 degrees, but as night fell, it plummeted to roughly 20 degrees and continued to descend. Wearing only a short-sleeved shirt, he could still bear it, but if the temperature continued to drop and he fell victim to hypothermia, the consequences would be dire. How thoughtless of me. I should have lain down properly when I collapsed. As the temperature dipped, he felt a chill creeping across his abdomen. Ironically, as he had fallen, his shirt had ridden up, exposing his belly button to the cold air. Tears welled in his eyes as he gazed longingly at the tent bag nearby, wishing for any force capable of covering his exposed navel. Without that coverage, he felt an unsettling discomfort. His stomach grumbled audibly, demanding sustenance. Oh no, don't start that. Thank goodness you're empty. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. He mused, uncertain if his current state of paralysis would allow for any unfortunate accidents. No, wait, with my sphincter weakened, it might just happen involuntarily, he joked bitterly. Suddenly, the horrifying thought crossed his mind. If that were to occur, he would have to sleep in it. He quickly dismissed the disquieting notion. Damn it, tomorrow, I shall make that snake pay. Chu Ran, a proud star of the great Xia, a deity of survival, found himself paralyzed by a mere snake, and his frustration reached a boiling point. His stomach growled again. The acidic rebellion within beginning to escalate, consuming all that was left. Forget it. I'll just sleep. If I doze off, I won't feel hungry. With that, he closed his eyes, forcing himself into slumber, deciding to face everything anew in the morning. A howl pierced the night, jolting Chu Ran awake. What was that? No, wait. Where did that sound come from? Oh no, wolves. Panic seized him. The wolves were coming. Judging by the sound, they were not far off. The howl was rather juvenile, suggesting the wolf was small. Surely, the tent could withstand it, right? The next moment, he heard the sound of claws scraping against the tent. This is bad. In my current state, even a hungry cat could feast, let alone a wolf. The wolf outside tried a few times to breach the tent, but instead, it circled around, playfully clawing at the fabric. Chu Ran's heart raced, a chaotic rhythm akin to an EKG. As he held his breath, striving to minimize the chance of being discovered. The wolf's breath loomed like the scythe of death above him, tightening his chest with fear. Inside the tent, silence reigned, and in the darkness, his heartbeat was starkly pronounced. Chapter 3. While others struggle for survival, I fished just when Chu Ran thought he might die of fright. Faint sounds of rabbits echoed nearby. The wolf, drawn by the noise, darted towards the source, and soon the night fell silent after a rabbit's anguished cry. Phew! The wolf has found food. It should be safe now, he sighed. Feeling a chill sweep across his back, time passed, and he could no longer hold on. Exhaustion overtook him, and he succumbed to slumber. Morning broke. Today's weather: clear turning overcast, temperature 18 to 25 C, daylight duration 8 hours, current disaster. Ice age, countdown 6 days, awakening with a jolt as his stomach twisted in hunger. The system kindly announced the time. I'm back. Ha ha ha, I've survived. He attempted to move his hands, finding he could use them normally. Ugh, I'm starving. Must open the treasure chest. With eager anticipation, he retrieved the wooden chest he had discovered yesterday. Worn wooden box, evaluation. The most basic of treasure chests, capable of yielding fundamental resources. Novice benefit. To enhance the survival probability of survivors, the system generates corresponding materials based on the survivor's current state and environment. Rather than opening the chest immediately, Chu Ran attempted to refresh the item's attributes. However, he was met with a notification indicating it was a special item with no attributes available for refreshment. He pouted and proceeded to open the chest. Ding! Item obtained. Pure water 500 milliliters X1. Item obtained. Bread X1. Item obtained. Novice fishing rod X1. Evaluation. The last stubbornness of a fishing enthusiast. Even in perilous circumstances, my determination to fish cannot be thwarted. The system assures that the fishing rod will not break. Use it with vigor. Chu Ran's eyes lit up with excitement as he eagerly devoured the bread and water, quickly consuming the provisions. At last, I feel alive again. With something in his stomach, his spirits lifted, and he turned his attention to the fishing rod. Refresh attributes. Item obtained. Fishing rod, common. Refresh. Item obtained. Fishing rod, perfect. Common attribute. Fishing grants a 500 strength bonus. The excellent attribute, the last stubbornness of a fishing enthusiast. Fishing without bait is possible, though bait enhances effectiveness. Perfect attribute. The fishing enthusiast never goes home empty-handed. Guarantees a catch, even if not fish, with a 10 trigger probability. Nice, Chu Ran rejoiced. With a lake nearby and a fishing rod in hand, his years of experience in competitive fishing would surely yield abundant catches. In the present moment of food scarcity, should the fish catch be plentiful, he could achieve resource independence. Today, I shall vindicate the fisherman. Churin, armed with a fishing rod, hastened to the spot where he was bitten yesterday. The carcass of a gray-backed snake lay still. He picked up the serpent and made his way to the lakeside. Yesterday, you took a bite out of me. Today, you shall serve as bait. We are even. With a stone axe, Churin severed a piece of the snake and gleefully cast it into the lake. Before the float could even stabilize, the bait was seized mid-water, pulling the float beneath the surface. A catch! Churin lifted the fishing rod and with a powerful flick, a 20-centimeter fish soared onto the shore. Acquired item. Big carp? Ha ha, what a thrill! A rod that won't break is truly exhilarating. Churin joyfully removed the fish and, with a swift strike, dispatched it. The snake meat still intact, he tossed it back into the water. Ding! Detected big carp. Would you like to extract fish meat? Note: extraction will incur some loss. Alternatively, you may choose to kill and gut the fish yourself. What? There's a processing fee. Churin was at a loss for words, silently opting for extraction, submitting to the system's exploitation. Ding! Acquired fish meat 2 gene. He stored the fish meat in the survival watch's space. Continuing to watch the bobber on the water's surface, in just a short while, he had harvested 2 gene of fish meat. If he fished all day, would he not accumulate over 100 gene? A few large fish could yield 1,000 gene. In this time of food shortage, he could easily exchange the fish meat for all necessary resources, swiftly making up for lost time from yesterday. Another bite. Fixated on the water's surface, Churin noticed the bobber vanish once more. Elated, he yanked up the fishing rod. A fierce pull emanated from the water, challenging him in a contest of strength. A big catch. The creature sensed danger, thrashing violently in response. "Ha! You dare to match strength with me? My fishing rod is unbreakable, bolstered with power. With the strength of mountains and the vigor of the world, rise." Churin sprinted backward, dragging a fish over a meter long from the bank with sheer force, embracing brute strength. Ding! Acquired giant item. Giant bony tongue fish. Impressive. Is this what it is? Churin gasped. He had only seen this creature in videos, and it required several individuals to haul it up. Yet, under the 500 power enhancement of the fishing rod, he had managed to pull it up single-handedly. It appeared not yet fully grown, or else it wouldn't have been so simple. System, assist me in extracting fish meat. It isn't dead. How can I extract it? Is it stuck? Churin. Very well. Observing the giant bony tongue fish writhing on the ground, he dragged it further inland to let it perish before turning back to resume fishing. Now, this is what fishing is about. Churin eagerly focused on the water's surface, feeling fulfilled as if he had satisfied a lifetime of fishing cravings. Why had the bites ceased? Had he scared them away? 5 minutes passed without a single movement from the bobber, prompting Churin to consider relocating. Clang! Just as he lifted the fishing rod, a faint metallic sound rang out. The rod sank, snagging a solid object. The effect of the entry had activated. Never a wasted cast? Churin's heart leaped with joy. The thrill of fishing lies in anticipation. You never know what you might reel in as he hoisted the rod. A pitch-black treasure chest emerged from the depths. Black iron chest, comment. A chest of higher quality than a rotten wooden chest, with a chance to yield weapons. To think he could even fish up a treasure chest. Starting with just a rod, all equipment obtained through fishing. Churin found himself at a loss for words to express his joy. While others chopped wood, he fished. While others carried bricks, he fished. While others fought for survival, he fished. Long live the fisherman! He tossed the chest aside, as there was no time to open it now. He would do so leisurely after reeling in. Suddenly, as Churin dreamt of a bright future, a subtle ripple emanated from the lake's depths. What could that be? A chill ran through him. Something lurked in the water, something larger, something not merely a fish. Although the disturbance was faint, its size was unmistakable. As if it had merely turned over, creating ripples. For a moment, Churin contemplated abandoning his rod and fleeing. Just then, to his dismay, the float was violently yanked beneath the surface. Good grief, am I to strike or not? What if I hook a deep-sea dragon king? In a whirl of conflicting emotions, Churin's hands trembled. The fisherman dared not strike that moment. The soul of the fisherman awakened. To have a rod and not use it would be a disgrace. He instinctively pulled the fishing rod, the line taut. A counterforce surged from the water. Though not overwhelmingly strong, it was a fish. Churin felt a surge of joy, relaxing his nerves. The resistance was mild, comparable to that of the previous giant bony tongue fish. Not a monster. Now emboldened, he exerted force and sprinted backward, intending to drag this fish from the lake surface, hoping to finish this catch and call it a day. With his immense strength, he hoisted a fish weighing around 100 Gene from the water. Suddenly, the water surged, a shadow darted from the lake, hurtling toward the large fish in his frantic escape. Churin felt the rod snap taut. An overwhelming force yanked him high into the air, sending him crashing into the lake. Splash! Before he could comprehend the situation, he found himself plummeting into the icy waters, 3 to 4 meters from the shore. What in the world? The temperature was over 20 degrees, yet the lake felt like ice. The frigid water jolting Churin awake. Chapter 4. The crimson eyes beneath the surface. The tranquil lake began to tremble inexplicably, waves surging from the depths, crashing against the shore. Churin felt a chill envelop him. As though an unseen gaze swept over him, plunging him into a frozen abyss, he swam with all his might towards the shore, desperately paddling, fighting against time. Seconds felt like an eternity. The distance that should have taken only 4 or 5 seconds stretched out before him like an insurmountable chasm. A dull thudding echoed from the lake's depths, accompanied by a series of massive bubbles. A colossal creature glided beneath the surface, powerful waves overturning Churin and pulling him back underwater, in his struggle. Churin caught a glimpse of a pair of cold, crimson eyes fixed upon him, unblinking that a wave of pressure overwhelmed him, rendering his body numb, his mind blank. He swam with all his strength toward the shore, uncertain whether the underwater behemoth was simply unbothered by his presence, or perhaps had just feasted and was indifferent to this insignificant creature, Charon swam with all his might. After what felt like an eternity, he finally clawed his way onto the shore, drenched and rolling away from the lake. Phew, that nearly scared me to death. I swear, I'll never fish again. This cursed fish can choose whoever it pleases. Having survived the ordeal, Charon collapsed onto the ground, staring at the distant lake, unable to shake the fright. Even now, his heart raced. It was a primal fear, a terror stemming from the instinct of a lesser being before a superior one. An unresistible dread at that moment. Thick fog began to rise around the lake, waves surging toward Charon, drenching him anew. The fishing rod that had been dragged down was flung back to him. Charon swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. If this creature from the depths had returned his rod, it surely possessed some form of intelligence. He could not afford to jest. He waited patiently. When the lake remained still for a prolonged period, he cautiously approached the water's edge. Seizing the opportunity, he hugged the black iron chest and made a dash back, stopping by the giant bony-tongued fish to dispatch it with a few strikes and collect its meat. Ding! Acquired item. Fish meat 150 gene. The substantial amount of fish meat filled the survival watch's storage, yet this bountiful harvest did little to lift Charon's spirits. His primary concern now was to haul his tin away. With an unknown giant lurking nearby, no one could feel secure in such a situation. However, a faint mist surrounded the area. Venturing too close could invite further unknown creatures. Recalling that the massive entity in the water had not attacked him, he felt a slight sense of relief. Achoo! A cold breeze swept over him, sending shivers down his spine. Having caught a chill the previous night, the icy water now made him feel hypothermic. The temperature was set to drop. He needed to upgrade his tent quickly, or he would not sleep soundly at night. After placing the treasure chest inside his tent, he refrained from opening it immediately, opting instead to gather wood. During the novice phase, treasure chests yielded items based on the survivor's current environment. As he was still in a tent, he feared opening it might result in an abundance of upgrade materials. Thud, thud. Minutes later, a small tree fell to the ground, yielding 6 pieces of wood. Charon wiped the sweat from his brow, then set about felling a second tree. His body, once chilly, now began to warm up. An hour later, Charon had felled 6 trees, accumulating 39 pieces of wood. He knew he needed to speed up. At this rate, he might not finish in time. Glancing at the clock, he quickened his pace. When he had awoken that morning, much of the day had already passed. Fishing had consumed a chunk of his time, and now only 3 hours remained until darkness fell. At his current speed, he would barely gather enough wood, and any remaining stones would have to be exchanged for food. This disaster was akin to an ice age. Food would surely become scarce, and he needed to stockpile enough provisions to ensure his safety. He had no intention of trading food for resources like stones or wood, which could be easily obtained. With the aid of a perfect-grade stone axe, Charon managed to collect over 70 pieces of wood in the next 2 hours. The limited storage of his watch prompted him to clear out the fish meat, transferring all the wood in several trips to neatly stack it beside the tent. Time is running out. I must quicken my pace. As the sky gradually darkens, Charon finds himself increasingly anxious. Although there remains more than an hour until nightfall, this is not a game, and he cannot afford to wait until the last moment. It is essential to leave ample time as a precaution. Charon opens the trading market, where various survivors have listed an array of items for exchange. Among them, food has the highest exchange rate, with 1 pound of meat able to be traded for 2 to 3 stones. If he cannot gather enough stones to upgrade the shelter within half an hour, he will have to rely on trading fish and meat with other survivors. Charon exits the trading market and swiftly heads west. The area he occupies is rich in timber and stones, yet most of the stones are quite large and cannot be picked up directly. He requires gathering tools. Thus, he can only collect scattered stones, which undoubtedly hampers his collection speed. He must remain vigilant of his surroundings while hastening his gathering efforts. As darkness descends, the food he had consumed earlier in the day has long been exhausted, and the temperature is rapidly dropping. At this moment, he feels fatigued, hungry, and drowsy. Fortunately, diligence is rewarded. This time, he encounters no setbacks and successfully gathers enough stones, having to return once due to insufficient space. The sun now hangs low in the sky, and the distinction between the survival zone and the misty area is fading. Some beasts have begun to prowl around the periphery of the misty zone, their predatory gazes fixed on the safe zone. Yet they appear oblivious to Chu Ran's presence. Can they truly not see me? Chu Ran moves about, and the beast's attention remains elsewhere, fixated on the safe zone, hesitant to cross the threshold. Is this due to the presence of the safe zone? Chu Ran deduces the rules. During the day, the beasts dare not venture out because of the safe zone, but at night, the safe zone vanishes, hence the system's warning about the dangers of night. Survivors must upgrade their shelters. With this thought, he opens the chat channel and sends a message. Chat channel, Chu Ran. A friendly reminder, beasts will emerge from the misty zone at night. I speculate that as survival time increases, the level of beasts may rise, so upgrading the shelter should be prioritized. After sending the message, he cannot afford to concern himself with whether others believe it, closing the chat channel and racing towards his tent. During this time, his watch vibrates intermittently. Ding. Upgrade shelter. Materials required. Wood 100, stone 20. Upgrade. With a series of sounds, the pile of wood and stones before Chu Ran vanishes, along with the tent in the spot where the tent stood. A small wooden house constructed of timber materializes before his eyes. Tier 1 shelter. Small wooden house. Chapter 5 Tier 1 Small wooden house. Smoke rack. Tier 1 shelter. Small wooden house. Area. 20 square meters. Shelter range. 500 meters. Misty range. 500 meters. Indoor temperature regulation. 5 at last. It is completed. Now he can enjoy a good night's sleep. Upon seeing the newly formed wooden house, the tension in Chu Ran's mind eases somewhat. With the wooden house's defenses, it is unlikely that ordinary beasts can breach it. The house is square, spacious within, and contains a small campfire. Chu Ran uses an axe to chop a piece of wood into several splinters, placing them into the fire, which ignites automatically. Thankfully, he does not need to devise a way to start a fire. Otherwise, he would surely freeze tonight. The faint glow of the fire casts a warm hue on his cheeks, dispelling the chill and allowing Chu Ran to relax a little. He lays out his catch from today around the campfire, utilizing the heat to dehydrate the fish into jerky. Given that food is scarce at this stage, he must maximize the shelf life of the fish to ensure a steady supply. Next, he picks up a piece of fish and skewers it with a sharpened stick, placing it over the fire to roast. By now, darkness has fully enveloped the surroundings, and an eerie silence prevails. Chu Ran leans against the wall, listening intently. Does the wooden house possess a concealment feature? He can distinctly hear the chaotic footsteps of beasts outside, yet they do not detect him, as they roam in search of smaller prey. Having spent nearly an entire day resting yesterday, he has not had the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the situation, leaving him with many unanswered questions. With curiosity, he reopens the chat channel. Chat channel. There seem to be more beasts today. I still have this survival tent, and I am terrified that one of those beasts might accidentally discover me. Don't be afraid. They cannot see you as long as you do not make noise. You will be fine. You are quite something. It's been 2 days, and you are still in a tent. Are you here on vacation? On the first day, I thought it was a prank. Who would have known it was real? By the time I tried to gather resources, it was already too late. Could someone please spare me some wood? Are you begging for resources online? Dream on. Who doesn't gather their own wood bit by bit? My talent is in collecting wood, and I have plenty, but why should I give it to you? Boss, share some with me, and I will even dance for you on video and send you private pictures. With those awful pictures of yours, they circulated throughout the entire area yesterday. You have no idea how many resources you sold. Which bastard sold my pictures? Come out. I'll trade stones for wood at a 1-to-1 ratio. Contact me if interested. Chu Ran scans the chat logs from top to bottom, finding no useful information. However, it is certain that hiding in the shelter will keep him safe from the beasts, at least for now. He then enters the trading market to browse. Today, there are numerous trades, just as he had anticipated. Timber, stones, thatch, and other resources are in high demand. Yet food remains conspicuously absent. As he suspected, it seems everyone is lacking food, and no one is willing to trade it away. At this moment, he notices a red, indicating private messages. Several individuals have sent him messages, likely in response to his earlier broadcast. However, they are mostly opportunistic individuals seeking to exchange scant images for resources. Although the images are quite provocative, the struggle for survival is so arduous that he has no desire to engage in such frivolities. He ignores them all. The only message that captures his attention is from someone named Imo Brother, have you discovered any information? If convenient, please share it. Why aren't you responding? I can trade information with you. Mo Lan Shan. Where are you? After pondering for a few seconds, Chu Ran replies with a simple here. Mo Lan Shan. Finally, you replied. I am gathering information about this area. If you have any findings, please let me know. Chu Ran sneers inwardly, realizing that Mo Lan Shan is merely another opportunist, and chooses to ignore him. After closing the chat channel, he opens the black iron treasure chest he caught today. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item. Smoke rack 1, water collector 1, wooden spear 1. Goodness, it's fortunate that I opened this now. Had I done so earlier, I would have surely received a heap of wood. Chu Ran feels a moment of trepidation. This system is too terrifying, as if it is monitoring him. Knowing he possesses a large quantity of meat, it provides him with a smoke rack. Smoke rack, common, evaluation. Can slowly evaporate moisture from fresh meat, extending its shelf life. Speed doubles when near a campfire. Refresh. Congratulations on obtaining the item. Sun-drying rack, good. Refresh. Congratulations. Refresh. Congratulations on obtaining the item. Sun-drying rack, excellent, good attribute. Doubles drying speed. Perfect attribute. Can extend the shelf life of dried meat by double. Excellent attribute. Can dry meat without sunlight or flames. An excellent item. But how unfortunate that this exceptional attribute did not manifest on the wooden spear instead. After all, weapons are fundamental to survival. As the saying goes, while my neighbor stocks up on food, I stock up on weapons. My neighbor is my granary. Chu Ran shakes his head and places all the fish on the sun-drying rack, then turns his attention to the second item, the water collector, which is also quite crucial. Currently, he can only think of obtaining water resources from lakes, a place he truly wishes to avoid. Moreover, drinking unfiltered water can lead to bacterial infections, which is a troublesome issue in the current adverse environment. He decides not to check its attributes and instead refreshes it 5 times. Fortunately, on the 4th refresh, he receives a perfect item. Water collector 10 liters, perfect, expanded, base attributes. Can collect water from the air. Collection speed increases by 2 times in humid weather and by 10 times in rainy weather. Current speed, 24 hours 250 milliliters, good attribute. Capacity doubled. It can hold an incredible amount. Perfect attribute. Collection speed doubled. Not bad. With the added bonuses, he can collect 500 milliliters of water daily, barely meeting his daily needs. Chu Ran mentally commands the installation, and the water collector vanishes from his inventory. Where did my water collector go? Chu Ran searches the small wooden house thoroughly, finally discovering the water pipe connected to the roof. The external unit is installed on the rooftop, allowing him to extract the collected water through the pipe. Now, the moment of truth. Chu Ran's gaze shifts towards the wooden spear, a flutter of excitement stirring within him. If the wooden spear could also yield exceptional attributes, he would finally have a means of self-defense. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Item obtained. Wooden spear, good. Oh no. A dreadful occurrence unfolds. After refreshing 9 times, he only obtains 3 good items. Chu Ran feels a pang of heartache that makes him shiver, hesitant to continue. If he were to receive a common item, he fears he might descend into despair. Driven by desperation, he pondered the distinction between the ordinary and the excellent. Either feast on flesh or subsist on the frigid winds of the northwest. With a steely resolve, he closed his eyes and utilized his final opportunity for a refreshed. A flash of violet light illuminated the surroundings. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the item. Bloodthirsty Spear, brilliant. Chapter 6, Bloodthirsty Spear, brilliant. Bloodthirsty Spear, brilliant. Ordinary attributes. Attack 50. Excellent affix. Attack speed 50. Perfect affix. Ranged throwing attack correction 1 meter. Superior affix. Never wears out. Unlike ordinary wooden spears that easily splinter, this one remains unchanged through the ages. Brilliant affix. Bloodthirsty and invincible spear soaked in countless bloods, capable of siphoning the life force of enemies during combat. Growing stronger with each battle. Ha! A brilliant level bloodthirsty spear. How splendid! Chu Ran, elated, toyed with the spear in his hands. With this weapon, he felt his survival truly commenced. The spear, 2 meters in length, boasted a variegated hue, as if steeped in dark crimson blood, rendering its original color unrecognizable. Intricate, unfathomable patterns adorned the shaft, exuding a chilling aura of lethality. Oh, how he longed to venture forth into battle. At that moment, the fish was ready. Reluctantly, he stowed the spear away and seized the fish, devouring it ravenously. The sizable fish contained few bones, and he polished off a pound in mere moments. Ding! Acquired attribute points 1 activated attribute system. He silently chanted to view his character attributes. Name: Chu Ran. Level: Ordinary. Survival coins: 0. Strength: 8. Increases attack power. Agility: 9. Increases attack speed and evasion. Bones: 11. Increases defense and vitality. Physique: 11. Increases life force and recovery rate. Intelligence: 8. Increases ability attack strength. Survival coins: currency in the survival world. Redeemable for items in the shop and tradable with others. Note: survival coins can be obtained by exchanging prey in the shop. Note: the maximum initial limit for normal individuals is 10 points for any single attribute. How insulting! Why is my initial intelligence only 7 points while both bones and physique are maxed out? Am I being treated like a mere beast of burden? Chu Ran pouted, feeling a tinge of discontent. He wondered if there was a possibility for further augmentation. To verify, he forced down another pound of roasted fish, but this time, no additional attribute points were granted. He surmised each meal could only be effective once. With 2 pounds of fish now in his belly, he felt pleasantly full, warmth coursing through his body. Ding! You were feeling a bit thirsty. As if I needed your reminder. Am I unaware of my own thirst? If I had water, would I not drink? How excessive! Chu Ran grumbled as he resumed his investigations. The shop featured an exchange system. Submitting prey could yield survival coins. He attempted to toss in the gray ridge snake and received survival coins 1. In the wooden hut, he could construct a forging table, which would be useful for crafting items, but lacking materials, he had no immediate plans to build it. After completing these tasks, he tossed the freshly chopped wood into the campfire. Intending to rest for the day, aiming to quicken his pace tomorrow and recover lost time. By the way, it seems I haven't heard the sounds of beasts outside today. Perhaps the range of protection has expanded? Never mind. Sleep comes first. At dawn, Chu Ran awoke to a burning pain in his throat. Oh no, am I coming down with a cold? Yesterday, he had plunged into icy lake waters, then spent the day clad in wet clothing while chopping wood. And now he hadn't drunk water for nearly a day. His throat felt scorched. He hurried to the condensation device to replenish his fluids. After a night of collecting, it contained approximately 200 milliliters of water. While insufficient to quench his thirst entirely, it was enough to provide relief. The cool, sweet water coursed down his parched throat, bringing him some comfort. Having completed this, he armed himself with the spear and axe. Embarking on a new adventure. Today's weather: overcast, temperature 13 to 20, daylight duration 8 hours, current disaster, ice age, countdown 5 days, system notification. Today's temperature is suitable. Berries have ripened. Remember to harvest and store them, as they are a gift from the system and your quickest source of food and hydration in the early stages. The temperature had dropped by 5 compared to yesterday. At this rate, it would likely plummet below freezing before the ice age arrived. As Chu Ran stepped outside, a chill enveloped him. He was still clad in short sleeves and flip-flops from the real world. Inside the wooden hut, the campfire had burned all night, masking the cold, but now he felt its bite. The scenery outside had undergone a dramatic transformation. The barren berry bushes from yesterday had sprouted an abundance of berries overnight. Though not in overwhelming quantities, they could satisfy some of his food needs, as these berries could both satiate hunger and replenish hydration. The berries primarily came in red, blue, and black varieties, roughly the size of grapes. And Chu Ran picked some of each. Though the fruits appeared tantalizing, enticing his taste buds to salivate, he restrained his appetite and opened the chat channel for further investigation. It was filled with information about the berries, mostly expressions of gratitude towards nature's offerings. Yet he remained uncertain whether those who consumed the berries had fared well or met their demise. He then opened a private chat with the so-called news merchant, Mo Nanshan, from yesterday, inquiring, "What's the significance of these berries, Mo Nanshan? The value of information is 1 piece of wood. Pay up front." The response was nearly instantaneous, yet upon reading the content, Chu Ran nearly choked with exasperation. "Are you robbing me? Why didn't you mention payment in wood when I asked for information yesterday? Mo Nanshan. You didn't specify either. Hurry up, I have other customers waiting. How about I trade you information for information? Is that acceptable?" Chu Ran tentatively proposed. Mo Nanshan. Share your tidbit. As long as it's not common knowledge, I'm interested. There are non-human entities. Chu Ran promptly relayed his encounter with the colossal creature beneath the lake, but the response from Imo Nanshan was silence. In a certain forest, Imo Nanshan instinctively began to back away from the lake at his feet. The water shimmered a vivid green, icy and piercing. This could not be the same lake. If what the other had said was true, the lake would be the most perilous location in the vicinity, Imo Nanshan. Red and blueberries are edible. Though their specific effects remain unknown, avoid the black ones, as they possess strong paralyzing properties. After a lengthy pause, when Chu Ran thought he had been taken advantage of, Imo Nanshan finally sent a message. Despite his words, Chu Ran remained skeptical. He sampled each berry, finding the red and blue varieties quite delectable, dissolving in his mouth with ample moisture. The blackberry, however, he only tentatively bit into, experiencing a distinct tingling sensation. The merchant had not deceived him. Urged by his burning throat, he hastily began to gather berries. Initially, he assumed the foraging would proceed swiftly, yet he soon discovered that the berry bushes were scattered widely, making the task more laborious than anticipated. Despite their apparent abundance, the yield was meager, with each cluster producing only a handful of berries, and the berries were disappointingly small. Additionally, he had to remain vigilant against potential venomous insects, snakes, and ants. After 20 minutes, he had managed to collect over 80 berries, but after discarding the black ones, he had barely over a pound. While the flavor was delightful, the quantity was simply insufficient. Chu Ran munched on the berries as snacks. Yet his mind began to devise strategies for acquiring more sustenance. Fishing was out of the question. It was far too perilous. Chapter 7. A sudden change of heart. Chat channel. Chu Ran. Looking to trade for blackberries. 1 pound of fish meat for 1 pound of blackberries. If you gather berries, please collect the black ones as well. What the hell? Where did you get so much fish meat? Wow, you're already starting to act like a merchant. We all just trying to survive. Why do you stand out so much, boss? What is the use of blackberries? Could you share a hint? I have blackberries, but not a full pound. Can I substitute with other colors? Have you discovered the use of blackberries? We're all in this together. Could you enlighten us? Chu Ran. Are you an idiot? The messages sent ignited a frenzy in the chat channel, with numerous private messages flooding in, yet not a single trade request. Chu Ran skimmed through the messages before closing them all. Time was of the essence, and he had no patience for idle chatter. However, one message from a user named Lin Wenbin piqued his interest. Lin Wenbin. Boss, I'm surrounded by berry bushes, all blackberries as far as the eye can see. Initially, I wasn't planning to gather them, but if you're certain you want them, I can help. Sure, up to 10 pounds. I'll trade you fish meat of equal weight, but no deposits. At that moment, the so-called news merchant, Imo Nanshan, also sent a message. Mo Nanshan, brother, collecting blackberries, you're not trying to set a trap, are you? Others have tried this method. It doesn't work. Some folks found blackberries on the first day, but the narcotic properties are too weak. It's futile. Thanks for the heads up. I know what I'm doing, Chu Ran politely replied. Next to a small wooden hut enveloped by sprawling blackberry bushes, Lin Wenbin couldn't help but chuckle. The blackberries that had previously disheartened him suddenly appeared charming. A pound of berries for a pound of fish meat? That's fish. If only he could find suitable cookware, perhaps combined with some other ingredients. He could boil a steaming pot of fish soup. The thought of fish soup invigorated him. Meanwhile, Chu Ran hurried back to his small wooden hut, retrieving 20 pounds of fish meat to list in the trading market. The system had a bit of an obsession with precision. Each piece of fish meat weighed exactly 1 pound. No more, no less. After roasting overnight, the meat had shrunk slightly, and he would need to devise a plan to make up for the loss. After a brief interlude, he commenced his exploration westward, away from the lake, while simultaneously gathering stones in search of treasure chests. Following an upgrade to the wooden cabin, the spatial capacity of the survival watch expanded from 1 meter to 2 meters. Allowing for the storage of a considerable amount of items. As for berry picking, it proved too detrimental to his development, leading to a decisive abandonment of the activity. Today's objective for Chu Ran was to uncover any treasure chests that might exist within a 200-meter radius of the cabin. The western area was denser with trees, adorned with various exotic flowers and plants, coupled with numerous stone piles scattered about, significantly obstructing his line of sight and considerably delaying his treasure-seeking endeavors. I advise you not to bite me, he muttered, upon entering a dense thicket. Chu Ran's keen eyes spotted an adult gray-backed snake fixedly staring at him from beneath a tree, its cold, indifferent gaze seemingly poised to strike at any moment. If you dare to bite me, I shall slay you. If you refrain, we shall coexist peacefully. Chu Ran dared not linger and cautiously retreated, haunted by the shadows of a previous encounter, the gray-backed snake. As if cognizant of the catastrophic consequences of an attack, chose not to engage, merely observing as Chu Ran vacated its territory. Through Chu Ran's meticulous exploration, the target area was soon thoroughly investigated. Yet no sign of treasure chests was to be found. Reluctantly, he ventured beyond the 200-meter mark, ultimately discovering the day's first dilapidated wooden chest among the grass at a distance of 400 meters. At long last, I have found you. Could you not be a tad more conspicuous? It was time for some clothing. Chu Ran glanced at his short sleeves and flip-flops, filled with delight as he opened the chest. Ding! Acquired item. Beast skin suit, common. A large black pot, common. Finally, some clothing. After all the anxiety I've endured on this journey. He embraced the beast skin suit and kissed it fervently, vowing never to traverse the primordial forest barefoot again. Every step fraught with trepidation over potential dangers lurking below. Had he possessed this beast skin suit earlier, he would have undoubtedly dealt with that snake. Ding! Acquired item. Beast skin suit, exceptional. Base attributes. Defense 30. Excellent trait. Increased warmth by 50. Perfect trait. Increased movement speed by 30. Exceptional trait. Damage reduction by 10. Evaluation. As a decorative item. This beast skin suit's attributes are truly the pinnacle of achievement. Remarkable, a stroke of luck, and it directly became exceptional. Chu Ran joyfully donned the beast skin suit, which comprised a top, bottom, gauntlets, and shoes. Although the defense was modest, it provided a sense of security. At least he no longer had to scuttle across the map in flip-flops, enjoying an automatic speed boost. The faster he ran, the longer he survived. Suddenly, a jarring sound of wind echoed around him. Where did that noise come from? Chu Ran furrowed his brow and followed the sound, discovering a concealed slope leading to a pitch-black cave. The entrance of the cave was irregularly shaped, measuring 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width, from which the eerie noise emanated. Is there a new dungeon? The sound was long and hollow, suggesting that the interior held some hidden wonders. As he peered into the inky abyss, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as though there were entities within observing him. Ding! Discovered unknown space. Danger unknown. Would you like to proceed with exploration? Could it truly be a dungeon? Chu Ran silently noted the location in his mind and gradually retreated. Exploring was not a concern for him at this moment. He was not particularly skilled, but he possessed a knack for avoiding risks. While there might be great opportunities within, there would undoubtedly be great dangers as well. At this stage, he preferred not to invite trouble upon himself. Surviving the next disaster was his priority. How did I only collect 12 pounds of blackberries? Are they truly that rare? On his return journey, Chu Ran opened the trading market to check the acquisition status of the berries, initially expecting a swift completion but finding only 8 pounds of fish meat remaining. He had thought the scarcity was due to the blackberries, yet upon examining the market conditions, he discovered numerous blackberries listed for sale, most priced at 1 pound for 2 pounds of meat, with some even exceeding 3 pounds. What is going on? Have these people lost their minds, daring to set such prices, or has someone already uncovered the berries' potential uses? In confusion, Chu Ran messaged Mo Lanshan privately. Brother, may I ask if blackberries have found a new use? The price has doubled. I won't take advantage of you. Just quote me a price, and I'll pay. The response came instantly, suggesting that this individual's survival strategy relied on exploiting information gaps. Mo Lanshan replied, "This is all you're doing. You splurged on blackberries early this morning, leading others to speculate on their potential value. You've inadvertently inflated the price. Mo Lanshan. Information fee is 1 unit of wood. Consider this a freebie, as friends. At this stage, those who could gather food and collect berries demonstrated their capabilities, prompting Mo Lanshan to wish to befriend such individuals. Chu Ran pondered various reasons but failed to consider that his 20 pounds of fish meat had triggered the price surge. Let it rise. He had 12 pounds of berries, supplemented by Lin Wenbins, which would suffice for experimentation. Shaking his head, Chu Ran reopened the private chat with Lin Wenbin. Brother, have you finished collecting blackberries? Trade me whatever you have. After this round, I won't be acquiring any more. Lin Wenbin. Boss, We might need to adjust the trade slightly. Prices have risen, and offering 1 pound of meat for 1 pound of berries seems unreasonable. Chapter 8. Anesthetic Blueprint. Chu Ran's brow twitched, surprised that even this transaction had encountered issues. He roughly guessed Lin Wenbin's intent and, maintaining his composure, inquired, "What do you mean?" Lin Wenbin: "Boss, blackberries have skyrocketed to 3 pounds of meat for 1 pound. Are you really going to take advantage of honest folk? Ha! You think you can negotiate here? It's 1 pound. Sell it or not." Chu Ran found himself both amused and infuriated. Lin Wenbin's audacity was astounding. Blackberries had a very short shelf life, and with temperatures still high, they would spoil in less than 2 days. How could he dare to haggle? Moreover, he was quoting 3 pounds based on the highest market price. Consider it again. Currently, 1 pound of blackberries trades for 2 to 3 pounds of meat. I won't shortchange you. How about 1.8 pounds? Lin Wenbin confidently typed, offering a price significantly lower than the market high. Confident that Chu Ran would accept, Chu Ran, then you might as well keep them. Upon seeing the decisive refusal from Chu Ran, Lin Wenbin's expression shifted slightly. How could this be? He can't reject me. What to do? He had gathered quite a number of blackberries. Gazing at the remaining half of the berry patch behind him, anxiety crept in as he pondered whether to continue picking. No, this scoundrel was playing hard to get. The moment blackberries became available, Chu Ran eagerly began collecting them, clearly having discovered their potential. With this thought, Lin Wenbin felt a surge of confidence. Even if Chu Ran declined, others in the market would certainly buy them, ensuring he would not incur a loss. After closing the private chat, Chu Ran contemplated for a moment, removing the listed fish meat from the market and reopening the chat channel. Chat channel, Chu Ran, final call for blackberries. I will only buy 10 pounds, 1 pound of meat for 1 pound of berries. If you have a quantity, message me privately for a trade. This is the last hour. After that, I will not entertain offers. The comments erupted. What a fool. The current exchange rate is 3 pounds, and he still insists on 1 pound. Clearly, he aimed to deceive those unknowing newcomers to make a profit. Damn, this guy started hoarding early this morning. He must have accumulated quite a stash. Scoundrel, return my hard-earned money. It took me 2 hours to gather just 1 pound, only to receive a pound of fish in return. Lin Wenbin: this boss has already placed a 10-pound order with me. Everyone beware, don't fall for his tricks. Don't sell to him for less than 2 pounds. As Lin Wenbin watched the chat channel, a sly smile crept across his face. By inflating the price, he was confident his blackberries would sell. He sent another private message to Chu Ran, maintaining the same price of 1.8 pounds in exchange. Chu Ran, exasperated, closed the chat channel. These people must have lost their minds. He had no intention of selling. He merely wished to conduct an experiment. Buzz. At that moment, Mo Lanshan sent another private message. Mo Lanshan, brother, stop buying. Someone has released the blueprint for anesthetics, requiring 3 pounds of blackberries to extract just 1 anesthetic, with a particularly low yield. At this stage, lacking the necessary firing equipment, it is not worth the price. Why are you helping me? Chu Ran inquired, perplexed. He had no particular connection with Mo Lanshan, who had repeatedly come to his aid. Mo Lanshan: hey, this is called information investment. You can afford to spend a hefty amount on fish meat. You clearly doing well, making you a worthwhile acquaintance. Thanks for the heads up, but I just want to use the blackberries for an experiment. Chu Ran replied. Impressive. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Using 20 pounds of fish meat for an experiment? Mo Lanshan was somewhat stunned. The current food prices were astronomical, with 1 pound of food trading for 10 units of wood, and even more for meat. Yet here was Chu Ran, casually tossing away 20 pounds of fish meat, suggesting he must have a considerable stockpile. After closing the private chat, Chu Ran resumed his search for treasure chests in the southern region. Sticking to his plan, to explore for treasure chests in the morning while gathering stones in the afternoon, he would focus on logging timber, for if the Ice Age were to arrive, food, water, and wood would become the most vital resources. And sufficient timber was essential to ensure he did not perish from the cold. 2 hours later, he had scoured the surrounding 300-meter radius, finally discovering the second treasure chest of the day. A black iron chest. However, this time he did not open it directly. Instead, he took the treasure chest back with him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, he received a flurry of trade requests, along with a private message from Lin Wenbin, who mentioned he had already gathered 8 pounds of blackberries at the previously agreed price of 1.8 pounds. What was going on? There hadn't been a single trade request before, and now suddenly there were 7 or 8. Confused, Chu Ran agreed to each transaction one by one, and after acquiring 10 pounds of blackberries, he discovered a clue in the chat channel. Chat channel, Mo Lanshan. A friendly reminder, those with blackberries should process them quickly. Someone has discovered their use. 3 pounds of berries can be extracted to create a tranquilizer. Is that true? A tranquilizer? That could be a great asset for hunting ferocious beasts. Surely, the price of blackberries would rise. Wouldn't it? Hey, are you foolish? You think the price will go up? How do you plan to use the tranquilizer? Pry open the beast's jaws and force it in? Indeed. While the tranquilizer may hold significant value in the future, it currently lacks practicality. Without the necessary firing equipment, one must first subdue the beast before it can be utilized. Quite a futile endeavor. Nonsense. I won the Youth Dart Championship, you know. I can launch it barehanded, hitting the target every time. Sell the tranquilizer to me. Can you throw it 50 meters? With your meager range, before you even raise your hand, the target would be gone, O Lanshan. It's useless. The tranquilizer extracted from blackberries has low efficacy. Unless it's made into a tranquilizer dart, injecting the beast with a substantial amount of the substance is the only way to make it effective. Simply applying it to a weapon is completely futile. Lin Wenbin. Don't listen to him. He's South clearly trying to drive down the price of blackberries. Everyone, please don't fall for it. Lin Wenbin was thoroughly panicked. Others were gathering all types of berries. So the quantity of blackberries wouldn't be substantial, leading to limited losses. But he, on the other hand, had only blackberries, with none of the others. If they truly became unsellable, the consequences would be catastrophic. Realizing this, he abandoned thoughts of raising the price and hastily messaged Chu Ran. Lin Wenbin, boss, let us stick to the original trade. 1 pound of blackberries for 1 pound of fish meat. Lin Wenbin, are you there, boss? Please reply Lin Wenbin. I have 10 pounds of blackberries. Lin Wenbin, are you not there? I can lower the price. 10 pounds of blackberries for 9 pounds of fish meat will suffice. Lin Wenbin anxiously stared at the private chat, pacing back and forth, completely unable to focus on anything else. This deal was crucial for his meals in the coming days. Now you're in a hurry? But I've already gathered enough. Chu Ran scoffed lightly and replied with a simple I've had enough. This moment truly left him indebted to Mo Lanshan for a small favor. Without his timely warning, he would have wasted more time. Now, the system would issue relevant trades based on the current situation of the survivors. Given that he had 18 pounds of blackberries, surely a tranquilizer would be forthcoming. Come on, my tranquilizer. The tranquilizer was of no use to others, but for him, it was a miraculous remedy. After laying out all the blackberries, he finally opened the black iron treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item. Tranquilizer Blueprint, Common, Dagger, Superior, Chapter 9. The first epic equipment in this area. The tranquilizer has truly arrived. Heaven is aiding me. Chu Ran felt his heart race. With the tranquilizer in hand, if his plan succeeded, he would secure a substantial amount of food. He didn't even bother checking the dagger's attributes and began crafting the tranquilizer. Tranquilizer Blueprint, Common, Description. Survivors can learn the blueprint and craft tranquilizers at the forging table. Chu Ran had a recollection of the forging table, requiring a few stones to synthesize the basics in the wooden house. He had wood and stone on hand. Do you wish to spend wood 4 and stone 5 to synthesize a trading forging table? Synthesize, ding. You have obtained simple forging table. Description. Survivors can use this forging table to craft low-tier items. Advanced items require upgrading the forging table. Ding. Detected tranquilizer blueprint. Do you wish to craft the tranquilizer? Requires 3 pounds of blackberries. Craft all. Ding. You have obtained tranquilizer, common, 5, tranquilizer, superior, 1, lost item. Blackberries 18 pounds. Tranquilizer, common. Description. Extracted from blackberries, it has a brief paralysis effect. Friendly reminder. Prepare several if you plan to subdue ferocious beasts. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Ding. You have obtained tranquilizer, brilliant, superior attribute, efficacy 60, perfect attribute, efficacy 80, exceptional attribute, efficacy 120, brilliant attribute, efficacy 180, description, colorless and odorless. With a potent effect, even an elephant would take no more than 5 steps after consumption, enhanced by a particularly fortunate specimen. It's done. Chu Ran looked at the tranquilizer he had obtained. His heart brimming with excitement. Everything was progressing according to his plan. He refreshed the other 5 tranquilizers, ultimately receiving 3 perfect ones, 1 exceptional, and 2 brilliant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, the survival watch chimed, and Lin Wenbin sent another message. Lin Wenbin, boss, could you please say something? 10 pounds of blackberries for just 9 pounds of fish meat. I'm giving you a discount of 1 pound. Lin Wenbin. This trade was agreed upon this morning. Please don't go back on your word, Lin Wenbin. Chu, don't push your luck. You told me to gather the berries, so what do you mean by not wanting them now? Boring. Chu Ran replied with just 2 words and paid no further attention to him. It was you who said you weren't selling. Now you have the audacity to claim I don't want them. He took out some red berries and blueberries, crushing them with a wooden stick, then mixed in 2 perfect-grade tranquilizers. Afterward, he combined the crushed berry juice with whole berries and scattered them around. He spread them in every direction. Once he finished, he discarded the pestle. The tranquilizer was too potent, and he needed to be cautious not to incapacitate himself. Now, he could only wait for the harvest. With some time left, he decided to chop some trees. Chu Ran glanced at the time. The daylight hours had already passed the halfway mark. He ate a piece of fish meat to sustain himself and began his timber operation. 2 hours later, Chu Ran was nearly exhausted, but his results were impressive. He had chopped nearly 200 units of wood. His strength had increased, perhaps due to the attribute changes. Looking at the wood before him, he noted that his speed in felling trees today was significantly faster than yesterday, almost doubled. Never mind, I want to dwell on it. He stored his axe. These trees, split into firewood, could last for about half a month, but after the Ice Age, the temperature had drastically dropped. He would need to burn more wood to maintain warmth, and the consumption rate of wood was likely to increase several-fold. It seemed he would need to stockpile more wood tomorrow, just in case. After moving the wood into the small wooden house, he went to check on the berry traps he had set. Success. Even before reaching the traps, Chu Ran could sense that this time it was secure. Usually, any noise he made would send small animals scurrying. But this time it was eerily quiet. Indeed, when he arrived at the traps, he discovered a plethora of animals that had been subdued by the tranquilizer. Rabbits, monkeys, squirrels, groundhogs, wild chickens, and various birds. I've struck gold. Chu Ran's eyes sparkled as he dragged the animals back to the small wooden house. Since the traps were spread out, gathering these animals took him nearly half an hour. Afterward, he categorized the animals, placing the non-threatening ones inside the wooden house. These animals couldn't be killed yet, as the effects of the tranquilizer were still active, and they needed time to metabolize it before they could be consumed. Then, he took all the monkeys to a location far from the wooden house to slaughter them. Monkeys could be aggressive, and should they awaken in the middle of the night, it would undoubtedly cause chaos. After dissecting the monkeys, he poured the remaining tranquilizer into them and scattered the monkeys in various locations. As dusk fell, he quickly returned to the wooden house, closed the door, and began preparing dinner. Dinner was the cornerstone of the day, aiding in sleep. Most importantly, it could increase attribute points. During lunch, he had managed to eat a piece of roasted fish, resulting in an increase of 1 to all attributes. Today's tree felling had already made the benefits of attribute points evident. He had a premonition that if his attribute points reached a certain level, it might trigger a qualitative change. Chu Ran began to tally his harvest for the day, taking out the 2 additional items he had acquired. A large black pot, common, dagger, superior. The dagger was of superior quality, marking the first time he had directly acquired a superior grade item. However, it was all the same. Refresh, refresh. What the hell? This probability. Chu Ran felt overwhelmed. It wasn't until he had exhausted his 10 chances that the dagger finally appeared as a perfect grade, only a level above its original attributes. Dagger, armor piercing, perfect, first tier equipment, base attributes, attack 100, superior attribute, attack 50. Perfect attribute, armor piercing grants the dagger a certain ability to pierce armor, allowing it to ignore the target's defense. Description. A first tier equipment with significantly enhanced base attributes, possessing the strength to confront beasts. First tier equipment? No wonder its attributes were so high, surpassing the bloodthirsty spear by a full 100 points of attack. What a pity it wasn't brilliant. Had it been brilliant grade, this dagger would have been truly terrifying. Chu Ran, feeling disappointed, stored the dagger away, but it would suffice for self-defense in the realm of combat. A long spear is deemed essential, given its extended range that ensures a heightened level of safety. When foes draw near, a dagger serves as an added layer of protection. His gaze then shifted towards a seemingly ordinary, large black pot. Refresh, ding! A blinding golden light illuminated the entire wooden cabin, momentarily dazzling Chu Ran's eyes. Acquired item. Qiankuren Ichi Pot. Epic, ding! Regional system announcement. Congratulations Survivor Chu Ran for obtaining the first epic item in this region. Reward, 10 free attribute points. Chapter 10. Qiankuren Ichi Pot. Chat channel. What the heck? Epic damn. The system announcement is out. Which lucky dog struck gold? Isn't that the person who picked berries this morning? The one who a big shot. Just a timid question. Are there levels for equipment? Indeed. I possess a perfect grade mountain axe. May I ask how many levels separate perfect from epic? Chu Ran. 3 levels apart. Perfect, excellent, brilliant, epic. 3.3? Oh my goodness. What the heck? This big shot is practically a lucky emperor. Let me bask in that luck. Worship. Big shot. Are you taking disciples? If we meet in the future, I'll follow you. How does he know so much? Can one discern the levels beneath epic after it drops? Chu Ran, observing the astonished expressions flooding the screen, finally turned his attention to the black pot, or rather, it must now be referred to as the Qiankuren Ichi Pot. He had been so engrossed in the chat channel's reactions that he had neglected to check the item's attributes. Qiankuren Ichi Pot. Epic, unique, common attributes. The pot possesses a built-in space of 1 cubic meter, allowing for bulk production. Excellent affix. Cooking speed 100. Perfect affix. Food deliciousness increased by 50. Equipped with an automatic adjustment feature to prevent overcooking. Outstanding affix. Internal temperature raised by 200. Enabling the cooking of higher-tier foods. Brilliant affix. Food quality 1. Epic affix. 1 Shi Tian Chang food quality 3. Evaluation. An ancient artifact capable of melding all things. A unique, special equipment. Such exceptional items can only emerge as the first epic in the entire region. Otherwise, one might merely acquire an ordinary epic black pot. Hiss. Even Chu Ran gasped at the sight of these attributes. Food quality 4. With this pot, even a stew of refuse would taste divine. He yearned to share this equipment in the group chat, almost succumbing to the urge to post the item's attributes. He ultimately restrained himself. Having just made a name for himself, broadcasting this information would only invite trouble. Time to cook some meat first. Chu Ran placed the Qiankuren Ichi pot over the campfire, took a piece of fish meat and tossed it in, pouring in the 200 milliliters of water he had condensed today. However, it was insufficient. After pouring in the water, it barely submerged the fish, rendering it impossible to cook, let alone add some berries for seasoning. Helpless, he opened the trading market to see if anyone sold water. To his surprise, there were indeed vendors selling purified water, exchanging 1 pound of water for 1 pound of meat. It seemed he had underestimated others. They must have water purifiers. Surely, this water wasn't sourced from that lake. As he gazed at the purified water in the trading market, Chu Ran felt a twinge of inadequacy regarding his water condenser. No, he must find a way to visit the lakeside tomorrow. The big shots there would likely not contest him over a few drops of water. He poured the 2 bottles of water he had just traded into the pot. This time completely covering the fish, then, he added some berries, which, being juicy, began to release fragrant moisture as they heated, filling the cabin with an enticing aroma. Caw caw! A clucking sound echoed behind him. Chu Ran turned around to find a plump wild chicken, which had inexplicably woken up, curiously observing him. Awake? Are we? Chu Ran greeted it amiably before swiftly seizing the chicken by its neck point. 10 minutes later, the cabin was filled with the delightful aroma of fish and chicken, harmoniously blending with the sweet scent of berries, intoxicating Chu Ran. Ding! Congratulations on cooking the item, Dragon and Phoenix Soup. This name, this aroma, utterly exquisite. This pot truly works wonders. Fish and chicken can yield Dragon and Phoenix Soup. Chu Ran was salivating, picking up a piece of chicken with a wooden stick he had fashioned into chopsticks. Hiss wow, this is incredibly delicious. Chu Ran devoured the chicken pieces in a matter of moments, unable to hold back joyful tears. Since arriving here, he had not tasted a proper meal. Even the grilled fish, due to a lack of ingredients and poor cooking skills, had been dry and fishy. Far from delectable. It paled in comparison to this Dragon and Phoenix Soup. This piece of chicken allowed him to rediscover the joy of survival. Another piece of fish, please. Although lacking seasoning, the Qiankuren Ichi pot dramatically enhanced the food's deliciousness. Making it leagues better than grilled fish, Chu Ran, undeterred by the heat, entered full-on eating mode, embodying the essence of a true gourmand. As he consumed what he estimated to be around a pound of meat. A system notification popped up. Acquired all attribute points 5.5. Chu Ran was astonished. This represented an increase of 5 points across all attributes. Based on his observations, if he could eat 3 meals a day, that would mean an increase of 15 points in total daily. If sustained over a month, or even a year, would he not become superhuman? He was getting ahead of himself. Whether he could last that long remained uncertain. However, should he endure, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family. After indulging in laughter, he resumed his meal. With his attributes boosted, he continued to eat, even though it no longer granted attribute points. It was simply too delicious. After finishing, he felt a substantial restoration of energy. There was still so much left. It would be a waste to let it go. Chu Ran estimated the Qian Kuranichi pot still contained over 2 pounds of fish. Enough for 2 more meals. Chat channel, Chu Ran. Selling dragon and phoenix soup, 1 pound servings. Piping hot, consuming it grants 5 to all attributes. Only trading for blueprints. Message me if interested, 5.5 points. All attributes. Why does my rabbit meat only grant 1 to all attributes? Big shot, I want it. I'll trade you 50 units of wood, brother. Can I have some? Once the safe zone expands and we meet, I promise to make it worth your while, darling. Do you need a man? I wonder if I have the honor. I can be quite handy. Ugh. For heaven's sake, stop talking. Once Chu Ran sent his message, the chat channel erupted once again, private messages buzzing incessantly. He opened the private messages, and at the top was Mo Lanchan. Brother, sell it to me. I want it, but I currently lack blueprints. I can exchange other resources. Trade request? Chu Ran promptly unwrapped the tint packaging and initiated a trade request for half of the dragon and phoenix soup. This had been his plan all along. In this survival realm, everyone was strangers. As the safe zone expanded, they would inevitably encounter one another. He needed to find allies quickly, and Mo Lanchan seemed like a suitable choice, deserving of his goodwill. Why are you just giving it to me? Mo Lanchan was momentarily taken aback. He had been prepared for a hard bargain, not expecting the other party to trade it so willingly. Chu Ran, because I recognize you. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Friendship? Mo Lanchan's expression softened as he grasped the meaning behind Chu Ran's words. Very well, I shall find an opportunity to repay this. He, Mo Lanchan, was no freeloader. Chapter 11. Difficulty level up. What on earth is this? Chu Ran perused the private messages he had received, all filled with requests for basic materials like wood, stones, and animal skins. Goodness, this is a bit excessive. Due to the overwhelming number of trade requests, he decided to filter out the basic materials. However, the first trade request he encountered post-filter was for a pair of plain underwear. Surprisingly, the size was rather ample. He couldn't ascertain if it was genuine or not. Chu Ran internally scoffed, dismissing it as he had no inclination to collect such items. Pass, pass, pass. He activated his scanning mode, swiftly skimming through the messages. This one him, a blueprint for a fireplace. Finally, Chu Ran discovered something of interest among the private messages. It was a message from a survivor named Tian Xinyu. He immediately sent a trade request, adding a note. I want the blueprint. Tian Xinyu, 1 bowl of soup isn't enough. I also need 10 pounds of meat. The request was rejected, expressing a desire for more substantial goods in exchange. Without hesitation, Chu Ran added 10 pounds of meat to the offer. He was in no shortage of meat, and the fireplace's significance during the Ice Age was as crucial as sustenance itself. While a campfire could provide warmth, its heat was limited and fleeting. As temperatures continued to drop, that little flame would hardly suffice. This time, Tian Xinyu immediately accepted the trade. With the blueprint secured, Chu Ran was eager to craft the fireplace, only to be met with a prompt indicating the need for basic cement. No wonder they were willing to sell it to him. It was beyond their means to create. Feeling disheartened, he contemplated setting this aside for now when another message from Tian Xinyu appeared. Tian Xinyu, I have a blueprint for cement. Do you want it? Are we playing a nesting doll game here? I'm heading to sleep. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Chu Ran, in a fit of anger, abruptly closed the private chat, choosing not to directly agree and leaving her in suspense for a day. Where did this girl acquire such an abundance of blueprints? First, she attempted to sell the fireplace before offering the blueprints. I have no intention of purchasing from her. and I refuse to believe that I cannot acquire the cement blueprints by tomorrow. With 4 days until the Ice Age descends, it remains uncertain how low the temperature will drop. Currently, food supplies are sufficient, though water resources are somewhat lacking, and warmth is of utmost importance. Merely having a fireplace is insufficient. Warm clothing is essential, and the house must be reinforced, ideally upgraded. Additionally, I find myself lacking in weaponry. After taking stock of his supplies, Churan realized he was still far from graduation. Aside from food, he lacked nearly everything. With the current supplies, he wouldn't survive a day in the Ice Age. I must use the attribute points first. Only then did Churan remember that the system had rewarded him with 10 free attribute points. Without much deliberation, he allocated all of them to strength. Believing that sheer force could overcome obstacles. Name: Churan. Level: Ordinary. Survival coins: 0. Strength: 25. Increases attack power. Agility: 16. Enhances attack speed and mobility. Endurance: 18. Boosts defense and stamina. Vitality: 18. Enhances life force and recovery speed. Intelligence: 15. Increases the potency of supernatural attacks. Survival coins: the currency in the survival world. Usable in the marketplace for goods, and tradable with others. Note: survival coins can be exchanged through hunting. As Churan gazed at his current attributes, excitement welled within him. The 2 grilled fish from breakfast and lunch had contributed 2 points, while the dragon and phoenix soup had added 5 points, culminating in a total of 10 free attribute points, bringing his strength to 25. Upon reaching this level of strength, Churan distinctly felt a transformation in his prowess, overflowing with vitality. What are survival coins? They can be exchanged for items in the marketplace. Noticing the accompanying notes, Churan began to delve into the concept of survival coins. He opened the marketplace, only to find that no items were currently for sale. The only method to acquire survival coins was through hunting. Is this worth it? He picked up a fainted rabbit to attempt an exchange. Ding! Current beast level too low. The marketplace does not accept worthless items. Well, how haughty! Churan pouted and decided not to pursue further attempts. The creatures within his dwelling were harmless, and he suspected they would be returned if he tried to exchange them. Had he not spared those monkeys, perhaps he could have exchanged them for some survival coins. After adding more wood to the campfire, he decided to retire for the night. Outside the small cabin, there were no signs of beasts, possibly due to the effects of consuming the drug monkeys. In the interim, a wild chicken, having metabolized the anesthetic, awoke and was swiftly dispatched, allowing him to extract a whole chicken via the system. He tossed it into a pot, covering it to prepare a crispy chicken dish, estimating it weighed nearly 3 pounds, perfect for breakfast and lunch the following day. Having completed his preparations, Churan settled down by the campfire, lulled to sleep by the crackling flames. Ding! Daylight has arrived. Today's weather: overcast. Temperature: 9 to 16. Daylight duration: 8 hours. Current disaster: Ice Age. Countdown: 4 days. System notification: congratulations to the survivor for successfully enduring 3 days. The difficulty level is escalating. Beasts dormant in safe zones are gradually awakening, and creatures from the misty areas can now enter safe zones during the day. Defeating beasts will yield survival coins in the marketplace. Treasure chest drop rate adjustment: after dawn tomorrow, treasure chests will no longer yield corresponding supplies based on the survivor's performance. Leaderboard activation: after a 7-day novice period, rewards will be issued based on leaderboard rankings, which will consider the survivor's shelter, supplies, equipment, survival coins, and attributes. First tier, rank 1, second tier, rank 2 to 1000, third tier, rank 1001 to 10,000, current regional rank 1. Churan, the difficulty has escalated. Are beasts now respawning? I'm in first place. Just as Churan awoke, a flurry of system announcements filled the air, though he found little joy in it. The safe zone would now host beasts, and given his current strength and equipment, his chances of victory were slim. Most critically, the temperature had dropped another 4 since yesterday. If he failed to find warm clothing today, venturing outside tomorrow would be a matter of life and death. If he remained without clothing the day after, he would be left waiting for death in the small cabin. Should it come to that, he would have no choice but to sell his equipment to procure supplies. Donning his beast skin outfit, armed with a spear and dagger, Churan stepped outside, immediately greeted by a biting cold wind. The morning temperature was at its lowest, and the beast-skin suit that had kept him warm the previous day proved futile against the piercing chill. UGH.ITS freezing. I wish I could retreat. Gritting his teeth, Chu Ran forced himself to leave the warmth of the cabin, shivering from the intense temperature differential. He could not delay. He needed to find a treasure chest swiftly. With such a significant temperature drop today, the chances of finding desirable supplies in a chest were high, and tomorrow would not yield the same opportunities. Chu Ran understood that if today did not go well, the future would only become more arduous. For other survivors, today could be considered the first wave of disaster. Failing to procure clothing meant they would be unable to venture out, and the outcome was all too predictable: death by waiting. Chapter 12. The underwater big shot saves the day. Damn it. Damn it. How could he not contact me? Enraged, Lin Wenbin hurled wood around the room, his eyes bloodshot. The hoarded blackberries had kept him awake all night. His gaze fixated on the chat channel, fearful of missing Chu Ran's message, only to find himself waiting the entire night in vain. He could not afford to wait any longer. The blackberries could not be allowed to go to waste. Even if he had to sell them at a loss, Lin Wenbin was reluctant to admit it, but the truth was undeniable. This time, he had been numbed by losses. He had originally had 10 pounds of fish meat within his grasp, only to have it slip away. Buzz, early in the morning, who could be messaging me? Oh, it's that big fool. Chu Ran, puzzled, opened the private chat, and upon seeing the sender, a faint smile graced his lips. Lin Wenbin. Big shot, it's me. I was foolish. I was in the wrong. Please accept my blackberries, Lin Wenbin. As long as you're willing to take my berries, you'll be my benefactor for life. ILL forever remember your kindness. Heh, too late. I've already collected all the berries. Don't send me random messages. And by the way, I'm not your benefactor. Chu Ran smiled slightly, though he would still accept blackberries. The timing was not right. Since last night, the price of blackberries had begun to drop, and by morning, it had decreased to 1 pound of berries for 1.5 pounds of meat. IT was likely to continue falling. And it would not be too late to collect them afterward. Lin Wenbin. Please, boss, I have business to discuss. The other party attempted to negotiate further, but Chu Ran promptly closed the private chat. He had no time to entertain this clever fellow, his mind preoccupied with the traps he had set the previous night. Roar. Before Chu Ran could approach, a pained roar of a tiger reverberated through the air. The king of beasts is in pain. How thrilling. His eyes brightened, and he quickened his pace, but as he drew near, the roar ceased. Was it dead? Something feels off. Chu Ran paused, realizing that the previous roar, though pained, did not lack vitality. It must still be alive. He lowered his footsteps, gripping his spear tightly, scanning the berry thicket and the dense woods. Soon, 2 mangled wolf carcasses came into view. The wolves' bellies had been completely hollowed out, and their bodies had been severely mutilated, dark red blood mingling with the viscera pooling on the ground. Not far from the wolves lay a tiger of similar size, its condition mirroring that of the wolves. Nearly devoured. This is bad. The previous roar was a response to a fallen companion. Chu Ran's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of impending danger flooding his senses. He turned to flee, desperate to distance himself from the area. In that moment, a primal pressure surged from his back. The thunderous roar of the tiger echoed as a massive figure lunged towards him. I must evade. Reacting instinctively to the noise behind him, Chu Ran rolled out of the way. He quickly regained his footing, but when he turned back, his heart sank. What is this monstrous size? Is that the Tiger King? The golden tiger before him, stretching over 3 meters in length, drained all courage from Chu Ran. Despite his 25 points of strength, it barely elevated his abilities, leaving him only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. He stood no chance against the Tiger King. Roar! The malice in the Tiger King's eyes was unmistakable. Blood splattered across its face. Remnants of devouring the wolves. Ding! Encountered a peak-tier beast. Tiger King. Evaluation. A beast residing in the Misty region. It typically would not appear in the safe zone so soon, but due to its offspring's demise at the hands of others, it was drawn to the area by the wolf's consumption. Targeted. By others. Chu Ran's lips twitched. You might as well provide my identification card. Is there anyone else here besides me? Roar. The Tiger King offered no respite for Chu Ran to ponder. With a ferocious leap, it charged at him. This is it. I refuse to believe that my bloodthirsty spear cannot pierce you. Drawing a deep breath, Chu Ran tightened his grip on the spear and thrust it towards the Tiger King. Thud! The spear penetrated the Tiger King's outer fur but became lodged in its muscle. The Tiger King, with its formidable physique, continued its onslaught, sending Chu Ran hurtling through the air, a mouthful of blood escaping him. And the spear slipping from his grasp so powerful, another hit like that would spell doom. The crowd surrounding Chu Ran felt utterly dazed. That recent impact was akin to being struck by a locomotive traveling at 200 miles per hour, an encounter far beyond his current capacity to withstand. After sending Chu Ran sprawling, the Tiger King did not pursue further, but instead shook its head in place. It dawned on him that the Tiger King had also been affected by the tranquilizer. A flicker of hope momentarily illuminated the despair in Chu Ran's eyes. Against a normal Tiger King, he would stand no chance, but one under the influence of a tranquilizer might provide an opportunity. Suddenly, his expression froze. He observed the Tiger King's demeanor gradually improving, its gaze growing increasingly ferocious. Damn, it's just waking up. Chu Ran realized that the Tiger King had indeed been sedated, but the effects had nearly worn off, and its condition was on the rise. So, the earlier encounter was with a feeble version of the Tiger King. Chu Ran's resolve crumbled, and he turned to flee, perhaps due to the lingering effects of the tranquilizer. The Tiger King was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to begin its pursuit. Those precious seconds granted Chu Ran a brief respite. He did not head towards the shelter. Given the current defenses of the small wooden cabin, it would offer no protection against the Tiger King. He had only one chance, with no room for failure. He had to take a gamble. The only thing he recalled that could contend with the Tiger King was the unknown entity lurking within the lake. The terror the Tiger King instilled in him was physiological, something he could still manage. In contrast, the dread emanating from the lake, with its crimson eyes, struck at his very soul, akin to facing an endless abyss, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Thus, Chu Ran's escape trajectory was directed towards the lake located to the east of the shelter, his sole potential avenue for survival. Roar erupted behind him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Before Chu Ran could react, he felt as though a mountain had fallen upon him. It was over. He was doomed. A chill coursed through his heart as he recognized the inevitability of his fate. Yet he refused to surrender easily. With a swift motion, he drew his dagger and plunged it into the Tiger King's neck. The Tiger King roared in agony, sinking its teeth into his right arm. As the sound of shattering bones echoed, blood gushed forth. His right arm fell limp, leaving only a searing pain in its wake. Just then, a thunderous roar, reminiscent of both a pig and an ox, erupted from the depths of the lake, resonating like an ancient beast awakening. At that moment, Chu Ran felt his very soul tremble, devoid of any will to resist. The Tiger King, too, was thrown into disarray. Instinctively retreating with the second roar, the Tiger King succumbed entirely, prostrating on the ground, its ears drooping, emitting whimpers of fear. What a splendid opportunity! Chu Ran's eyes gleamed with determination as he suppressed the terror that welled up within him at the thought of the lake's inhabitant. He seized the dagger from the ground and lunged towards the Tiger King. In its state of abject terror, the Tiger King remained unresponsive to Chu Ran's advance. Even when the dagger pierced its flesh, it offered no resistance whatsoever. Thrust, thrust. The dagger plunged relentlessly into the Tiger King as Chu Ran expended nearly all his strength, dismissing the intense pain in his right arm, with only one thought occupying his mind. If the Tiger King did not perish, it would be his own life that was forfeit. Chapter 13. I want your epic artifact ding. Congratulations on slaying the peak First Order beast, Tiger King, in a dire situation. You have obtained the title, Tiger Slayer. Strength 5. Phew, it's finally dead. I've managed to reclaim my life. It wasn't until the system's notification sounded that Chu Ran realized his gamble had paid off, successfully evading disaster. He slumped to the ground, utterly drained, having exhausted his strength during those harrowing minutes. Yet the pain in his right arm served as a stark reminder that the ordeal was not yet over. He struggled to rise, inspecting the condition of his arm, and gasped in shock, "Damn, I've become a legendary hero." His entire arm was nearly severed at the elbow, with only a few sinewy strands of flesh remaining to hold it together. Swaying precariously with his every movement, Chu Ran dared not make any sudden motions, fearing his arm might simply fall away. For the great entity in the lake, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude for saving his life. Offering a small token of appreciation, he bowed slightly towards the lake, then retrieved his breakfast, dried chicken, and tossed it into the water. In an instant, a whirlpool surged, and the dried chicken vanished without a trace. It truly worked. Chu Ran's lips cracked into a pained smile. Although it was mere game hen, the culinary prowess of the Chinquan pot elevated it to a remarkable level, one that even the lake's inhabitant would find irresistible. Wait here, my friend. I shall prepare the meat of the sacred beast, the white tiger. Consuming it will grant you immortality. With his mutilated body, he approached the Tiger King. Despite the agony coursing through him, his spirit soared with excitement as a plan unfurled in his mind. The Great Beast Cultivation Diary. Ding. Detected First Order Tiger King. Do you wish to extract? Extract. Ding. Obtained items. Tiger King meat 500 gene. Complete tiger skin 1. Had this been any other time, Chu Ran would have been ecstatic, but now why arm? He fashioned a makeshift crutch from a nearby branch, supporting his weary body as he trudged toward the small cabin. Upon entering, he was greeted by a flurry of small animals scurrying about. Chu Ran had no time to concern himself with them. He tossed the tiger's skin into the cabin, causing all the small creatures to freeze in place. Paralyzed with fear, birds that had been flitting about fell to the ground, rendered incapable of flight. He opened the Chinquan pot, threw in some tiger meat without adding water, just drying it out. This was a method he had devised the previous night. The Chinquan pot, being of such high caliber, could produce food even without water. Hiss-ha, can this hand still be saved? Chu Ran grit his teeth against the pain as he cut the remaining tent fabric into strips, loosely binding his arm. In truth, he was merely immobilizing it to prevent it from falling away. After a moment's thought, he opened the chat channel. Chat channel, Chu Ran. Does anyone have healing medicine? The kind that can mend bones reduced to mere skin. He hadn't even sent the message when a wave of competition flooded in. Hey, I isn't that the big shot? Even they get injured. Same here. I've been bitten by a wolf multiple times and am in excruciating pain. Good grief, I was nearly hunted down by a spotted leopard. I even lost my shoes. I also seek medicine. I just battled a beast and nearly didn't he make it back. Don't even mention it. I was bullied by an ostrich and nearly pecked to death. Today is perilous. I encountered a 7 or 8 meter long python this morning that nearly scared me to death. Indeed, these beasts seem to have emerged from nowhere. Since this morning, I've seen the number of people dwindle. It's terrifying. Current population, 8,916. 10,000. Only then did Chu Ran notice that the number of survivors had plummeted by nearly 1,000. The first 3 days had been relatively safe with minimal casualties. But now, in less than an hour, nearly 10 had perished. It seemed the dangers of this survival realm were only just beginning to reveal themselves. And it would only grow more treacherous. Recognizing the severity of the situation, Chu Ran promptly sent another message in the chat channel, determined to obtain healing medicine. Chat channel, Chu Ran. Offering a hefty sum for medicine. 30 gene of First Order Tiger King meat in exchange for healing external injury medicine. If you feel this is insufficient, feel free to state your demands. After sending the message, Chu Ran waited in place for someone to reach out to him. The pain in his body rendered him incapable of focusing on anything else. He was prepared to pay any price, even if it meant sacrificing all the Tiger King meat for the sake of healing. Buzz! Someone contacted him. He was filled with excitement. Chu Ran quickly opened the private message, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over him as he saw it was from Lin Wenbin. Lin Wenbin, boss, have you considered my blackberries? I can offer them at an even lower price. Get lost? The stark contrast in his expectations led Chu Ran to curse, promptly blocking him. Minutes passed, and despite the Tiger King meat being fully cooked, no one reached out to him. Sigh, I might as well eat breakfast. Chu Ran lifted the pot lid. The Tiger King meat had turned a golden hue, as if it had been air-fried to perfection. One bite revealed it to be tender and crispy, with a delightful chew. Unfortunately for him, it was tasteless in light of his current predicament. Ding! Gained 9 to all attributes. A single meal of Tiger King meat had elevated his attributes by 9 points. Yet, Chu Ran's mind was far from this development. His focus remained fixated on the survival watch. Buzz, at that moment, a private message notification chimed. Chu Ran's spirit soared as he swiftly opened the message, revealing an item sent by someone named Xiao Yunting, devoid of any text, only an item description. Xiao Yunting, recovery fruit, click to view. Chu Ran trembled as he clicked to open it. Recovery fruit, comment, a low-grade fruit that can swiftly heal all external injuries. As long as one is not dead, it can restore them. Note, cannot cure advanced survivors. What a treasure! The advanced warrior presumably referred to first-order survivors, which meant it would be effective for him. The Tiger King was a first-order beast, allowing him to deduce the implications of advanced survivors. Chu Ran's eyes lit up as he suppressed his trembling heart and typed, "I'll take it." "How much do you intend to sell it for?" Xiao Yunting. "You name your price. 30 gene of meat, 1 tea suffice." The other party offered no price, remaining entirely unhurried. After all, the urgency of his request for healing items was transparent. "How about an additional 100 gene of fish meat? That should be enough to feed you for half a month." Chu Ran pondered for a few seconds before proposing a ludicrous price. He was aware that this would put him at a disadvantage, but he was prepared to be taken advantage of, given his current state of vulnerability. However, the other party remained silent. "I'll add 50 gene of first-order Tiger King meat. I can't offer any more." He had no choice but to keep raising his offer. On the other side of the survival realm, Xiao Yunting's pupils constricted. Goodness, offering 30 gene of first-order Tiger King meat. This person is formidable. He had faced first-order beasts before and knew they were not something one could contend with at the moment. Even as a successor of ancient martial arts, he had barely escaped a similar encounter. "Xiao Yunting, your offer is generous, but I still cannot accept." Although he felt a twinge of desire for the 150 pounds of meat, he ultimately declined. "What do you truly desire?" he inquired. "I have nearly offered you all my meat." Chu Ran could not help but feel a bit anxious. As time progressed, the challenges only intensified, and he was uncertain he could survive in his current state. Xiao Yunting replied, "This fruit is something I acquired from the Mist Zone. Do you truly think I would lack for meat?" Chu Ran's expression faltered. Realizing the predicament, it was no wonder he remained unfazed by the prospect of 150 pounds of meat. Indeed, he was a master of his craft. It seemed he had underestimated the other survivors, as they were truly hidden talents. "Then what is it that you require?" Chu Ran understood that since the other party was inclined toward a trade, there must be something they wished to exchange. Xiao Yunting stated, "You have been broadcasted. I recognize you. I want that epic item of yours." Chapter 14. Returning fruit impossible. Do you understand the significance of an epic item? This fruit is hardly a rarity. As time passes, undoubtedly more individuals will acquire it. Chu Ran exclaimed in anger, incredulous that a mere fruit could be deemed worthy of his epic possession. Xiao Yunting countered, "The value of something is contingent upon the timing. For instance, you are gravely injured now. If you were to encounter a wild beast at this moment, what are your chances of survival? The importance of an epic item versus your life hardly needs elaboration. Damn it, how could you take advantage of my misfortune?" Chu Ran gazed at the private chat, his expression fluctuating between stormy and calm, acutely aware that the other party had him firmly in their grasp. Xiao Yunting was entirely correct. Chu Ran's urgency stemmed from his fear of encountering danger in his current condition. Cough, cough. In his haste, the internal wounds left by the Tiger King were reignited, prompting a violent coughing fit. "Allow me to consider this." Chu Ran dared not outright refuse, for the person reaching out to him was singular. Others might possess similar items, but at present, healing items were akin to lifelines. No one would willingly part with them. Unless he presented something sufficiently enticing, he could not expect anyone to make sacrifices. Chu Ran's mind raced. Swiftly weighing the pros and cons, he possessed a refreshing talent and was not lacking in equipment. Even if he offered the Chinko in 1 chi pot, he could swiftly acquire top-notch gear. Thus, trading was not out of the question. He could refresh radiant-level spears and perfect-level daggers, continually obtaining resources. Yet, he felt a twinge of resentment. As if he were being robbed in the midst of disaster. "Wait a moment, why should I offer meat? I could use weapons instead." Chu Ran's eyes brightened. Because of his refreshing talent, he believed that top-tier equipment was easily attainable. Mistakenly assuming others shared this capability and thus falling into a cognitive trap, in the eyes of others, top-tier equipment was of utmost importance, unaware that even acquiring weapons was a formidable challenge, let alone superior ones. With this realization, he hastily opened the trading market, hoping to procure blueprints, only to find none for weapons or blueprints available. It seemed that, at this stage, weapons were scarce for everyone. Even surplus weapons were not readily relinquished. "First, I must retrieve the bloodthirsty spear." Chu Ran promptly decided to use the spear he had left behind as a bargaining chip. Although the dagger was a first-tier weapon with higher attack power than the spear, it was merely perfect level and lacked the allure of the radiant-level spear. He cautiously exited the little cabin once more, recalling the earlier outburst from the lake's depths. The outside world was now eerily silent. Even the small creatures that once scurried about had vanished, allowing him to retrieve the spear with ease. Chat channel, Chu Ran. Radiant level bloodthirsty spear, click to view, trading for healing items, those interested. Message me, first come, first served, goodness, radiant level. I'm numb. This is too fortuitous. I currently only possess a fine level shovel, that's about right. After all, it is just a wooden spear, merely fortunate to have so many attributes. Are you foolish? Did you not see the never wears out and bloodthirsty attributes? Worship the European emperor, draw upon his luck? The bloodthirsty spear sent the chat channel into a frenzy. Xiao Yunting almost instantaneously sent a trade request. I want that spear. Do not sell it to anyone else. Let us trade right now. So you two experience moments of tension. A sense of satisfaction welled up within Chu Ran. To avoid complications, he refrained from discussing prices, simply placing the spear up for trade and agreeing to the transaction. Ding. Acquired item. Returning fruit. Lost item. Bloodthirsty spear. Radiant level. Gazing at the pale blue fruit in his hand, Chu Ran exhaled in relief. As long as it could heal him, it was all worthwhile. Without hesitation, he consumed the fruit, which melted in his mouth, unleashing a surge of vitality within him. His once numb right arm began to tingle and throb. Visibly healing at an astonishing pace in mere minutes, he was restored to his former self, his fractured bones mending together. Is that all? How miraculous! Chu Ran swung his right arm, feeling no discomfort, as if he had never been injured at all. Xiao Yunting, upon acquiring the spear, was equally elated, brandishing it with vigor. The spear danced through the air with formidable presence, ultimately thrusting into a nearby tree trunk, embedding itself deeply. What a fine spear with this! I need not be overly cautious in the mist zone. He turned his gaze toward the mist zone, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. Boss, I have brought you offerings. Chu Ran approached the lake's edge and cast 10 pounds of tiger meat into the water. Perhaps having tasted success previously, this time, as the tiger meat hit the water, it stirred a wave that swiftly consumed it. Done. Chu Ran rejoiced. After being cooked in the Chinko Wan Chi pot, the tiger meat had significantly improved in quality. Observing the boss's demeanor, it was evident he appreciated it. Coupled with the fact that it was already cooked, its allure was maximized. Boss, I shall take my leave now. In a few days, I will prepare braised tiger meat for you. Chu Ran waved toward the lake's surface. Receiving no response, he paid little mind. As long as he was willing to offer food, he had a lever of influence. The vast culinary delights of the Xia dynasty would surely captivate him. When the time came, he would present braised, beggar-style, oil-braised, barbecued, and cumin-spiced dishes in succession. It would be unwise to turn against him after consuming his offerings. After feeding the boss, Chu Ran did not linger, setting off to search for treasure chests. Today's events served as a reminder that if he wished to obtain rare resources and distance himself from other survivors, he needed to venture into the mist zone. However, to do so, he must first acquire powerful equipment, at the very least. Something capable of overcoming the Tiger King. He needed to clear out the chests in the safe zone. Due to the intimidation of the lake's roar, all creatures had vanished, rendering the danger almost negligible. Chu Ran began by collecting his prey from yesterday, acquiring 2 half-devoured wild wolves and a partially consumed smaller tiger. The meat was more than sufficient. He would exchange these creatures for survival coins in the marketplace. Ding! Incomplete prey. Survival coins reduced by half. Acquired survival coins 9. The 3 pieces of prey yielded a total of 9 survival coins, and with the one previously acquired from the gray-backed snake, he now possessed 10 survival coins. After securing the coins, he took a moment to check the marketplace, only to find no items available for exchange with survival coins. After dealing with his prey, Chu Ran swiftly swept through the safe zone. Soon, he had thoroughly searched the northern safe zone, only to be halted by a marshland, where he discovered a dilapidated wooden chest. The marshland only had a tiny portion exposed in the safe zone. The majority was shrouded in mist, with unknown creatures lurking beneath its surface. Chu Ran abandoned the thought of exploring and proceeded toward the only unexplored direction. To the north lay a sprawling forest, easy to navigate. In merely 30 minutes, he had finished exploring, acquiring a black iron treasure chest. Thus, he had completed his exploration of the areas surrounding the sanctuary. Moving forward, if he wished to obtain resources, he would have to choose between the Mist Zone or the cave to the west in hopes of fortune. The lake was entirely blacklisted, until he had established rapport with the boss. He would not dare approach, for one roar could render even the Pinnacle Tiger King paralyzed with fear. Merely thinking about it was terrifying. As for the marshland, it was equally daunting. Bubbles continuously surfaced, leaving him uncertain of what monsters lurked below. For now, he would refrain from adventuring. His immediate priority was to prepare for impending disaster, ensuring his supplies were sufficient. With the safe zone fully searched, Chu Ran resolved to address certain matters before considering a venture into the Mist Zone. He retrieved the blueprint for the fireplace from yesterday, requiring 50 units of basic cement and 20 units of stone. Chapter 15. Borrowing water from the boss miss. How do you plan to sell the cement blueprint? Ultimately, Chu Ran sought out Tian Xinyu, who had sold him the fireplace blueprint the day before. As for the treasure chest he had just found, he intended to leave it unopened. To avoid acquiring basic survival equipment, he needed to construct some essential items before opening it. Tian Xinyu. 5 pounds of fish meat. All right, deal. By the way, if it's not too much trouble, how do you have so many blueprints? Chu Ran swiftly traded 6 pieces of fish meat, mindful that they would shrink after drying. He made sure not to shortchange her. Note: the system extracts meat in 1-pound increments. Tian Xinyu. My talent allows me to acquire 1 to 2 blueprints daily. The fireplace and basic cement blueprints appeared together. The latter part of that statement need not be mentioned. In the future, if you have any unused blueprints, I will buy them at a premium. Tian Xinyu. Understood. This girl's talent is perfectly suited for him. As long as he has blueprints, his strength could experience explosive growth. Of course, Chu Ran could also produce large quantities of food through the Chinku in one cheap pot for sale, thus acquiring ample equipment. However, with the lines of friend and foe blurred, he would inevitably encounter other survivors as his territory expanded. Until he possessed absolute strength to dominate, he would refrain from selling high-tier items and equipment unless absolutely necessary. Basic cement requires a refinement furnace for production. This unscrupulous woman is playing an endless game of nested dolls with me. Chu Ran was left speechless. He had encountered a formidable opponent. Tian Xinyu, don't come to me. I don't have any extra blueprints for the refinement furnace. Anticipating that Chu Ran would return to seek her out, Tian Xinyu proactively sent a message first. Darling, you are amazing, Tian Xinyu. Thank you for the compliment. Chu Ran's gaze was fixed on the treasure chest, relying solely on the system's feature that automatically provides essential supplies for survivors during the novice period. Ding! Opening the wretched treasure chest. Event items. One-time refinement furnace blueprint 1, shovel 1. To craft the refinement furnace, materials needed. Stone 10. Shall I proceed with the crafting? Yes. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cylindrical refinement furnace appeared beside the forge. Basic cement unlocked. Basic cement 2, stone 1, mud 1. No wonder they gave me a shovel. It seems I also need to dig for mud. Chu Ran hoisted the shovel and stepped outside, casting a buff on it as he walked. Refresh, refresh, ding. Acquired item. Ultralight shovel, exceptional, excellent trait. Digging speed increased 50, perfect trait. Weight of the shovel and dug items reduced by 50 while digging, exceptional trait. There is a certain chance to unearth unknown items. These traits are filled with peculiarities. Chu Ran looked at the traits, feeling that today's mud might not be particularly easy to excavate. Approaching the vicinity of the shelter, he now possessed a strength of 39 points, several times that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the shovel's innate attributes, his excavation speed was rapid, and in no time, he had dug a pit nearly half a meter deep. Driven by curiosity, Chu Ran refrained from digging sideways and continued to burrow downwards. What if he unearthed a treasure? After all, this shovel had the potential to uncover unknown items. He couldn't think of anything else that could be hidden underground besides treasure. 20 minutes later, having excavated several hundred pounds of mud, he still hadn't stopped. Come on, are you playing with me? I've dug nearly 2 meters deep. You must yield something today. Chu Ran, afflicted by his compulsive tendencies, continued to dig for nearly 10 more minutes, yet still found no unknown items, concluding that the probability of those traits was indeed extremely low. Just as he was about to give up, A muffled sound echoed as the shovel struck a piece of wood. Have I struck a treasure chest? Or perhaps a rotten wooden chest? With a hint of disappointment, Chu Ran began to scrape the dirt from the edges, feeling a twinge of letdown. After all, he had not dug for so long just to find a low-grade chest. Something was off, though. Why was this thing so large? After digging around for a while, he realized it was not a treasure chest at all, but rather several times larger. It felt like, holy cow, what is this? Truly bad luck. As the surface of the object was unearthed, a blood-red coffin emerged. Covered with a dense array of yellow runes, Chu Ran's scalp tingled, realizing that the coffin was positioned upright. An upright coffin coupled with a myriad of talismans was undoubtedly a harbinger of misfortune. Retaining 50 pounds of dirt, he filled the hole back in, treading over it to compact it firmly. He then collected some stones to stack atop it, effectively burying it. After tossing all the stones and mud into the refinement furnace, he initiated its slow operation and ventured out to gather more resources. The clay had nearly depleted his stone supply, necessitating replenishment to ensure a basic stockpile, perhaps due to the passage of time. The overwhelming aura of the powerful figure had begun to dissipate, and signs of small beasts started to appear in the safety zone. This made Chu Ran a bit more cautious. He dared not venture too far and instead lingered nearby. After collecting 50 units of stone, he began his return journey, spotting some mushrooms along the way. He glanced at them but, unfamiliar with the species, opted not to gather any. Upon reaching the small wooden house, the basic cement had been completed, totaling an impressive 100 pounds. Ding! Would you like to craft a fireplace in the shelter? Required materials: stone 20, basic cement 20. As the fireplace was installed, the right wall of the room was coated in cement, revealing a cabinet-like fireplace embedded in the wall. It offered a dedicated space to store wood, which would automatically burn over time, allowing him to select the intensity of the flames. He was merely reminded to regularly clean the charcoal. Chu Ran tossed in 10 units of wood at once, selecting the lowest burn setting, which indicated it could burn for 2 days. The fireplace began to smolder slowly, and the room's temperature gradually increased. Feeling warm, Chu Ran commenced an inventory of his existing supplies. Wood 291, stone 30, fish meat 110 pounds, basic cement 80 pounds, Tiger King meat 490 pounds. Over the past 2 days, he had consistently chopped wood around the shelter, resulting in an abundant supply of timber. The stones, however, had dwindled in this region, and he had gathered all that was available. With his current resources, he was well off, save for the lack of water. This wouldn't do. He needed to find a way to store some water, perhaps borrowing some from the boss. Chu Ran cooked another 10 pounds of Tiger King meat, consuming a piece and packaging the remainder. Ever since he learned that eating could yield attribute points, he had been punctual with his 3 meals daily, missing none. Boss, I've brought you another offering. Chu Ran arrived at the lakeshore, tossing the tiger meat into the water. A low roar emanated from the lake, as if responding to him. The lake's surface rippled with small waves, swiftly enveloping the meat before it could sink. Boss, I'm going to make you boiled meat. I'll be taking some water resources now. I'm not a sacrifice, so don't drag me down to eat me. Chu Ran called out tentatively towards the lake. After a few seconds, the lake remained unresponsive. Seeing this, Chu Ran picked up the already prepared Shinkuan pot and slowly dipped it into the water, filling it to the brim before retreating. Chapter 16. Unclean purified water. Lake water teeming with microorganisms. Evaluation. Pristine lake water, infused with spiritual energy, contains a plethora of microorganisms. Ordinary high temperatures struggle to eliminate it. Low-tier survivors should filter it before consumption. Will drinking it cause mutations? If only I had a water purifier. A water purifier. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chu Ran's mind. I have a plan. He hoisted the shovel and dug a large pit beside the wooden house, mixing a generous amount of basic cement with the lake water he had just acquired. In no time, he had created a pile of thick, gooey basic cement. He then gathered enough dirt to form a mound 1 meter high, shaping the top into a square water reservoir. Behind the round basin was a slanted ditch, with several small catchment pits made along its length. After completing all this, he spread the mixed cement over the surface. The cement dried at a visibly rapid pace. Subsequently, he intentionally collected a large quantity of small stones, washing them in the Chinkuan pot before pouring them into the top water basin. He also gathered a substantial amount of fine sand from the lakeshore to fill the second catchment pit. The charcoal from the campfire was taken out and piled into the third reservoir. Finally, he spent 5 pieces of fish meat to purchase the only pound of cotton available in the trading market. Filling the fourth catchment pit, a simple yet unsightly water purifier had thus been crafted. Finished, let us test its efficacy. He again dipped the pot into the lake, pouring a full pot of water into the top reservoir. The lake water filtered through the large stones, slowly making its way down, and after passing through the fine sand, it entered the charcoal reservoir. Finally, after undergoing a final filtration through the pristine cotton, it dripped into the fifth clean catchment pit. Chu Ran initially intended to inspect the contents of the catchment pit, but the purification process was far too slow, and he couldn't afford to wait around. Returning to the wooden house, he opened the private chat channel and released Lin Wenbin, who had been blacklisted. I'll take your blackberries. 1 pound of fish meat for 2 pounds of blackberries. The current market price is 1 pound of meat for 1.5 pounds of blackberries. How about adding a little more? Lin Wenbin, initially pleased to see Chu Ran's message, was instantly enraged upon reading it. This is too much. Forget it. If he doesn't sell, that's fine. The market price is the market price, provided someone is willing to buy. Chu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed encountered a fool. Blackberries had been dropping continuously since yesterday to this stage. There were few who could concoct anesthetics, and blackberries didn't grow indefinitely. If he didn't sell to himself, they would simply rot in his warehouse. Lin Wenbin, that's too low, boss. Please offer a better price. Chu Ran, disinterested, directly posted a purchasing message in the chat channel and listed 9 pounds of fish meat for trade. Lin Wenbin, seeing that the other party did not respond, attempted to negotiate further, but if that didn't work, he would settle for this price. Although it was a low sale, it was better than letting it go to waste. To his dismay, the other party showed no intention of bargaining and simply issued a purchasing notice in the chat channel, causing Lin Wenbin to panic. Lin Wenbin, I'll sell, boss, I'll sell. Send the trade now. Too late. I've already listed it for trade. You might still manage to sell 1 or 2 pounds if you hurry. What? Lin Wenbin hastily opened the trading market, seeing a listing for fish meat in exchange for blackberries, with 5 pounds of fish meat remaining. Thank goodness, there are still 5 pounds left. I need to trade them quickly. Just as he was about to proceed with the transaction, the displayed quantity of 5 pounds of fish meat changed to 3. What the hell? Lin Wenbin was left dumbfounded. While he was in a daze, the number changed again to 1. Startled, he hurriedly clicked on the trade to secure the last pound of fish meat. Boss, would you consider taking a few more? I'll still offer you the same price. Lin Wenbin, recalling he had nearly 10 pounds of berries left, had no choice but to contact Chu Ran again. Chu Ran, not interested. Those 2 simple words nearly caused Lin Wenbin internal injuries. Regretting his earlier hesitance and greed, he should have just accepted the deal without delay. However, his resentment towards Churin escalated further. Had it not been for the other party's mention of collecting blackberries, he would not have gone out of his way to gather them, nor would he have found himself in such a predicament. After obtaining the berries, Churin extracted anesthetics, yielding 6 vials, 4 of which were perfect and 2 brilliant. He then proceeded to collect some withered, yellowing weeds to lay on the floor of the cabin, placing the tiger's skin atop them. Thus, he no longer had to sleep on the ground. The temperature had dropped significantly during the night over the past 2 days, and had it not been for the substantial increase in his physical attributes, he might have suffered from the cold. At this point, the water purifier's reservoir had accumulated a sufficient amount of water, prompting him to check it. Not very clean filtered water. Evaluation. Harvested from a chilling, mysterious pool, filtered by a self-made purifier crafted by a certain genius. Due to the crude nature of the purifier, the filtration is incomplete. Consumption should be approached with caution. What does this mean? Can I drink it or not? You've left me utterly confused. Regardless, I will store it for emergencies. Churin processed some wood and constructed a small directional water basin within the cabin using basic cement. To ensure its sturdiness, he intentionally thickened the walls of the basin. All right, little ones, it's time to go. The Tiger King has saved you. He glanced at the little creatures scurrying around the room before finally opening the door to release them. Now that he had the meat of the Tiger King, low-grade meat was no longer on the menu, and these small animals held little value for trading survival coins in the marketplace. Hence, they were of no practical use. His next focus was on fetching water from the lakeside, filtering it, and stockpiling it in the cabin's water basin. Tio appeased the big boss. He made it a point to offer 5 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat each time he visited. On the second trip, having forgotten to cook, he carelessly threw 5 pounds of raw meat into the water, only for it to be swept back by the waves, drenching him in the process. His temper flared. As dusk approached, the water basin was filled to about 30 liters. He planned to continue filling it tomorrow, ensuring he would have an emergency water supply when the need arose. No way, I haven't checked for just a day, and how is it that no one is selling water anymore? When Charon intended to stockpile drinking water from the trading market, he discovered that no one was currently offering water resources. Confused, he spent a piece of wood to inquire with Menantian. Menantian, water resources are currently in dire shortage. Purifiers are hard to come by. Even if one has a purifier, it must be positioned right by the lakeside. Whenever filtered water appears in the trading market, it is snatched up in an instant. A few individuals managed to meet both conditions and made a fortune. Has anyone dared to drink the raw water from the lake? Menantian, don't say that. There are indeed some who have. The likelihood of adverse reactions is significant, and the most severe cases have gone silent. Chapter 17. The ancestral hunters Boucheron placed the initially purified water in a pot to boil. Although it could enhance the resilience of microorganisms to high temperatures, this was an epic-grade pot. Ding. Acquired item. Boiled, not-so-clean filtered water. Evaluation. May contain stubborn microorganisms. You need to construct a distillation device to obtain clean distilled water. What the hell? Are you messing with me? Charon was thoroughly taken aback by this commentary, simultaneously astonished. This evaluation seemed to speak directly to him, as if every move he made was under unknown surveillance. Is this system sentient? He glanced around, hoping to find some sort of monitoring device, but found nothing. Regardless, overthinking was pointless. Charon quickly adjusted his focus. The most pressing matter was finding a way to secure a sufficient supply of water resources. The only hope now lay in the black iron treasure chest he had discovered during the day. A purifier. Give me a purifier. Now is the time. Open up. Ding. Congratulations, acquired item. Tier 1 equipment. Standard bow and arrow. Normal. Tier 1 equipment. Ranged weapon nonetheless. Charon was overjoyed. Although he had not received the purifier, obtaining a ranged weapon was a pleasant surprise, precisely what he urgently needed. Yet, he wasn't hoping for something ordinary. Refresh, refresh, damn it. After refreshing 7 times, he received nothing but ordinary items, nearly bringing him to tears. Heavenly spirits, lend me your strength. Refresh. Ding. Acquired item. Tier 1 equipment. Ancestral Hunter's Bow. Brilliant. Tier 1 attributes. Attack power 80. Excellent attribute. Draw speed reduced by 100. Attack power 100. Perfect attribute. Draw speed reduced by 150. Attack power 150. Exceptional attribute. The bow and arrow possess trajectory correction ability, correcting distance by 1 meter. Brilliant attribute. Hunter's Heart when equipped. Alerts the survivor if a Tier 1 or lower beast appears within a 200-meter radius. Evaluation. It excels at hunting beasts, but should not be used in combat against humans. What the hell? Is this even a bow and arrow? Draw speed reduced by 250. Charon gripped the bowstring tightly, pulling it back with great effort, akin to restraining a bull with its own wool, and no matter how much strength he exerted. The bowstring progressed at a constant pace. It took nearly 5 seconds to fully draw. The casting time. Engaging in combat with this would be an absolute disaster, yet he was glad to possess perception abilities, allowing him to anticipate movements in advance. However, despite his complaints, Charon was still filled with anticipation. With such a drastic reduction in shooting speed, his attack power would become extraordinarily formidable. The hunter's bow came with a quiver containing 5 arrows. Once the count dropped below 5, arrows would begin to generate automatically at a rate of 1 per hour. Charon stowed it away with satisfaction. With this tool, he planned to venture into the misty area the following day. At that moment, Charon's dried tiger meat was also ready, its golden hue radiating an enticing aroma, with glistening droplets of fat sliding down the meat, tantalizing his taste buds. Such a fine delicacy should not be enjoyed alone. Why indulge alone when joy is best shared? In a spirit of benevolence, Charon decided that all survivors should partake in this feast. He retrieved his smartwatch, equipped with a camera, and adjusted the angle. Plopping down on the soft tiger skin bed, he held a piece of tiger meat in each hand, with the backdrop showcasing nearly 30 liters of unclean filtered water and the cabin brimming with Tiger King meat. No, I must cover my face. Such a handsome visage should not be revealed. Click. Chat channel. Churin. At this moment, only exquisite food should be cherished, accompanied by a picture. Is anyone there? Holy cow, the quality of this meat is making me drool. Look at the tiger skin beneath him and the water stored behind him. My word, great one. Please share some food and water with us. We can trade wood and stone in exchange. Surely this water must be around 50 liters. I beg you, sell us some, young man. Give me some water, and I'll trade you my property in Magic City. Yes, I'll trade you my Kyoto property. I'm crying. Seeing his supplies, I, a robust man, am left weeping from envy. As Churin's image circulated in the chat channel, nearly all survivors erupted in outrage. Those lacking food began to salivate over the picture, while those with meat glared at their charred offerings, their moods further soured. Damn it, had I known. I would have learned to grill meat sooner. This scoundrel not only feasts alone but also flaunts it. It's simply too much, Menanchin, glancing at his somewhat decent grilled fish, suddenly found it unappealing, lacking oil and having bones. After Churin posted the picture, he stopped reading the chat logs and commenced his feast, fully aware that this group would have little praise for him. He sliced the cooked meat with a dagger, savoring each piece atop the soft tiger skin. Listening to the faint sounds outside, he suddenly felt as though he were camping. Such as survival, ding. Consuming Tier 1 Tiger King meat grants 6 to all attributes. Why is it only 6 points, not 9? Churin frowned. It seemed the enhancement from the Chinkuan pot was not fixed. Nevertheless, it was still a decent yield, far better than fish meat. Perhaps he could trade for some materials. Churin had specifically cooked 3 pounds of Tiger King meat, intending to exchange it for rare blueprints or items. Chat channel Churin, Premium Tier 1 Tiger King meat, consumption grants 6 to all attributes. Only blueprints accepted. Interested parties may private message, multiple pounds of meat can be exchanged for 1 blueprint. This is too unfair. I'm still gnawing on some nearly expired berries while he's both eating and selling. As expected of the top-ranked survivor in the region, while we huddle in our cabin shivering, he is out there hunting Tier 1 Tiger Kings. Churin, great one. Do you have any tips to share? I promise to repay you once I get back on my feet. Young brother, I'll trade you property. This game has to end someday, and when it does, I have ample property to offer. Just ensure I don't starve. And I will reward you handsomely. You must be joking. At this point, you're still thinking about going back? Hey, I have a blueprint for a shovel. Do you think I could trade it for some? As the news of Churin selling Tiger King meat spread through the chat channel, private messages began flooding in. It was just after dark, and few were sleeping. Everyone was gathered in their cabins, chatting and joking. Ding ding ding. Someone even sent a private video message. Who is this? They look quite lovely. Just as Churin was about to decline, he inadvertently glanced at the profile picture and found the person rather appealing. So he accepted the request. Brother, I'm hungry. Could you spare me something to eat? I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Churin pushed open the door, and a chilling gust of wind greeted him. Even with his current attributes and the animal skin outfit, he felt a shiver run through him. He hurried towards the lake, tossing in the prepared 10 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat, treating himself to a portion and gaining 9 attribute points. Next, he planned to fill the water reservoir with the purified water from last night. Is it this cold? Churin was astonished to find that the water was significantly colder than the air. With even the purification device resembling a block of ice, he carefully inspected the water purifier and noticed the ground was also icy. The ground temperature was 5 to 10 degrees Celsius lower than the air. This was not a good sign. Furrowing his brow, Churin could not ascertain whether this was due to the significant temperature difference between day and night, the slow warming of the ground, or simply the nature of the environment here. He could only remember this for now. He then donned all his gear and set off southward, with the lake to the east, marshlands to the north, and caves to the west. Only the south seemed most suitable. After just a few steps, the hunter's bow on his back radiated an intense warmth, and Churin immediately understood that there were beasts within 200 meters. A beast to the left front? He removed the bow and held it in his hand, a rough direction suddenly appearing in his mind. Impressive, this bow can also serve as a warning system, though it is somewhat low in level. Churin crouched and stealthily approached the indicated direction. As he drew nearer, his estimation of the beast's position became increasingly precise. When he was about 50 meters away, despite not seeing the beast, he felt confident that even a blind shot would hit its mark. Without hesitation, he drew an arrow, nocked it, and the hunter's bow unfurled with a measured grace. Whoosh! Releasing his fingers, a streak of white light traversed the distance, disappearing into the underbrush. And no sound? Did I miss? No, he did not see the prey flee. Crouching down, Chu Ran scrutinized the distant thicket. Having learned from yesterday's experience, he dared not move recklessly in uncertain safety. After all, he had only one life. At that moment, the hunter's bow gradually cooled, and his perception of the prey vanished. Had it escaped, or was it dead? Observing the bow's tranquility, he deduced that there were no beasts ahead and cautiously advanced. Parting the grasses, he found a small wild boar lying motionless, the ground soaked in blood, flowing from its head, yet there was no sign of an arrow. Expanding his search radius, he eventually located the arrow lodged in a distant tree trunk. Incredible! I have become so strong. No, it is the bow that is extraordinary. Chu Ran was utterly astonished by the scene. A blind shot from 50 meters, a single arrow to the head, and it pierced the wild boar's skull. It was only the 5th day of survival. If he could endure for 50 days, 500 days, would he not be able to shoot down the sun? He chuckled at the thought of his potential future achievements. However, he quickly reminded himself not to dwell on such distant aspirations, but to focus on the present. He swiftly adjusted his mindset, disposing of the wild boar in the marketplace for 3 survival coins before continuing towards the fog. Although he currently had no use for the survival coins, having the system's endorsement meant they would undoubtedly prove invaluable later. The path ahead revealed no signs of beasts, and Chu Ran proceeded without hindrance. Soon reaching the edge of the safe zone. Fog zone, visibility 5 to 10 meters, infused with powerful spiritual energy, capable of spawning formidable creatures. Danger level, high risk, resource density 200, resource rarity 200. The familiar alert reappeared. But this time, Chu Ran did not halt his stride, stepping into the fog zone shrouded by an invisible barrier. In the next moment, his vision vanished, engulfed by a blanket of white mist, visibility reduced to about 5 meters. This distance would suffice for normal walking, but if wild beasts lurked within the fog, it could be quite alarming. Upon entering the thick fog, the hunter's bow flared to an even greater heat, the temperature surpassing what it had been moments ago, and a sense of danger surged from multiple directions. Visibility under 5 meters? What happened to the promised 5 to 10 meters? And so many beasts. Where am I supposed to aim? I only have 4 arrows left. Chu Ran's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering such a multitude of beasts in the fog, thrusting him directly into the enemy's encirclement. Hesitant to make any sudden movements, he crouched down to allow his brain and eyes to acclimate to the foggy terrain. His eyes quickly adapted to the mist's effects, and during this time, an event occurred that provided him a modicum of comfort. 2 beasts, influenced by the white fog, crossed paths and engaged in combat. After the fierce battle, one of the presences completely vanished. It turned out that the beasts could not see either, which made things considerably easier. As long as he avoided being cornered, he would have room to maneuver. To prevent getting lost, he dared not turn around and instead moved straight ahead. In his perception, there was indeed a beast in that direction, accompanied by a rather peculiar aura. Chapter 20. The new leader, the first-tier survivor. This one is for you. Watch the arrow. Chu Ran did not dare to approach too closely. The fog zone was different from the outside. An obstructed vision instilled an inexplicable fear, making him feel as though an unknown entity could leap out at any moment. Whoosh! As he released the arrow, an enraged roar erupted from afar. The arrow had failed to kill the beast. And within the fog, the unknown creature rushed towards Chu Ran. Adjusting by a meter still missed, Chu Ran's expression changed dramatically, forcing himself to suppress the urge to turn and flee as he knocked another arrow. The distance was sufficient. He had ample time to shoot a second arrow, and the closer the beast came, the higher his chances of hitting it. This advantage was his, however, while the idea was splendid. Reality proved harsh. Just as he drew the second arrow, the fog before him rapidly dissipated, revealing a sleek, pitch-black leopard charging forth. What the hell? So fast! Chu Ran had not expected to face a black panther. The beast's explosive speed left him no time to fully draw back his bow. As the panther closed in, he could not wait to pull back the string completely and shot in haste. The arrow transformed into a streak of light, aiming directly for the panther. Yet, the panther adeptly leaped aside, triggering the arrow's correction feature, miraculously adjusting itself a meter to strike the panther's abdomen. However, this time the force was insufficient, resulting in minimal damage. Not only did it fail to kill the panther, but it only enraged it further, prompting it to pounce. With a snap, it clamped down on the bough that posed a threat and flung Chu Ran aside. Damn, I've been outmaneuvered. Chu Ran felt his face flush with embarrassment. Having initiated the attack with 2 arrows, he had still ended up disarmed, of course. The primary reason he did not choose to retreat was that his first shot had not been wasted. It had penetrated the panther's thigh. Though it had not injured the bone, it still caused considerable bleeding, severely impairing its agility. Roar! The panther, having discarded the bough, lunged again, and Chu Ran drew his dagger in defense. Learning from his previous encounter, he did not engage head-on but instead rolled aside as the panther lunged. The panther stumbled momentarily due to its injury, and Chu Ran seized the opportunity to rise and grasp the panther's neck. Now, with strength exceeding 50 points, several times that of an ordinary person, he held the panther in a vice-like grip. With his right hand, he swiftly plunged the dagger into the panther's body and dragged it downward, nearly splitting it in half. Ugh! The panther let out a mournful cry, its struggle swiftly waning until it finally fell still. Phew! Chu Ran exhaled deeply, releasing the panther only after the battle had concluded. It was only then that he felt a chill of apprehension. Though the combat had been swift and straightforward, it was fraught with peril. Had he made a single misstep, he could have easily had his throat torn out by the panther. Detected unranked beast Black Panther. Would you like to extract? Indeed, it was unranked. During the fight, Chu Ran had surmised the Black Panther's level. The disparity with the Tiger King was vast. The Tiger King, whether in strength or presence, was beyond the Black Panther's comparison. In the face of the Tiger King, all he felt was terror, devoid of any desire to fight, only a wish to flee it, of course. The most formidable of all was the Overlord lurking beneath the lake. The mere sound of its roar was enough to instill paralyzing fear. He submitted the Black Panther to the marketplace for 4 survival coins, retrieved his bow, and headed towards the location where he sensed the panther earlier. Besides the panther's aura, he had also detected another peculiar presence. Upon approaching, a green plant came into view, with a single green fruit growing atop it. A fruit? Chu Ran plucked the fruit, and a wave of information flooded his mind. Attribute fruit. Consuming it grants a certain number of free attribute points. Such a treasure exists in the fog. After obtaining it, he attempted to refresh its attributes, only to learn that it was not possible, so he swallowed it instead. Gained free attribute points 5. Not bad. An additional 5 points. It seems the fog zone is indeed the key to enhancing strength. Entering here has already led him to a fruit, and there must be even more within. Chu Ran, satisfied, allocated all points to strength, bringing his total to 68 points, including the 9 points gained from the meat earlier. Remaining vigilant of his surroundings, he began to retreat. With only 2 arrows left, the risks of continuing further were too great. He needed to exit and wait for the arrows to refresh before embarking on further exploration. Just before leaving the fog zone, he even discovered a black iron treasure chest. Ding! Area announcement. Congratulations to survivor Han Long for being the first to advance to Tier 1, rewarded with 1 exceptional piece of Tier 1 equipment. Leaderboard update, first place. Han Long, second place. Chu Ran, so soon to Tier 1. How did he achieve that? As Chu Ran exited the fog zone, the system announcement rang out, indicating that he had been pushed to second place. However, he was not overly concerned about rankings. They were not his primary focus. The essential goal was to reach Tier 1. He opened the private chat, searched for Han Long, and sent a message. Bro, how did you reach Tier 1? I can invest resources to make a purchase. Han Long, get lost? His temper was quite formidable. Chu Ran pouted, aware that he might be rejected. Yet he never anticipated such a dismissive manner. He understood the other party's perspective. In this place, apart from himself, everyone else was a potential adversary, and such confidential information would not be divulged easily. On the other side of the mist, Han Long sat atop the corpse of a first-tier black bear, with another black bear carcass lying beside him. Not far away, a vibrant crimson plant stood, though its fruit had already disappeared. What trash, daring to inquire about the method to advance to first tier. Han Long glanced at the private chat, a deep smirk spreading across his face. He was originally the top enforcer of an international mercenary group, and after entering the survival game, He thrived in the Misty Zone due to his extensive combat experience. Having just slain 2 first-tier black bears and obtained their guarded attribute fruits, he had finally ascended to first tier. Yet, immediately, someone approached him for information. He had long been displeased with Chu Ran, a mere ordinary person who managed to suppress him for several days. For him, this was utterly intolerable, a profound humiliation. He raised his right hand slightly, and a ball of flame materialized in his grasp. Chat channel, Han Long. Chu Ran, trash, are you capable of anything? Video, instantly, many clicked on the video. In the mist, Han Long sat confidently upon the black bear's corpse, his right hand playing with a ball of searing flame. Damn, abilities? What the hell? We are both in survival. Yet how are you so extraordinarily different? Directly addressing him, the current number 1 on the leaderboard. Challenging the former top player. Chu Ran, if you don't come out and say something, you're just slapping your own face. I relish this kind of situation. It's exhilarating. It's fiery. Chu Ran. Boss, someone is calling you. Han Long. Don't compare me to him. He is not worthy. Just fortunate enough to acquire an epic item. Those I surpass will forever be unable to catch up to my footsteps. Trash. Chu Ran, what is going on? Why is it suddenly buzzing non-stop? Chu Ran had intended to chop down more trees and stones during the time arrows were being replenished to upgrade his shelter. However, the survival watch was flickering uncontrollably. Upon seeing the chat content inside, he was instantly infuriated and amused. This arrogant fool dared to defecate on his head. Is there no sunlight in his heart? Chapter 21. The Moving Arrow. Chat channel, Chu Ran. Han Long, has your head been blasted by a cannon? Which belt was undone to let this mess out? It's making me nauseous. Wow, it's getting intense. I love this. Han Long, big guy, come out and take the stage. Are you all so bored, barely keeping yourselves safe yet still watching the show? Over the past day, the number has decreased by 2,000. Hey, can you not be such a killjoy? Survival is already oppressive enough. You have to come out and poke the knife when we're relaxing. Han Long. Chu Ran, kid, you better pray you don't encounter me in the future. Chu Ran. Han Long, what do you want if you meet your father? Acknowledging me as your adoptive father on the spot. I don't accept grown sons. Chu Ran transformed into a keyboard warrior, unleashing a barrage that nearly rendered Han Long speechless. He, the top enforcer of an international mercenary group, had always resolved matters through action and had never experienced such ridicule from the Zwan people. Ding! System announcement. Due to a survivor advancing to first tier, the survival difficulty has increased, and the Ice Age will arrive a day earlier. Consequently, the system will open resource dungeons for all survivors, enhancing their survival chances. Survivors may choose whether to enter. Oh my, are you messing with me? Just as I finished boasting, you pull this on me. Chu Ran, upon hearing the system announcement, was infuriated, stomping his feet in anger. The Zwan people truly cannot be trifled with. It's easy to invite a lightning strike. Ice Age countdown. 24 hours. A small portal appeared before Chu Ran. Novice Wasteland. Countdown. 12 hours. Evaluation. System-exclusive welfare dungeon. Influenced by dungeon time. Night will not fall until the dungeon ends. Shall you proceed? Chat channel. Han Long. Chu Ran, kid. You better pray you don't encounter me, or I'll twist your head off. Han Long here was exceedingly excited. If this were outside, anyone daring to speak to him like that would not last beyond the second episode. He had never heard such insulting words in his life. Chu Ran. Hee, I'm from Shaman University. Chu Ran retorted defiantly. Closing the chat channel, he resolutely stepped into the portal. Regardless of whether he would encounter Han Long, he had to enter this dungeon. As it pertained to the survival of the survivors, Tio put it another way, he had never revealed his identity. As long as he did not actively acknowledge it, who would know him? What does it matter if you look for Chu Ran? Even if he truly encountered him, was his head any harder than that of a wild boar? A stealthy arrow could take him down. As the space shifted, Chu Ran found himself in a plaza paved with marble. The square was surrounded by towering walls, obstructing the view of the outside, with a colossal statue standing in the center. Some survivors had already appeared inside. Everyone stood at a distance, wary of one another. System announcement. Welcome to the Novice Wasteland, where you can obtain various novice resources with a resource acquisition rate of 300. Each person receives a timed ring, offering infinite space, non-bindable, disappearing 10 minutes after leaving the dungeon. In this map, real death will not occur. Unlimited attacks are allowed, and survivors will be sent back to their shelters upon death. The space rings granted by the system will drop upon death. This map will disable remote trading functions. It will only activate after leaving the dungeon. Entering the Wasteland portal requires 6 individuals to proceed. Please form suitable survivor teams. Those remaining in the plaza after 30 minutes will be randomly grouped for transport. Unlimited attacks, dropping rings upon death, and needing 6 people to activate the portal. This is a setup for self-inflicted carnage, a rhythm that could burst one's brain. Chu Ran felt a bit exasperated. He preferred solo mode. As he read the rules, more and more people flooded into the plaza. Within 5 minutes, the square was engulfed by the crowd, each survivor instinctively keeping their distance for safety. Chu Ran, get out here and die. Suddenly, a burly man stood atop the statue in the center of the plaza, shouting angrily, his piercing gaze sweeping over the survivors, causing many to retreat. It must be Han Long. This is going to be entertaining. How thrilling. It's gone from online gossip to a live spectacle. Where is Chu Ran? Why isn't he showing up? He must be scared. I wouldn't he come out either. Considering Han Long has already become a first-tier survivor, the surrounding survivors' interest in the dungeon began to wane, each glancing around, trying to spot Chu Ran in the crowd. What's wrong? Scared? You were so vocal earlier. Coward? Han Long continued to provoke, attempting to draw Chu Ran out. Yet no matter how he shouted, there was no response. At that moment, Chu Ran stood quietly on the edge, contemplating whether or not to take action. At this distance, he was confident he could hit his target, but he was uncertain about the implications of a first-tier survivor, causing him to hesitate. Brother, to form a team requires 6 people. Can I join your group? A strikingly attractive woman, noticing Han Long's domineering demeanor, approached with a sweet voice. Want to follow me? I only take female slaves. Grovel and call me master, and I'll accept you. Han Long sneered. He had encountered countless women like her. Outside, they coveted his wealth. Here, they sought his power. The woman's face turned pale. She could sell her purity, but she refused to sacrifice her dignity and innocence. If she couldn't do that, she should get as far away as possible. Han Long snorted coldly. Little brother, that's too much. She merely wanted to team up with you. There was no need to insult her. A middle-aged man, disapproving of Han Long's attitude, spoke up. Shut up. To his surprise, Han Long's expression turned vicious. With a wave of his right hand, a blazing fireball materialized and struck the man instantly. The fireball ignited the man, transforming him into a living torch, as the crowd erupted into chaos, filled with terror. They understood the dungeon aimed for them to fight amongst themselves, but killing before even entering was purely an act of temperament. Help! Save me! The man struggled in agony amidst the flames, pleading for help from those nearby. Some, unable to bear it, attempted to assist him, even if it meant killing him. However, they were deterred by Han Long's icy glare. He watched with a smirk as the middle-aged man writhed in agony amidst the inferno. He relished witnessing others die in pain and despair. Unfortunately, death here merely meant a return to the shelter. But at least the suffering before death was real. I love this place. Here, killing doesn't bring a myriad of troublesome consequences. Han Long gazed at the man being charred to a crisp, ultimately vanishing into a beam of white light, revealing a hint of ecstasy on his face. This was the paradise he longed for. As long as one was strong enough, they could do as they pleased. A bunch of worthless scum. You should be grateful that you truly die here. Otherwise, I would genuinely kill you all. Han Long stood atop the statue, looking down upon the crowd with a sickly, triumphant expression. The surrounding individuals wore faces of terror, hastily retreating, desperate to distance themselves from this demon. Ha! Run! Flee with your tails between your legs. Han Long felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. A tremendous sense of danger surged within him, prompting him to leap forward. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot toward him. Dodging it, Han Long caught a glimpse of the arrow out of the corner of his eye and let out a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next second, something astonishing occurred. The arrows manifested in an almost eerie manner, shifting alongside him. Clang! An arrow pierced through his shoulder, drawing forth a splash of crimson as it struck the statue. Chapter 22. The 6-person team. Who is it? Sneaking arrows, show yourself. Han Long, seething with rage, glared in the direction from which the arrow had come, only to see a throng of indistinguishable figures. He could not discern who had loosed the arrow. A torrent of flames surged forth, enveloping Han Long's right arm in an instant. He cast a glance at the chaotic crowd, then at the quivering arrow, silently retreating from the statue. The target was too large. Should the assailant decide to fire again, even with the aid of his flame abilities, he could not guarantee his escape. The fleeing crowd also bore witness to this terrifying spectacle. What a fearsome arrow! Even after piercing through his shoulder, it had embedded itself deep within the statue. What astonished them further was Han Long's current state, his entire right arm engulfed in flames. Such was the plight of a first-tier survivor. Buzz! The survival watch emitted a sound. Han Long instinctively activated it, and upon seeing the contents within, his face darkened considerably. You bastard, I will kill you. Chat channel. Chu Ran. Han Long, nice dodge, but be more careful next time. What the hell? That arrow was shot by the formidable Chu Ran. How powerful! No kidding. I was close enough to see it clearly. That arrow not only pierced through his shoulder, but also lodged into the stone statue. And it was a wooden arrow. Why am I still so weak? I struggle to deal with a single wolf. Everyone looks down on me, and yet I still fail to improve. Han Long is just like that. He thinks he's so impressive, yet he nearly got himself killed. This group of survivors, meek and mild-mannered in public, completely unleashed themselves within the chat channel, reveling in their banter. Han Long chose not to continue searching for Chu Ran. It was futile. Even if the other party appeared before him, he wouldn't recognize them. Moreover, the recent arrow had taught him a crucial lesson. Survival was not merely about his own growth. Others were also becoming stronger, and he had to elevate his own strength even further. What a powerful attack! Was it due to that epic equipment? Xiao Yunting, amidst the crowd, gradually retracted his spear. He had been poised to intervene. But Chu Ran had preempted him, a skilled fighter. Han Long sensed something and abruptly turned his gaze toward Xiao Yunting in the crowd. Their eyes locked, and Xiao Yunting offered a slight smile before slowly blending back into the throng. Intriguing. Indeed, there were hidden talents here. A hint of amusement crept onto Han Long's face as he detected a trace of ancient martial artist aura emanating from the other. Ancient martial artists. If I once held some trepidation towards you, now I eagerly anticipate a duel. As for Chu Ran, Han Long hardly regarded him. He acknowledged that the previous arrow had startled him, but upon reflection, it was clear the opponent had relied on the advantage of surprise and weaponry. This indicated that the opponent's strength was limited. Even if he were injured, he would not dare to shoot a second arrow. How unfortunate that such a splendid shot did not end the life of that fellow. Chu Ran, concealed within the crowd, felt a pang of regret. He had not intended to strike, but the chaos had provided him with an opportunity. After releasing that arrow, he slipped into the disarrayed crowd. Although a few had spotted him, they quickly lost sight of him. Following this commotion, the survivors in the square were hesitant to linger any longer. They spontaneously began forming teams and departed through the portal. Brother, care to team up with us? Let us develop peacefully and avoid interference. Point 3 Survivors approached the periphery where Chu Ran stood. Chu Ran assessed the trio. They were burly men, each around 30 years of age. Their gazes were sincere as they looked at Chu Ran. With no other team options, he nodded slightly. All right, great. We're just too short now, exclaimed one of the darker-skinned men. Excuse me, may I join your team? At that moment, a woman approached, and upon noticing their attention, she hurriedly added, We'll develop amicably, without interference. She looked at them anxiously. The woman was quite attractive, clad in a coat made of animal hides, though it appeared to be stitched together from several rabbit pelts. How many rabbits did you have to kill to assemble that outfit? Aren't rabbits supposed to be cute and not eaten? Chu Ran teased curiously. I had no choice. I don't dare hunt other beasts, the woman replied, her smile awkward. Ha ha, that's perfectly fine. We'll develop peacefully, without interference. The three men quickly concurred, and Chu Ran naturally had no objections. Thank you, thank you. The woman sighed in relief and bowed gratefully to the group. Can I join your team as well? Just as the group agreed to include the woman, another young man approached. Eager to join out of course, the three men, observing the young man's frail physique, readily accepted him without a second thought. Thus, the six-person team was formed, and they proceeded to the portal by the high wall. Activating the transport and leaving the square, when they reappeared, they found themselves in a vast plain, abundant with various resources. wood, berries, fruits, stone, cotton, seeds, and an array of small creatures and birds. Alongside these, there were even finished goods such as basic cement, plastic, pig iron, and hemp rope. However, these resources were scattered, requiring a lengthy trek to gather. "I'll go collect resources now," the woman inquired cautiously, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the plentiful materials, undeterred by the distance. As she was not afraid of walking, that of course, as we agreed. "Feel free to do as you wish." One of the men laughed heartily, his demeanor exceedingly amiable. Without hesitation, the woman dashed toward the nearest cotton patch. "I, too, will gather resources." The shy young man glanced nervously at the others before hurriedly following her. "Brother, what about you? Aren't you going to collect resources?" After the two departed, the three men turned their attention to Chu Ran. "Collecting, of course. It's just that my legs aren't in great shape. I move slowly." Chu Ran waved his hand dismissively. "All right, we won't bother you then." The three shared a knowing smile and headed toward the area dense with plastic. Chu Ran scanned his surroundings and ventured in another direction. The resources here were sparse. Only by distancing himself from the crowd could he secure a sufficient quantity. His targets were the rarer materials: cotton, plastic, pig iron, etc. As for wood and stone, they were ubiquitous, and he saw no need to waste time collecting them. An hour passed. "What? Are there still plastic bottles here? Are we scavengers in a tomato field?" Chu Ran stared incredulously at several peculiar plastic bottles that had appeared before him. Not only plastic bottles, but he had also stumbled upon a stainless steel basin. Could this still be something that humans used? Fortunately, it was brand new. Chu Ran let out a sigh of relief, happily tossing the plastic bottles into his spatial bag. Resources were dwindling while the number of people was increasing, and conflict was likely to arise. He observed his surroundings. As time progressed, other survivors began to appear, all collecting resources along the way. So far, everyone had been quite restrained, carefully avoiding each other from a distance, but this would not hold indefinitely. Chapter 23. A fruit that sparks a bloodbath. Come, eat, don't be shy. There's plenty of rabbit meat. Resources refreshed every hour, and after gathering, they would convene to prevent other teams from ambushing and stealing their finds. During their second break, the woman generously produced a large quantity of roasted rabbit meat, distributing it among everyone, 1 piece per person, as if she had an unending supply. Yet, her eyes betrayed a deep reluctance. The men, upon receiving the rabbit meat, displayed a hint of astonishment. Meat was a prized commodity at this stage. Though rabbits lacked offensive capabilities, their ability to escape was formidable. Capturing one was no easy feat. "Why aren't you eating? It's delicious. Trust my cooking." The woman, noticing Chu Ran had not partaken, skillfully masked her sentiment of reluctance, encouraging him instead. She herself began to carefully nibble on a few roasted potatoes, making sure not to waste even the skin. However, given the high intensity of their scavenging, a few small potatoes could hardly satiate her hunger. Her gaze occasionally drifted toward her spatial watch, revealing hesitation and conflict. It was clear she had more roasted rabbit meat inside, but not much. It was evident her supply of rabbit meat was exceedingly limited, and she was merely trying to please others as much as possible. "Go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry." Chu Ran offered the rabbit meat to her. You're not eating? This can grant a bit of all attributes." The woman was taken aback, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable gratitude. "Hurry and eat. In this place, maintaining your strength is the only way to survive. Thanked at you." The woman's eyes glistened as she accepted the roasted rabbit meat, devouring it heartily. Chu Ran smiled faintly. His daily meals consisted of specially prepared Tiger Queen dishes, leaving him little interest in other foods. "I'm Yi Shishui. I was an 18-line actress before coming here. What about you?" Perhaps sensing Chu Ran's kindness, Yi Shishui initiated a conversation with him. "Trust no one. Not even me." Chu Ran did not respond to her inquiry, leaving her with a parting remark as he moved toward the distance. A new round of resources had refreshed. Others quickly rose, eating meat while scavenging. "Let him go. I collected that." "You're talking nonsense. We saw it first. We kindly brought you along, and you dare to steal our stuff." "Nonsense. This is clearly something I discovered first and gathered myself. You are simply envious. I even treated you to rabbit meat." Yi Shishui glared at the three men obstructing her path, her eyes red with indignation, while the shy young man was being trampled beneath their feet. "Yours? Ha ha ha. You still don't understand. Everything is ours, including all the supplies you gathered earlier. One of the men suddenly burst into a raucous laugh, exuding a sense of arrogance. Since the mask has been torn off, let's be straightforward. You have two choices. Hand over everything, and we will leave immediately, giving you time to gather more. Or we could kill you and seize your spatial rings, but then you would have nothing left. Another man spoke menacingly. You are going too far. Yishishue's face turned pale. After careful consideration, she had chosen this team, never expecting the worst outcome would still come to pass. Handing over the supplies so you can loot again? Chu Ran, having heard the commotion, slowly approached, mocking, Kid, I know you are not simple. We won't harm you, so don't meddle. The three men's expressions shifted as they saw Chu Ran coming, and they spoke up unbidden. Help us. Upon seeing Chu Ran arrive, Yishishue's eyes glimmered with hope. Don't harbor illusions. Even if he is willing to help you, he is but one person, while we are 3.1 man said, ostensibly addressing Yishishue, but in reality warning Chu Ran not to interfere. I will comply with you. Why Yishishue, realizing the gravity of the situation, abandoned her resistance. The supplies can be yours, but you must let him go first. She pointed at the shy young man beneath the feet of the three. Agreed. The trio readily lifted their feet, allowing the shy young man to rise, then turned to the two. Hand over the supplies. The supplies are here, but you may not be able to get them. Why Yishishue's expression rapidly shifted from fear and helplessness to indifference. You wretched woman, you are playing tricks. The three were enraged and were about to act when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the shy young man brandished a watermelon knife, striking at the three from an unexpected angle. One strike for each, clean and swift. Ugh. You. The three stared in disbelief at the young man, who had just moments ago been beneath their feet. Now proving unexpectedly formidable, blame your own greed. We had no desire for this outcome. Why Yishishue shook her head, the fear and grievance on her face vanishing. She collected the spatial rings from the fallen men, while the shy young man quietly observed, or rather, remained vigilant towards Chu Ran. The most elite hunters often appear in the guise of prey. Chu Ran stared in astonishment at the scene before him. A classic saying surfacing in his mind. Here, share and share alike. This is yours. Why Yishishue tossed a spatial ring to Chu Ran. I want to share too. You're not planning to fish for bigger prey, are you? Chu Ran quipped as he caught the ring. This time, no. You bear no hostility towards us, and thus we are not enemies. Why Yishishue handed another ring to the shy young man. Do you expect me to believe that? Chu Ran replied calmly. All right, I told you before, I am an actor, so I have played many roles, understanding each character's demeanor and inner thoughts. You have always given me the impression of being unperturbed, even just now. You showed no signs of agitation. Why Yishishue explained. Seeing that Chu Ran remained unmoved, she continued. This mindset is unique to unparalleled masters in martial arts films. You must be extraordinary. We do not wish to be your enemies. In fact, we want to ingratiate ourselves with you. Chu Ran nodded, acknowledging her words. Can we continue to form a team? Yishishue asked in a hushed tone, noticing Chu Ran's nod. Haven't we always been teammates? Chu Ran replied, not perceiving anything wrong with Yishishue's and the others' actions. This is survival. In this apocalyptic world, it is a matter of eat or be eaten. If I do not kill you, you will kill me. If you are killed, it is simply due to your inadequacies. A hint of relief crossed Yishishue's face, yet Chu Ran's next words made her tense again. However, that item must be given to me. Chu Ran pointed at the fruit in her hand. He recognized it. It was the same as the fruit he obtained in the Misty area, capable of increasing freedom attribute points. This very fruit sparked this incident. Impossible. This is for ACI? Yishishue firmly refused, her smile dissipating, replaced by tension. She was not afraid of the three men, but facing Chu Ran instilled an inexplicable unease in her. The shy young man, referred to as ACI, stepped forward, shielding Yishishue. Chapter 24. Overwhelming strength. Don't be nervous. I am not asking for it for nothing. I will trade you for something of greater value. Of course, entirely voluntary. No coercion. Chu Ran waved his hand, signaling them not to be agitated. What do you propose for the exchange? Yishishue retreated a step, hiding behind ACI. 2 pounds of specially prepared first-tier Tiger King meat can increase all attribute points by 9. Each of you can have a piece, worth far more than that fruit. Chu Ran produced 2 pieces of cooked Tiger King meat. Having to feed the lake's overlord, he had prepared a significant amount of roasted meat in advance. I can give you these 2 pieces, but only because you treated me to rabbit meat earlier. How does that sound? Chu Ran waved the Tiger King meat before them. If what you say is true, then the value of the meat far exceeds that of the fruit. Why would you want to trade with us? Yi Shishui's wariness intensified, for fortune does not simply fall from the sky. A single Tiger King can yield 400 to 500 pounds of meat. For you, the meat's value is far greater than the fruit, but for me, meat can only increase attributes 3 times a day. While the fruit does not count in that regard. Chu Ran shrugged helplessly. Deal, but you must allow me to examine the meat to verify the information before I can confirm you are not deceiving me. Yi Shishui pondered for a moment, judging that the other party did not appear to be lying, and promptly agreed. Shishui, let me handle the transaction. ACI, concerned for her safety, reached out to take the fruit from her hand. No need. Yi Shishui slightly evaded. I trust my instincts. She slowly approached Chu Ran, holding the fruit. The transaction proceeded without a hitch. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chu Ran directly handed the meat to Yi Shishui. Waiting for her confirmation before receiving the fruit back, it truly is first-tier Tiger King meat. How did you manage that? Yi Shishui gazed at Chu Ran in disbelief. Although she had never seen a first-tier demon beast, she had come across images shared in the chat channel. Without exception, those who posted pictures quickly vanished from the chat, their fate easily imagined. I lack that capability. It was killed by something more powerful, and I merely had the good fortune to pick up the spoils. Chu Ran did not wish to discuss the matter further, for they were not friends. After obtaining the fruit, he consumed it immediately. And this time, the fruit granted him 8 freedom attribute points. Adding the points from the Tiger King meat at noon, his strength had now reached 85. The only dilemma troubling him now was how to advance to the first tier. He had consulted Imo Nanshan, but the latter was also unclear. Ding! Resource gift pack has descended in the wasteland. Collecting it will yield a great number of random supplies. Survivors, please proceed to gather. The survival watches of the group automatically displayed the map of the novice wasteland, densely populated with numerous white light spots, one conveniently located not far from them. Let's go take a look. The 3 exchanged glances and promptly hurried towards the nearest light spot, and a 1 is here. How do we divide it? When they reached the light spot, no other survivors were present. We'll split it in half. You 2 count as 1. And this treasure chest belongs to me. I will help you seize the next resource box. And if we fail, I will share half of the resources with you. Chu Ran quickly proposed. Fine, you open it. Yi Shishui did not hesitate, having already gained an advantage from the Tiger King meat. She did not wish to dwell on this matter further. Bastard. Unlocking the box takes 3 minutes. You 2 guard me. Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly as he approached the treasure chest. If he were alone, opening it could be somewhat troublesome. Yi Shishui and ACI nodded and stepped back, ensuring a safe distance to prevent Chu Ran from worrying about a surprise attack. Fortunately, although opening the box was tense, no other survivors arrived as it was unlocked. Ding! Items acquired. Wood 200, plastic 100, iron ore 200, fiber 10, drinking water 10 liters. Completed. Let us head to the next resource box. After collecting the resources, Chu Ran led the 2 quickly toward the next treasure box. However, upon their arrival, they found that the previous resource box had indeed been a divine gift. A fierce battle had already erupted before this treasure box, with 2 teams entangled in combat. Let us hold off on engaging. We'll reap the benefits as bystanders. Yi Shishui assessed the battlefield. The 2 sides were evenly matched, and even if one emerged victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, presenting them with a significant opportunity. There's no time to waste. The light spots on the map are dwindling rapidly. The longer we delay, the more people will be attracted. I'll force them back. Chu Ran glanced at the map, noting that a small portion of the light spots had already vanished, and the remaining ones would undoubtedly become targets for numerous survivors. Hey, they have a large number of people. If we are to engage, we should plan first. Yi Shishui hurriedly attempted to restrain Chu Ran, but he had already charged forward, leaving the 2 in a daze. Is this guy possessed? They have a total of 12 people on the other side. Even the 2 battling teams paused, drawn by Chu Ran's sudden charge, their eyes narrowing as they regarded him with hostility. I shall claim this resource box. If you know what's good for you, leave at once. Chu Ran exclaimed. It's over. Could it be that this fellow possesses 2 personalities? Yi Shishui, helpless, covered her eyes. How could such a profound individual suddenly turn into a fool? Damn it, let us just eliminate him first. Chu Ran's words instantly enraged both factions, their ire directed squarely at him, charging forward. Excellent! Chu Ran's eyes sparkled. His attributes had been steadily increasing over the past few days, and he had longed for an opportunity to test his strength in battle. Upon seeing this group, the fighting spirit within him surged uncontrollably, prompting him to intentionally provoke them. A CI. Let us pretend to go for the resource box and find a way to draw some of these fools toward us, giving him a chance to retreat. Although Yi Yixue was infuriated by Chu Ran's reckless behavior, she still wished to attempt a rescue. Well, it seems unnecessary. Look below, a CI pointed ahead in shock, his expression momentarily frozen. What do you mean? Yi Yixue instinctively glanced forward, her expression mirroring a CI's bewilderment. Chu Ran charged into the crowd like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, as a tiger amongst sheep. His overwhelming strength, clad in golden silk armor and protected by beast skins, rendered these individuals, armed only with makeshift weapons, utterly defenseless. It was a dimensionality reduction strike. Within a few exchanges, both groups were utterly defeated. Such speed, such power. Yi Yixue finally realized the extent of their advantage in being able to share the resource box. Still unwilling to leave, do they wish to perish here? Chu Ran swept his gaze over those sprawled on the ground. Refusing to rise, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He had merely held back moments ago, and this group still retained some capacity for movement. The resources obtained from this dungeon were crucial for surviving the impending disaster. He did not wish to extinguish their hope. Let us go, let us go. Hearing that Chu Ran had no intention of seizing their resources, the group sighed in relief, scrambling to their feet and hastily retreating. Stop gawking. Hurry and collect the resource box. I'll protect you. Chu Ran called out to the dazed duo. Chapter 25. The self-destructive survivor. So you're this powerful, even now? Yi Yixue struggled to believe that within the team she had casually assembled lay such a formidable figure. They were simply too weak. These individuals likely had attributes barely exceeding 10 points, hardly distinguishable from ordinary people. Chu Ran appeared nonchalant on the surface, yet internally, a tempest brewed. Even if they were mere ordinary individuals. There were 12 of them, 2 more than Yi Wan. Most importantly, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of his own capabilities today. It was not merely about strength. His agility and reaction speed were far superior. The movements of ordinary individuals appeared to him as though in slow motion. He had ample time to respond. That moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the distant woods. Rather than charging down, they seized the high ground. Incoming. Should we retreat? Yi Yixue anxiously observed the direction of the woods. Noting that their numbers had swelled to nearly 20, Chu Ran frowned slightly. The resource box lay in a hollow, and these individuals wielded homemade wooden spears, posing a significant threat. Upon recognizing the survivors above, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Those he had just spared were all present, the individuals below shouted. Those who see the resource box shall share. Surrender half your resources, and we will leave immediately. A man with a handlebar mustache stood at the forefront of the crowd, exuding an air of authority. Chu Ran recalled him as the first to feign death earlier. You thought I'd let you off easy? You've come to seek death. Chu Ran replied coldly. Regretful, are we? Had you acted decisively before? You wouldn't be in this predicament now. The others, upon hearing Chu Ran's words, turned pale, while the mustachioed man seemed to revel in his perceived superiority, taunting, and you all thought a mere team could change anything? Chu Ran's gaze swept over them. Those who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, discomfort evident on their faces. Realizing Chu Ran's beast-like strength, they began to waver. Don't be swayed by his intimidation. He may be strong, but we hold the advantage of distance. A volley of spears will leave him injured if not dead. The mustachioed man, noticing some expressions of hesitance, quickly reassured the crowd. They could not afford to have deserters, lest the entire team collapse. Yes, we need not engage in close combat. We can strike from a distance with our spears. Let us see if he can evade us. What had begun as a mere remark suddenly emboldened the mustachioed man, his demeanor growing brazen. The others brightened at the prospect. Spears, being the simplest of homemade weapons, were within easy reach for those lacking other equipment. Despicable. Yi Yixue glared at the mustachioed man as smug expression. seething with indignation. Are you certain that keeping your distance will save you? Chu Ran cast a penetrating gaze at the mustachioed man. You dare to waste time. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide. The mustachioed man felt a chill run down his spine under Chu Ran's gaze, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet quickly realizing he held the advantage. What if I refuse? Then we shall engage in battle. We are all individuals who have failed to acquire resources. If we die, we merely exit, so why not fight? The mustachioed man declared. Chu Ran glanced at a CI. The resource box was more than halfway opened. Requiring another minute and a half, he must not allow any interruptions, or more people would be drawn in by the light. If a battle commenced now, they would have to restart, I will agree. But the trading function is disabled here. You must come down and trade with me. Ha! Do you think I'm foolish enough to let that woman trade with me? The mustachioed man pointed at Yi Shishui. I will trade with you. Yi Shishui glanced at Chu Ran, subtly nodding in agreement. Chu Ran smiled slightly. This woman was not to be trifled with. Her heart was as dark as night. Just as Yi Shishui stepped forward to initiate the trade, the mustachioed man let out a sinister chuckle. Be careful. Chu Ran sensed impending danger, about to warn the two when the opposing side launched their attack. Nearly 20 wooden spears hurtled toward him and a CI. He immediately turned and crouched down, shielding his head as several spears struck him, sending sharp pain coursing through his back. However, a CI was not so fortunate, pierced by several spears, collapsing into a pool of blood. A CI? Yi Shishui cried out in desperation, rushing toward a CI. Haha, half a treasure chest's worth of resources is insufficient to share. I want all your resources, and this woman as well. The mustachioed man bellowed to his comrades. A throng of survivors, their expressions lewd, surged toward Yi Shishui. She cast a cold gaze at the ravenous survivors, picking up a spear. She would rather die than be humiliated by these beasts. Charge, what are you waiting for? The mustachioed man glared at his men, now frozen in place, scolding, pathetic wretches. Someone has died, and you still fear. How are you unscathed? However, when he turned to survey the battlefield, he found Chu Ran rising unscathed. Slowly drawing a bow, he only has one bow. Quickly, use the spears. The mustachioed man screamed in terror upon realizing that the bow's target was trained on him. The survivors, frightened by the bow, hastily retrieved their wooden spears. Yet the hunting bow was fully drawn, poised to unleash its wrath. A shadow of dread crossed the mustachioed man's eyes. In the horrified gazes of his fellow survivors, he pulled one of them in front of himself as a shield. Whoosh, thud. No, it's impossible. The mustachioed man felt a sharp pain in his head as his consciousness began to fade. The arrow pierced through the forehead of the survivor and struck him. Whoosh! Another sound of air cutting through echoed as a spear pierced one of the survivors. Then, another spear flew forth. The spears hurled by the survivors were flung back one by Chu Ran. With his immense strength, nearly every spear he returned claimed a survivor. Flee! This demon is too terrifying. We cannot win. I refuse to lose resources. Witnessing their comrades fall, the remaining survivors could no longer hold their ground and fled in panic. This time, Chu Ran's heart showed no mercy. He did not relent at their retreat, the spears pursuing relentlessly. In the end, only 5 or 6 managed to escape successfully. Let us open the treasure box. He has merely left the dungeon. Safeguard his resources and trade them to him once we exit. Chu Ran gathered the remnants. These spears were quite handy, and with his considerable mental acuity, he could nearly guarantee a hit within 20 to 30 meters. Yi Shishui nodded, recognizing this as the best plan, stepping forward to reopen the resource box. Chu Ran, armed with a spear, ascended to a nearby high ground, where the view was expansive, allowing him to spot any approaching survivors promptly. Boss, what should we do? Shall we engage? A group of survivors lay hidden in the distant grass, having witnessed the horrific scene unfold. This fellow is rather formidable. Let me think. The leader hesitated. On one hand, the opposing strength was terrifying, and on the other, there were not just one resource box here, but also over 10 limited-time rings, which was no small sum. Whoosh! Just as they hesitated, a spear flew into the grass, embedding itself firmly at the leader's feet. They've been discovered. The group's pupils dilated, looking up to see Chu Ran's cold gaze fixed upon them, a spear poised to be thrown. Apologies for the interruption. The group offered a slight bow and promptly retreated. Chapter 26. The silver treasure box here. Take these 2 spatial rings. Chu Ran observed as Yi Shishui successfully opened the resource box, handing her the 2 spatial rings. No, this is your loot. I cannot accept it. Yi Shishui hastily declined, fully aware of her own standing. She was already content with obtaining the resource box and dared not ask for more. Take it, she said, as compensation for your departure from the dungeon. Besides, there isn't much in it. These people are quite impoverished, and they likely have stored their resources in their survival watches. Chu Ran, unable to refuse, pressed the ring into Yi Shishui's hands. The 2 of them did not pursue any further resource boxes, as the remaining ones were rather distant, and they feared that by the time they arrived, everything would be over. Essentially, it was a lost cause. With the last resource box opened, the system issued another announcement. Ding. The first phase of the Novice Wasteland has concluded. The second phase, Treasure Box King Battle, will commence in 30 minutes. The core area of the wasteland will continuously refresh a large number of treasure boxes. Once a certain number of boxes have been opened, the Treasure Box King will appear. Survivors, prepare to celebrate. The Survival Watch automatically displayed a virtual map, now enveloped by a ring of white light. What are your plans? Chu Ran inquired, glancing at Yi Shishui. You go ahead. I shall refrain from joining this commotion. Yi Shishui shook her head. The light ring indicated a range of merely a kilometer, and the brutality of the impending battle was evident. She had no desire to involve herself. I was waiting for you to say that. Can I trust you? Chu Ran stared intently at Yi Shishui, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed. What do you mean? I'm not quite following that. I wish to entrust some supplies to you. After we exit, you can return them to me. Do not make it a free favor. I will give you 5 pounds of Tiger King's meat as compensation, Chu Ran explained. Yi Shishui looked at him in astonishment, momentarily lost in thought. Was he testing her integrity with these supplies? There was no other choice. This treasure box battle could be perilous beyond measure, and she had no assurance of surviving to the end. Thus, she had to find a way to mitigate her losses. Chu Ran preemptively clarified, But are you not afraid I might abscond with the goods? Yi Shishui replied, speechless. This individual had known her for less than half a day and was willing to place such a substantial quantity of supplies in her hands. What was he thinking? I am indeed concerned, but based on your previous actions, I believe you are an intelligent individual who will make the right decision. I will add you as a friend. Please accept. Chu Ran extracted half of the supplies, creating a small mountain of wood, cotton, stones, and plastic. Chu Ran. Before Yi Shishui could fully process the overwhelming amount of supplies, she was taken aback by the name he had sent her as a friend request. You are Chu Ran, the former top player. Indeed, you also wield a bow. Your power is equally formidable, especially against the likes of Han Long. She gazed incredulously at the seemingly frail man before her. It was astonishing that in her casually formed team, one of the greatest survivors resided. Forget about being the top player. I've long since been surpassed. Now, remember to safeguard my supplies, she thought to herself. Top player? I'm about to be knocked out of the top 10. Chu Ran waved her off and turned to leave, suddenly recalling something. By the way, there's a high-quality longsword concealed inside. Keep it for self-defense. Hey, wait. Let me gather the supplies first. As Chu Ran departed, Yi Shishui hurriedly lunged towards the mountain of supplies, frantically collecting them. Seriously, so many supplies just lying around, not a care for those envious eyes watching. Ha ha ha, so many resources, I feel so fulfilled. Should I keep it all for myself? Nah, this is a golden opportunity. I should cherish it. She continued to gather supplies, her laughter echoing as she worked. I found you. Chu Ran. Han Long's gaze darkened as he viewed the private message sent by Chu Ran. The image captured him shooting an arrow while Yi Shishui was retreating in the background, taken by someone with ulterior motives and sent to Han Long. Zhao Hu, boss, there's also a girl accompanying Chu Ran, but they've already separated. Chu Ran is heading to the treasure box battle location, while the girl is moving towards the map's edge. Good, come here to find me, and I will reward you. Han Long sent a coordinate. Moments later, a shifty survivor appeared in the distance. Come here, this is your reward. Han Long glanced at him, tossing some supplies and a standard grade weapon ahead. Thank you, boss. Zhao Hu was elated, initially approaching with a mindset of merely testing the waters, but now he realized the other party was genuinely willing to offer a reward. I need you to do me another favor. Find and eliminate the woman who was with Chu Ran. Han Long stated coldly. This. Zhao Hu hesitated, a look of reluctance crossing his face. While he was comfortable with trading information, he had no desire to get involved in the conflicts among Titans. That woman must have considerable resources. Once the task is complete, I will reward you handsomely. Han Long spoke indifferently. As a top mercenary group's enforcer, he understood human greed. Everything has a price, as long as one is willing to pay. Really? Zhao Hu's interest was piqued. To kill a woman and gain double the resources? The risk seemed manageable. I may have many flaws, but I have always been fair in business. Deal. I will take a photo of that woman once I capture her and send it to you for confirmation before proceeding. Zhao Hu gritted his teeth, bowed to Han Long, and hurried to the coordinates etched in his memory. Chu Ran, crossing me will be the most regrettable decision of your life. I will eradicate you and everyone around you. No exceptions. Han Long's gaze turned icy, recalling the arrow shot at him that morning. Those who dared to strike at him had already sealed their fate. The treasure box battle is about to commence. Once the event starts, the entrance will close. Survivors, please hurry to the designated location. Countdown to event start, 5 minutes. As time passed, a few survivors quickly approached the target location, while the majority chose to keep their distance. The cramped map foreshadowed a horrific slaughter. Rather than becoming cannon fodder, it was wiser to gather resources safely from the outskirts. Chu Ran entered the designated area, encircled by a massive wall of light. With 2 minutes to spare before the event commenced, this moment, the treasure boxes had yet to refresh, but a considerable number of survivors had already gathered, all striving to position themselves in the open spaces. Indeed, those who entered here were all survivors with some degree of confidence. While searching for an unoccupied area, Chu Ran observed the surrounding survivors. Although everyone was on high alert, there were few who appeared panicked. First warning, do not come any closer. A deep voice rang out from the front, where a man fixated his gaze on Chu Ran. Apologies, I was lost in thought. Chu Ran, momentarily distracted, had accidentally approached a survivor too closely and quickly offered a smile before retreating. Ding! Time is up, the event begins. Refresh rules. Each time, 10 treasure boxes will appear, with an extremely low chance of high-grade boxes refreshing. As the system's notification echoed, 10 gray pillars of light emerged in the sky. So few. Chu Ran furrowed his brow. An estimated 200 to 300 people had entered the map, yet the nearest light pillar was still over 100 meters away. There was little chance of success this time. This is a black iron treasure box, requiring 10 seconds to open without interruption. Chu Ran focused his gaze on the distant battlefield, striving to gather useful information. The first batch of treasure boxes was quickly dealt with. For now, everyone was still restrained, but as the last light pillar faded, 10 minutes passed before the second wave of treasure boxes refreshed. This cycle repeated. When the sky illuminated again with 10 beams of light, one of them was even a bright white pillar, and astonishingly, it was right near Chu Ran. Within it was a treasure box radiating a silver glow. A silver treasure box. Chu Ran's pupils dilated in shock, his heartbeat quickening. It was known that the highest grade box he had opened thus far was merely black iron. What exquisite equipment could possibly be inside that silver treasure box? Chapter 27. Water of Life. Opening the treasure box takes 30 seconds. Damn! Chu Ran couldn't help but curse. He was closest to the box, and as soon as it appeared, he dashed forward. However, the prompt indicated that the silver treasure box required 30 seconds to open, meaning he had to guard it for that duration. The appearance of the silver treasure box instantly attracted all survivors within a radius of 100 to 200 meters. After all, this was the first silver treasure box to appear in their survival journey, and no one was immune to temptation. They rushed over in droves. Get lost, Chu Ran roared, hurling a wooden spear at the nearest survivor. Yet, the other party was not easily trifled with. They swiftly dodged the spear, which then shattered against a nearby boulder. What immense strength! The man regarded Chu Ran with suspicion, unwilling to be the first to act, and sought refuge behind a boulder, planning to charge alongside the others once they arrived. Chu Ran understood his intention and drew his hunter's bow, stringing it taut before the crowd could close in. Whoops! Hey! I'm merely jogging to stay fit. I'm on my way out. The man quickly plastered on a smile and turned to flee without looking back. As a jest, just moments ago, he had witnessed it all quite vividly. The arrows not only curved but also pierced through skulls, a sight most dreadful. How formidable must this individual be? those behind him. Having seen one perish and another flee within mere seconds, hesitated, faltering in their advance. In this fleeting moment of distraction, Chu Ran successfully unlocked the silver treasure chest. Ding! Acquired item. Water of Life 5. Evaluation. A spring water imbued with potent life force. For those yet to ascend as survivors, it can revive them from any fatal assault. Astonishing! The Water of Life. Chu Ran was taken aback, having unexpectedly obtained 5 bottles of this elixir, akin to gaining 5 additional lives. Splendid! With this in my possession, I can afford to be more audacious. Chu Ran secured the Water of Life, now equipped with both armor and sustenance, significantly boosting his confidence against potential calamities. As for the attribute elixirs, he dismissed them, consuming one directly. Ding! Acquired all attributes 10. 10 points in all attributes. Nothing too extraordinary. Having grown accustomed to the meat of the Tiger King, Chu Ran felt little joy at this acquisition. Merely saving himself half a day's effort. Perhaps the silver chest had exhausted his fortune, as subsequent chests spawned at a considerable distance, rendering them largely irrelevant to him. Something felt amiss. If this continued, trouble was imminent. Chu Ran's gaze darted around, aware that only 10 chests could spawn at a time, while there were 200 to 300 survivors. This disparity meant that many had yet to even glimpse a chest. A few instances were tolerable, but as the occurrences multiplied, the frustration among the populace grew palpable. Why hasn't it ended yet? Chu Ran suddenly realized that nearly 3 minutes had elapsed since the last chest had been opened, whereas previous encounters had concluded within a minute. What could be the cause? Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a gray beam of light still shining, indicating that the chest remained unopened. Why was no one attempting to unlock it? It seemed illogical. Suddenly, a thought struck Chu Ran. Upon closer inspection of the beam, he discerned that it was in motion. Good heavens, who was the genius behind this? What audacity! They had directly seized the opportunity. Help! Help! In the center of the battlefield, several survivors writhed in agony amidst unending flames, succumbing to the inferno. A ripple of chaos ensued. Nearby survivors, witnessing this horrific scene, fled in a frenzy, seeking to escape. Escape? Where do you think you can run? Han Long, retrieving a spatial ring, strolled forward with an air of indifference, selecting his next target with chilling composure. Chat channel, everyone, flee for your lives. Han Long has gone mad, slaughtering survivors. What? Is that true? This can't be happening. I saw him kill before taking the spatial ring. While we sought treasure, he took us. We're doomed. I was just about to escape, but the barrier won't let me through. No worries, let us maintain our distance from the beam. We'll retreat as they advance. The chat channel descended into chaos, mirroring the disorder on the battlefield. A throng of survivors began to retreat toward the light beam, keeping a safe distance from Han Long. Those who had once felt exhilarated at the sight of the beam now sought to avoid it at all costs. The enticing silhouette turned, revealing a brutish man. Was he intending to cleanse the field? One could only wonder if any skilled players would emerge from the fray. Chu Ran pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating whether to launch another surprise attack. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation. His last ambush had failed to eliminate the target, and now they would undoubtedly be on guard. The chances of success were slim. Furthermore, he had already been pushed down to the 10th place on the leaderboard, with the newcomers likely having advanced to the first tier. With so many first-tier survivors around, it would be wise for him to bide his time. At the outskirts of the novice wasteland, Yi Shishui lay motionless in the dense underbrush. Shortly after parting ways with Chu Ran, she sensed that someone was tracking her. Clutching her substantial bounty, she dared not take unnecessary risks, hastening toward the complex terrain at the periphery to evade the survivors. Yet, those two continued to trail her, confirming her suspicion that they were indeed pursuing her. After briefly shaking them off, she plunged into the foliage, waiting for them to depart. This woman runs incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, she vanished. Alongside the grass where Yi Shishui hid, Zhao Hu and another man passed by, cursing under their breath. Zhao, she's surely nearby. Let us split up and search, the other man suggested. For safety's sake, we shouldn't be separate. She can't have gone far, Zhao Hu replied after a moment's thought, dismissing the idea. Let us check over there. The two continued in the direction they had come from, quickly leaving Yi Shishui's line of sight. She exhaled in relief and waited several minutes, reassured that they had moved on, before daring to rise and head in another direction. However, a mocking voice suddenly rang out, causing her to shudder. "Where do you think you're going?" "Girl?" Zhao Hu's excited voice echoed from a distance. "I knew you'd be hiding nearby. Fortunately, we kept our wits about us." The other man had also circled around from another direction. Chapter 28. Yi Shishui's Talent Run. Yi Shishui's face turned pale, her mind consumed with a singular thought: to escape this place alive. Her spatial ring contained the supplies of 3 individuals. She could not afford to meet her end here. Without looking back, she fled deeper into the wilderness. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhao Hu and his companion were determined not to relent, pursuing her relentlessly, disregarding the treacherous terrain. Being female, Yi Shishui was at a disadvantage in terms of stamina compared to the 2 men. The distance between them closed at an alarming rate. Realizing escape was futile, Yi Shishui ceased her flight and turned to plead with the 2. Wait. I'll give you all my supplies. Just let me go." Her tone was earnest, her face ashen, trembling slightly with fear. "Give us your supplies. Once we catch you, everything you have will belong to us," Zhao Hu scoffed, pointing to himself. "Then go ahead and take them yourself. All my supplies are right here. Miss them, and they're gone." Clenching her teeth, Yi Shishui began to toss out half her supplies in batches, a plethora of goods piling up along the path, while she herself turned to flee. "Don't be fooled. She must have more supplies. Grab her first." Zhao Hu saw through Yi Shishui's ruse and shouted, yet his feet involuntarily halted. The 2 exchanged a bewildered glance. Both reluctant to relinquish the bounty before them, in the next moment, they lunged simultaneously for the scattered supplies. With the existence of spatial rings, they quickly gathered the items, despite Yi Shishui's intermittent throwing, taking no more than 2 minutes. Once they had collected everything, they resumed the chase after her fleeing figure. "There! Quick! Damn girl, why don't you run?" Within mere minutes, they spotted Yi Shishui sprawled on the ground not far ahead. "Be careful! There's a venomous snake." Yi Shishui's face was ghostly pale, her hands tightly gripping her right ankle, fear evident on her countenance. A venomous snake. Zhao Hu paused momentarily, but his gaze inadvertently caught Yi Shishui's averted eyes. Instantly he understood. "Still trying to deceive us? If there really was a snake, would you warn us? You'd want us to get bitten." Zhao Hu laughed heartily. His companion quickly grasped the situation, and the 2 advanced menacingly toward Yi Shishui. Her complexion grew even more ashen. She bore the pain in her ankle and attempted to rise and flee. Zhao Hu, however, would not grant her another chance. He dashed forward in a single leap. Yet, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a deep pit filled with inverted, sharpened stakes. The 2 had no time to evade, plummeting into the trap, their bodies pierced and blood pouring profusely, cries of anguish echoing. Wait. We can talk this out." Zhao Hu, seeing Yi Shishui draw a wooden spear, momentarily disregarded his own pain and pleaded for mercy. Puff! Yi Shishui paid him no heed. Her former softness vanished, her expression cold. With a single thrust, she pierced Zhao Hu, leaving his companion trembling in fear. She then brandished another spear at him. "Why were you targeting me? I'll tell you everything if you let me go." The man stammered. "Why?" Yi Shishui thrust her spear into his arm, causing him to scream in agony. "I'll tell you. It was Zhao Hu who sold your information to Han Long, who provided supplies to send us after you." The man divulged everything he knew in a bid to avoid further torment. Why Yi Shishui acquired the information she sought, swiftly ending his life. "You wasted my last trap. What a loss." Cautiously, she descended into the pit, collecting the spatial rings from both men, though her heart was far from elated. This large trap was a talent she possessed, taking several days to refresh. It had been her final trump card, and she hadn't expected to have to use it here. After gathering her spoils, she made her hasty exit and notified Chu Ran. Clearly, Han Long was targeting him. She was merely an innocent caught in the crossfire, and she needed to alert him. 5 minutes earlier, chaos erupted on the battlefield as Han Long began hunting survivors for their resources. The newly ascended first-tier survivors, green with envy, joined in, turning what should have been a treasure hunt into a massacre of the isolated. Chu Ran, furrowing his brow, opened the leaderboard. Leaderboard, first place. Han Long 12th place. Chu Ran he had fallen to 12th place. while Han Long remained at the pinnacle. If all goes as expected, these individuals are likely to make the rankings, having ascended to the first tier. Otherwise, their equipment provides no justification for such a remarkable distance. How exactly did they achieve this advancement? Ah, who is this? Chu Ran's eyes gleamed as he suddenly spotted a familiar face among them, Xiao Yunting. Isn't he the one who traded for the bloodthirsty spear? He initiated a private chat. Chu Ran, brother, how did you become a first-tier survivor? It was this fellow. Xiao Yunting had a profound impression of Chu Ran, considering that the bloodthirsty spear was acquired from him. Upon seeing Chu Ran inquire about the first-tier survivors, he did not hold back. Xiao Yunting, attaining over 100 points in a single attribute allows one to advance to the first tier, awakening their combat abilities. 100 points. Chu Ran felt a surge of delight. That means he is close. The previous silver chest had granted him 10 points across all attributes, and his highest strength had already reached 95 points. Merely a piece of Tiger King's meat away from the coveted 100 yet. How could these individuals accumulate attribute points so swiftly? As this doubt surfaced, he quickly deduced that these people must have entered the mist zone several days earlier, obtaining a plethora of spirit fruits that enhanced their attributes. Considering the time, it was likely approaching dinner. Wow, it's still a bit of a wait. This is quite unbearable. I wonder if eating early counts as dinner. He glanced at the clock. There was still about an hour until dinner. With the conditions for advancement now known, he could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor and felt a restless itch. Watch out, someone is coming. The surrounding gasps jolted Chu Ran from his reverie. He looked up. A young man, hands tucked into his pockets, ambled towards the group nonchalantly. The 10 or so survivors around him tensed up immediately. Ever since Han Long began hunting, other first-tier strongholds had also tasted the sweetness of joining in, leading to numerous lone survivors being either slain or stripped of their resources. The remaining individuals, like startled birds, abandoned chests and huddled near the protective barrier at the map's edge for warmth. Robbery. I'll take 20 shares of resources from each of you, and I'll turn around and leave without causing you any trouble. The young man declared coolly. Big brother, stop joking. You've been here before, go find another group to fleece. You can't play it this way. The crowd groaned in exasperation. Enough chatter. Hand over the resources quickly. I just arrived. The young man's expression stiffened, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing his face before he swiftly concealed it. If I were you, I would only target lone individuals or groups of 5 or fewer. Chu Ran replied indifferently. Are you instructing me on how to operate? The young man glared at Chu Ran, his face darkening. I am saving you. Although you are a first-tier survivor, you are still flesh and blood. What do you think will happen if you are besieged? Chu Ran remarked with an air of significance. Indeed, we have so many people. Why should we fear a survivor? If he dares to take a step forward, we will eliminate him. But that is a first-tier survivor, endowed with abilities. Regardless, I will not give up resources again. If you are afraid, you can offer double the resources. Perhaps due to the gathering of a dozen individuals, the survivors felt an inexplicable surge of confidence. Under Chu Ran's guidance, they began to react. Not only did they refuse to part with their resources, but they also entertained the notion of a counter-robbery. One by one, their eyes sparkled with greed as they focused on the young man. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in the young man's eyes. How dare the prey exhibit greed towards the hunter? With a flick of his right hand, a dagger flew through the air, aimed at one person. Mind yourself. The dagger flew with such speed that an ordinary person would hardly have time to react. Only Chu Ran, with his high intellect attribute, managed to catch a glimpse of the dagger's trajectory. He swiftly yanked back the man in the front, the dagger grazing past his scalp. The man, having faced a brush with death, was left stunned, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. Without a second thought, Chu Ran drew a wooden spear and hurled it at the young man, initially believing that this throw would pose a threat. However, the young man seemed to sense the spear in advance, leaning back slightly to evade it. How formidable! This is indeed the first tier. Chu Ran furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he had underestimated the first tier. Their strength exceeded his expectations. Unbeknownst to him, the young man was even more astonished. Although he had sensed the spear's trajectory beforehand, his physical capabilities led to a somewhat frantic dodge. Both men regarded each other warily, choosing not to strike again. After a long pause, Chu Ran proposed, Brother, there is no need for us to clash. Rather than waste time here, Wouldn't it be better to seek out smaller groups? He offered the young man a way out, simultaneously signaling him to refrain from any rash actions. After all, his group consisted of over 10 individuals, and should conflict arise, it would likely lead to mutual destruction. I'll remember you. Yi Xingyu cast a deep glance at Chu Ran before turning away without a second thought. He was pragmatic, with a singular goal: acquiring resources without incurring any losses in combat strength. In hunting others, he risked becoming a target himself. He needed to ensure he maintained sufficient combat capability. Given Chu Ran's displayed strength, coupled with the advantage in numbers, he lacked the confidence for a complete victory. Making departure the wisest choice. Brother, you're impressive. You actually managed to drive off a first-tier powerhouse. Boss, you can't be a first-tier survivor, right? A throng of individuals surrounded Chu Ran, astonished by his prowess while harboring concerns that he too might be a first-tier survivor. Intent on harvesting them. Rest assured, I am definitely not a first-tier survivor. Chu Ran waved his hand, moving aside. The primary reason for his earlier intervention was that he still required this group of survivors. A certain number of people would deter those crazed first-tier survivors. Without them, he would encounter significant trouble. ITSU. What do you want? Yi Xingyu eyed the front warily. Han Long, toying with flames in his right hand, quietly blocked his path. I heard that you were driven back by a group of prey earlier. Are you interested in teaming up? Han Long's half-closed eyes flickered open slightly, a glimmer of flame flashing through his pupils. Look, that person is back. Suddenly, someone gasped, pointing in terror at the distance. The crowd instinctively turned to look, only to see Yi Xingyu returning, accompanied by the current top-ranked survivor, Han Long. They VE formed a group. Oh no, it's Han Long, the current number one. Damn it, we're finished. Had I known, I wouldn't have entered this cursed dungeon. Run. It's still not too late to escape now. That makes sense. If we all run together, some of us might survive. Who goes first? Just after narrowly escaping one calamity, the crowd tightened up again, eyeing the approaching duo with trepidation. Facing one person, they still had courage. However, two individuals exceeded their expectations, particularly with one being Han Long. Whoever runs first is dead. Han Long's words silenced the restless crowd, instilling fear in them. Brother, what do we do? Think of a plan. With no means of escape. The crowd instinctively gravitated towards Chu Ran, for he had just managed to repel a first-tier survivor. Chu Ran's expression shifted slightly. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. That moment, the survival wristwatch emitted a faint sound, indicating a private message. Yi Shishue, be cautious. Han Long has obtained your image and intends to take action against you. Image. Chu Ran opened the private message, and upon seeing the image, his scalp tingled. The picture depicted him from the last time he shot an arrow, with Yi Shishue and the fallen ACI nearby. This bastard is coming for me. Chu Ran's nerves tightened, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. Engaging in a direct confrontation was out of the question. With his current strength, he could not contend with a first-tier survivor. The only viable option was to run. Casting a glance at Han Long, he noticed the latter's unwavering gaze fixed on him. Upon catching his eye, Han Long made a slitting motion across his throat. You bastard, don't think I won't reach first tier. Chu Ran cursed inwardly. Turning to flee, whoosh, a dagger suddenly appeared in the air beside him, blocking his path. Kid, did you think you wouldn't see me again? Yi Xingyu smirked, manipulating the dagger to swirl around Chu Ran. Don't panic. We have the advantage in numbers, as long as we remain calm. They won't be able to do anything to us. Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. The only resources he could leverage were the individuals around him. Not this again. We only have 2 people. If it comes to a fight, slaughtering you isn't a challenge. Yi Xingyu laughed aloud. Boss, we'll offer resources. Please don't make it difficult for us. The crowd hastily produced resources in a plea for mercy. The presence of 2 first-tier powerhouses exceeded their psychological endurance, especially with the top-ranked Han Long among them. No need to panic. As long as you assist me with one thing, I want to take your resources. Han Long showed no signs of attacking, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with indifference. This is bad. This bastard intends to play dirty. Chu Ran's heart sank, realizing the peril. As long as you help me restrain him and prevent his escape, I want to take a single resource from you. Han Long cast a chilling glare at Chu Ran. For a moment, the crowd fell silent. Although no one agreed, they instinctively began to part, subtly encircling Chu Ran. Don't believe him. He is trying to incite us to turn on each other so he can reap the benefits. Chu Ran warned solemnly, brother, don't blame us. One death means 10 lives. This is the best choice. The crowd's eyes turned complex as they gazed at Chu Ran, raising their weapons toward him, a bunch of fools. Chu Ran scolded inwardly, lifting his gaze to Han Long. Clever tactics, but do you really think you have me cornered? Let us see. Han Long sneered, tossing the fireball in his right hand. A searing fireball, accompanied by a piercing howl, hurtled towards Chu Ran, yet he deftly evaded it with a swift sidestep. What incredible speed! Just how agile is this fellow? Han Long and Yi Xingyu exchanged concerned glances. Chu Ran's displayed velocity far surpassed that of a superhuman, rivaling even that of a first-tier survivor. Chapter 30. Xiao Yunting takes action. Not bad at dodging, but let's see you try this. Han Long scoffed, conjuring fireballs in both hands, which he hurled sequentially at Chu Ran. Simultaneously, Yi Xingyu launched his attack, directing a dagger to fly straight at him. The fireballs and dagger completely sealed off Chu Ran's escape route. The fireballs cannot be blocked. Chu Ran assessed the incoming fireballs and quickly realized the angles were too tricky to avoid both simultaneously. He had to sacrifice one. With a quick roll, he evaded the 2 fireballs directly in front of him. Disregarding the approaching dagger, the dagger struck Chu Ran's chest but was halted by his golden silk armor, leaving him unscathed. Not injured. Yi Xingyu was equally taken aback. A dagger capable of piercing through flesh had failed to even breach Chu Ran's skin. Damn it! After dodging the attack, Chu Ran drew 2 wooden spears and hurled them at the 2 adversaries before turning to flee. This time, Yi Xingyu was prepared. A flash of white light flickered in his eyes. The spears veered off at an odd angle, passing harmlessly beside them. Get out of my way! Those who obstruct me shall perish. Chu Ran's furious shout compelled most survivors to instinctively clear a path. However, 2 individuals, eager to impress Han Long, stood their ground. Seeking death, Chu Ran's gaze swept over the 2, and with ruthless precision, his dagger sliced through the air, nearly cleaving them in 2 under the power of the perfected blade. Yet, their interference caused him to miss the prime opportunity to escape, and he found himself cornered by Han Long and Yi Xingyu. What a sharp dagger! That dagger belongs to me. Yi Xingyu's eyes gleamed with desire as he closed in on Chu Ran, intent on seizing the weapon. His movements were swift, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, each strike accompanied by a gust of wind. In an instant, Chu Ran found himself in peril. Despite his quickness, Yi Xingyu's strength overwhelmed him, leaving him with no capacity to counterattack. The dagger, like a phantom, left a trail of wounds across his body. Had it not been for the golden silk armor shielding him, he would have already succumbed. Now I see why it's so resilient. It's protected by precious armor. Brother, let us make a deal. Hand me the weapon, and I shall assist you in dealing with Han Long. Yi Xingyu proposed, initially intending to seize both the dagger and armor during the skirmish. However, recognizing Chu Ran's formidable strength, though not enough to defeat him, he refrained from demanding the armor, opting only for the dagger. Dream on! Chu Ran grimaced in pain, yet a mocking smile graced his lips. Within the dungeon, death would only result in the loss of equipment stored within his spatial ring. The survival watch would not drop anything. And even if he were killed, the dagger and armor would not be lost. Why are you so stubborn? You must have acquired quite a few resources to last this long in the dungeon. Yet you're willing to waste them, Yi Xingyu observed, exasperated by Chu Ran's obstinacy. He truly coveted that dagger, for its high attack power combined with his control over objects would render him invincible. The crux of the matter was that this rascal was not even a first-tier survivor. How could his speed and reflexes be so extraordinary? That is if you can actually kill me. Chu Ran retorted with a grin, blood staining his body, making his smile resemble that of a hellish specter. Yi Xingyu fell silent, wary of Chu Ran's golden silk armor. The latter was clearly employing a strategy of trading injury for injury. Relying on his armor to withstand the blows, if you wish to continue spectating, I shall take my leave immediately. Yi Xingyu glanced at Han Long, who was observing the battle. Waste. Let me show you what a first-tier survivor is capable of. Han Long sneered, disregarding Yi Xingyu and lunging towards Chu Ran. You scoundrel, who are you calling waste? Yi Xingyu protested, but the subsequent scene filled him with dread. Han Long's movements were incredibly fierce. Although his speed was only marginally faster than Yi Xingyu's, His relentless series of attacks forced Chu Ran into a desperate retreat, as if a grown man were toying with a child. How is this possible? Chu Ran was utterly bewildered, feeling as if every move he made was anticipated by his opponent. Han Long's strikes were varied and unpredictable, leaving Chu Ran struggling to defend himself. With such strength, you dare to mock me? You are truly oblivious to your own mortality. I shall grant you an opportunity. If you kneel and bow your head, I may consider sparing you. Han Long taunted while attacking. Have you ever seen a son bowing to his father? Chu Ran gritted his teeth defiantly. Seeking death, Han Long scoffed, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, grasping Chu Ran's wrist and brutally twisting it. Breaking his arm, Chu Ran screamed in agony as the dagger fell from his grip. Han Long swiftly snatched the dagger and slashed at Chu Ran's limbs. Thud. With 3 precise cuts, Chu Ran's limbs were nearly severed, leaving him limp on the ground. Since you refuse to kneel, you shall lie down instead. You were so arrogant, yet you attempted a sneak attack. Did you ever think you would end up in my grasp? Hand over the armor, and I will grant you a swift end. Han Long placed his foot on Chu Ran's face, looking down upon him. You want my armor? In your dreams, if you have the guts. Kill me, Chu Ran retorted, his mouth the only part of him still able to move. I'll see just how tough that mouth of yours is. Han Long's expression darkened as he tightened his grip around Chu Ran's neck. Lifting him up, the dagger swiftly reversed direction, slicing through Chu Ran's body, blood spraying forth. Chu Ran stifled a groan, clenching his teeth to suppress any cries of anguish, even managing to display a smirk. At the moment the dagger was snatched away, he had already stored the golden silk armor within the spatial ring of his survival watch, preventing it from being seized. All vital resources were similarly secured within that space. With half of his supplies resting with Yi Shixue, even if he were eliminated, he could endure the loss. Lingqi, the onlookers gazed in horror at the unfolding scene, the dreadful term flashing through their minds. Even Yi Xingyu felt a sense of alarm. His willingness to cooperate with Han Long had been predicated upon a perceived equality of strength. However, it was evident now that Han Long's prowess far surpassed his own. Not merely in attributes but in combat technique. Do you yield? Do you yield? With each query, Han Long delivered another cut, meticulously controlling the force to ensure it was excruciating yet non-lethal. Yield. Chu Ran's lips parted slightly, and Han Long paused, allowing him the chance to speak fully. Yield your mother, you wretched creature. Chu Ran spat blood onto Han Long's face, revealing a horrific yet triumphant grin. This blood will etch a lesson into your memory for a lifetime. Han Long's body trembled slightly, teetering on the edge of an explosive outburst. He aimed to torment Chu Ran until his sanity shattered. More people are coming. At that moment, someone nearby gasped softly. Han Long turned his head slightly to see a survivor approaching them. Hurry, if you intend to hunt survivors, I won't interfere, but you must open the treasure chest behind you. Xiao Yunting brandished his bloodthirsty spear, pointing at the wooden chest lying quietly not far behind Han Long. Because Han Long had failed to open this last treasure chest, the next wave of chests could not spawn. The dwindling number of first-tier survivors began to choose to hunt one another. However, not all first-tier survivors opted to join. Xiao Yunting was unwilling to do so, thus he sought out Han Long. Itsu. Looking to be the hero? Han Long tilted his head, gazing at Xiao Yunting with a hint of excitement. Chapter 31. If I cannot kill you, I shall annoy you. I'll say it once more. Open the treasure chest, or I shall do it for you. Xiao Yunting's expression remained unchanged, his tone slightly more forceful than before. How amusing. Let us see just how formidable you truly are. Han Long tossed Chu Ran aside, instructing the others to keep an eye on him, before swiftly charging at Xiao Yunting. The spectators expected a swift conclusion, yet the anticipated scene did not unfold. Xiao Yunting's spear whirled with ferocity, and to everyone's astonishment, he did not falter against Han Long in their confrontation. The two exchanged several blows before parting, each holding their ground. Indeed, a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Han Long regarded Xiao Yunting with a serious expression, recognizing him as an ancient martial artist upon engaging in combat. Now can we open the treasure chest? Xiao Yunting inquired once more. Yes. This time, Han Long was quite decisive, walking over to the chest and directly choosing to open it. Having dealt with ancient martial artists during his time as a mercenary, he understood their terrifying capabilities. Realizing Xiao Yunting's identity, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Seeing this, Xiao Yunting nodded and turned to leave. No longer lingering. 10 gray beams of light illuminated the sky once more. But now, aside from the first-tier survivors, no one dared approach the treasure chest. Ancient martial artists, once I advance further, I shall make you pay dearly. Han Long's gaze turned icy as he watched Xiao Yunting depart. His murderous intent barely concealed, he turned back to Chu Ran, only to find that he had vanished without a trace, leaving only a pool of blood behind. "Where is he?" Xiao Yunting exclaimed angrily. "How could he have escaped? Wasn't he already incapacitated?" The crowd finally reacted, scanning their surroundings before spotting Chu Ran's fleeing silhouette in the distance, his agile form betraying no signs of injury. "I told you to keep an eye on him. Are you all deaf?" Infuriated, Han Long unleashed his wrath upon the onlookers. Realizing that Chu Ran had managed to escape, he extended his hand and grasped the neck of the nearest man, gradually applying pressure. The survivor struggled frantically, but in the face of absolute strength, all resistance seemed utterly futile. Blood trickled from the survivor's mouth, and before long, he breathed his last. He was crushed to death by Han Long. "He's killed someone, run!" The surrounding survivors were struck with horror, fleeing in a frenzy, regretting not having escaped sooner. "Run?" Han Long scoffed, his figure darting forth like a leopard, swift as lightning, and he began to pursue the scattered crowd. Before the survivors could get far, Han Long struck them down one by one. Meanwhile, Chu Ran had taken advantage of Xiao Yunting's distraction to gulp down a dose of the life water and flee. TSK, 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 betrayal begets retribution. After escaping a certain distance, Chu Ran did not leave. He could not swallow such a great humiliation. He turned around, drawing his bow, while Han Long had just begun his hunt for survivors. Originally intending to shoot, Chu Ran held back, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the slaughter. Why did you promise? You said as long as you helped block Chu Ran, you wouldn't make things difficult for us." A survivor lay on the ground, gasping for breath, despair evident in his voice. "I said to stop Chu Ran. But alas, Chu Ran has escaped." Han Long placed his right foot on the man's neck and applied slight pressure. With a sickening crack, the man ceased to breathe, leaving only 2 survivors fortunate enough to escape. "I thought I was wicked enough, but compared to you, I am merely a small Yi Xingyu." Witnessing Han Long's ruthless actions, felt a slight stir within and began to reconsider his position. "You should be grateful you're at the first tier. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now." Han Long shot him a glance, seemingly pondering whether to take action. Suddenly, a familiar sense of crisis surged within him, reminiscent of the feeling in the preparation zone. He quickly turned around. An arrow was already hurtling toward him. "Chu Ran!" Han Long roared, retreating violently, but the arrow followed closely, grazing his scalp. Once again, that bizarre arrow. Just like last time, the arrow could correct its trajectory mid-air. That an epic piece of equipment. How does this scoundrel possess so many remarkable items? A perfect dagger, top-tier defensive armor, and now these terrifying arrows. Han Long glowered at Chu Ran, 100 meters away, his teeth grinding in frustration. This guy hadn't fled and dared to fight back. What incredible reflexes! The hunter's bow was completely ineffective. How could someone at the first tier be so formidable? Chu Ran's brow furrowed slightly. Han Long had already evaded his last 2 arrows. Continuing to shoot would likely yield no results. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind, and his brow relaxed. "You want to hunt me, do you? Let me annoy you first." He drew another arrow, fully stringing his bow, locking onto Han Long, and shouted toward Yi Xingyu in the distance. "Hey, the one who can manipulate objects from afar, I'll give you the spatial ring on the ground. Do you dare to take it? Do you dare?" Han Long's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Just as he intended to retrieve the spatial ring, an arrow met him. This time, Han Long was prepared and dodged in advance. Although the arrow passed a meter away from him, he clearly saw that it had initially been 2 meters away but had mysteriously veered closer by a meter. "Stop dawdling, hurry and pick up the ring. Don't be a fool for missing out," Chu Ran shouted from a distance. "Bro, sorry about this." Yi Xingyu was very interested in the proposal. He apologized to Han Long and quickly collected the spatial rings. "You're seeking death." Seeing his resources being snatched away, Han Long was utterly enraged. He had been outsmarted by an ant. Ignoring Chu Ran's threats, He charged toward Yixingyu. Whoosh, observing everything, Chu Ran decisively shot his second arrow. This time, Han Long did not evade. A blazing fireball surged forth, colliding with the arrow. With a resounding explosion, both the fireball and the arrow vanished into thin air on Chu Ran's side. After releasing the arrow, he wasted no time in knocking a third arrow. He didn't need to kill Han Long. He only needed to delay him. After shooting all 5 arrows, Yixingyu successfully gathered all the spatial rings. Such an impressive bow. From 100 meters away, it can control a first-tier survivor. Why Yixingyu marveled silently, but this was no concern of his. With the rings in hand, it was time to flee. Lest he face retribution, thanks bro. He waved at the distant Chu Ran, ignoring the furious Han Long as he departed with nonchalance. Bastard, bastard, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Han Long could only seethe in place. Watching Yixingyu leave, as Chu Ran's arrows posed a significant threat, he could not confront a fellow first-tier survivor while also guarding against arrows, even though the latter was no match for him in strength. Humph, you think this is the end? This is merely the beginning. Chu Ran's expression turned cold. Vengeance must be served, as a true gentleman would not let an insult go unpunished. This opportunity for a comeback relies on you. Lend me your strength. His gaze shifted toward the hunter's bow, specifically the notes below it. Remaining refresh times, 2. Refresh. Chapter 32. Sudden changes. Ding. Acquired item. First-tier equipment. Assassination bow. Brilliant. Holy moly. This is incredible. Chu Ran had only intended to try his luck out of dissatisfaction, not expecting anything. Yet, he struck gold. Another brilliant level. Assassination bow. Brilliant. First-tier attributes. Attack power 80. Excellent trait. Draw speed reduced by 100. Attack power 100. Perfect trait. Draw speed reduced by 150. Attack power 150. Exceptional trait. Arrows possess trajectory correction ability, correction distance of 1 meter. Brilliant trait. Assassin the bow and arrow possess concealment. Arrows will automatically obscure their path upon release, reducing the probability of detection. The initial traits remained unchanged, but the last trait had transformed into concealment. Nice. How fortuitous. A nap brings a pillow. Chu Ran's face lit up with joy. The system must have noticed his struggles and gifted him with a fitting attribute. Moreover, after the bow's refresh, the quiver was replenished, 5 arrows lying quietly within. Now, let us see how you evade this. He eagerly retrieved an arrow, knocked it, drew the bow, and released the arrow in one fluid motion. Everything was executed flawlessly, except for the longer draw time. Come again, since you don't wish to leave. Then stay. A fierce glint appeared in Han Long's eyes. After the previous arrows, he had gained a solid understanding. Although the arrows were strange, they were not impossible to dodge. No longer cautious, he strode toward Chu Ran. However, this time, the arrow took him by surprise. How could this be? Han Long realized in horror that the arrow had suddenly vanished midair. Yet, the sense of danger remained unabated. Oh no! In that moment of distraction, he had missed the optimal evasion window. As Han Long attempted to dodge, it was too late. The arrow pierced through his right shoulder, leaving a bloody hole. It was only at the last moment that Han Long reacted. Otherwise, this arrow would have been a fatal shot. How did the vanishing arrow manage that? His expression was one of utter dismay, feeling as though he had been struck by an ant. Simultaneously, he was filled with regret. Had he not let his guard down, that arrow would never have harmed him. Suddenly, his face stiffened as he thought of a terrifying possibility. If Chu Ran could injure him, could he not kill him? He quickly raised his head, and indeed, Chu Ran was charging toward him with alarming speed. I'm being hunted by an ant. Han Long suppressed his shame and turned to flee, having been struck by an arrow. His movements were hindered. Continuing the fight posed a risk of demise. Although it merely meant leaving the instance, he could not bear to lose the resources in his ring. You coward, don't run. Face me for 300 rounds, you, a dignified first-tier survivor, being chased by a mere mortal. How shameful, though injured. Han Long was still faster than Chu Ran. Seeing the gap widening, Chu Ran resorted to mental attacks to break his defenses. Yet, Chu Ran was destined to be disappointed. Although Han Long felt humiliated, he remained unfazed by Chu Ran's taunts and did not fall for them. The area for the treasure chest was not large, and with both of them sprinting at full speed, they soon reached the end. Thus, The two continued their cat-and-mouse chase around the map. Chu Ran had no intention of stopping. The only reason he could pursue Han Long was due to the latter's injury. It was important to note that healing potions could be obtained here. If Han Long acquired such items, the tables would turn drastically. He had made up his mind. The treasure chest could remain unopened. But Han Long must die. The others were also pleased to witness the spectacle while opening treasure chests. Perhaps having learned from Han Long's misfortune, the first-tier survivors refrained from hunting others, and one could guarantee that among them, a formidable figure wielding a weapon would not emerge. Gradually, the situation returned to its initial state, with all survivors joining the treasure chest opening activity. They intentionally avoided the area where the first-tier survivor lingered, clearly delineating territories. Each first-tier survivor guarded their own zone, while the remaining areas were divided among the other survivors. The divide was evident. Neither side interfered with the other. Chu Ran, I finally caught a break. Lin Wenbin watched as Chu Ran dashed about, his eyes filled with shadows. This fellow had once deceived him into gathering a large quantity of blackberries, only to later refuse to purchase them, causing him to suffer a significant loss of resources and time. This grievance had festered within him for far too long. But today, he saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. He sent a private message to Han Long. Why has this guy suddenly changed direction? A trace of confusion appeared on Chu Ran's face. As time passed, he had gradually ceased to feel anxious, merely trailing behind. After all, Han Long had been struck by an arrow, his wound incessantly bleeding, and he would surely falter soon. However, Han Long inexplicably changed direction, igniting a flicker of caution within him. What is happening? Chu Ran was momentarily taken aback. Shortly after Han Long made his turn, a survivor emerged, heading directly towards him. A sense of foreboding flashed through Chu Ran's mind, prompting him to abandon his pursuit and retreat into the distance. Chu Ran, before he could make his escape. Han Long, who had been pursuing him for half an hour, unleashed a thunderous roar, rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Good heavens, this is a complete reversal. Chu Ran's expression shifted, realizing that Han Long had undoubtedly obtained some healing items. He turned and loosed an arrow. Yet Han Long was prepared this time. Although the arrow was invisible, he began to evade the moment it was released. That arrow posed no threat to him. The roles had reversed. It was now Chu Ran fleeing while Han Long pursued him. Both had their own considerations. Chu Ran's arrows, capable of invisibility, instilled great dread in Han Long once he lost sight of Chu Ran. He could not be entirely certain of evading those hidden arrows. Thus, he was determined not to let Chu Ran escape. However, he was also perplexed as to why the previous arrows had not been invisible. The two continued their tug-of-war. Han Long, having recovered from his injuries, was evidently faster than Chu Ran, and the distance between them closed at a visible pace. Even with the aid of arrows, Chu Ran could only barely maintain his lead. This was due to Han Long's caution. He dared not approach too closely because of the threat posed by the arrows. It was exceedingly frustrating. When would this ordeal come to an end? I can't hold on much longer. Chu Ran grew increasingly agitated. As time passed, only one arrow remained, and he dared not shoot. It seemed Han Long had also sensed his predicament, frequently testing the waters with accelerations. Yet none compelled Chu Ran to release his arrow. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anxiety surged within Chu Ran, a potent sense of impending danger. In the next moment, a frenzied figure charged at him from the side. Before Chu Ran could react, he was sent flying by a tremendous force. Chapter 33. Then burn me alive 5 minutes earlier. Chat channel Lin Wenbin. Did you guys know? The one being chased by Han Long is Chu Ran. I heard that the bow and arrows in his possession are of epic quality, and Han Long is pursuing him to seize the epic equipment. Is that for real? How do you know this? Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. Just earlier, when Han Long was injured, he was pursued by Chu Ran for quite a while with that bow. Epic equipment? I'm so envious. Lin Wenbin's words sparked a tremendous uproar in the chat channel. Many turned their gazes toward the two fleeing figures, their eyes gleaming with greed. Chu Ran, let us see how you meet your end this time. Lin Wenbin sneered, feeling his grievances lessen. Who is that bastard? Han Long's accomplice. Chu Ran was sent flying several meters, the immense impact causing his blood to surge and his head to spin. Yet, before he could regain his composure, the man charged at him again, intent on seizing his assassination bow. Eyeing my bow. Are we? Chu Ran immediately realized that the man had discerned the extraordinary nature of his weapon and was overtaken by greed. He rolled on the ground to evade the man. Swiftly rising to deliver a kick. It was only then that Chu Ran could see the man clearly. A burly, bald fellow. Instead of dodging, the man braced himself, meeting the kick head-on. Tough, exceedingly tough. When Chu Ran's kick connected with the bald man, it felt as though he had struck a massive boulder. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but he was also sent staggering back several meters. "Haha, bring it on," the deep voice echoed as the bald man patted his chest and laughed. "Try this." Chu Ran produced a vial of perfect-grade anesthetic to use as a throwing weapon, and with a swift motion, he flung it at the bald man, the dark liquid oozing out. "You're done. You've been hit with my rotten meat water. Just wait to die." Chu Ran left behind a boastful remark and turned to flee in another direction. "Rotten meat water," the bald man gasped, hastily wiping the potion off. Although he felt a twinge of doubt, the anesthetic's dark hue certainly suggested it was no benign substance. Thanks to the bald man's delay, Han Long had successfully narrowed the distance to about 50 meters. Chu Ran was on the verge of shooting his last arrow, thinking that he might refresh his stock, hoping for luck to yield another exceptional item. Just as he was about to draw the final arrow, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Another individual was rushing towards him, their eyes aflame with intent. What the hell? What is this madness? Am I suddenly a hot commodity? Chu Ran's scalp prickled in alarm. He realized that no matter where he fled, there were always ill-intentioned gazes fixed upon him. The pursuers had multiplied from Han Long to 4, the other 3 also being first-tier survivors. Surrounded and cornered, Chu Ran could only make his way towards the gathering of survivors, hoping the crowd would create chaos. Yet the survivors provided him no opportunity. Before he could approach, they began to scatter. "Ha, Chu Ran, this is what you get for crossing me. This is your fate." In the forefront of the crowd, Lin Wenbin laughed maniacally, his tone dripping with smugness. "Who the hell are you?" Chu Ran shot him a glance. "I am Lin Wenbin. If you know what's good for you, hand over your epic bow and arrows. Such things are beyond your reach." Lin Wenbin said happily, his gloomy past evaporating upon seeing Chu Ran cornered. "You foolish idiot." Chu Ran recalled this person, the one who hoarded a vast amount of blackberries and then hiked up the price, ultimately leading to a rotting warehouse. "Go ahead and curse. I don't mind telling you that it was I who released your epic bow and arrows that led to your current plight." Upon hearing Chu Ran's words, Lin Wenbin's fury ignited, revealing his own misdeeds. What? Chu Ran felt a surge of indignation. So he had been chased by so many because of this fool's reckless talk. Not caring about the pursuers behind him, after all, escape seemed futile. He charged at Lin Wenbin. "What are you doing? Are you looking to die?" Lin Wenbin exclaimed in shock. "I'll deal with you first, then we can talk." Chu Ran lunged forward, delivering several slaps that sent Lin Wenbin sprawling on the ground, extracting a wooden spear to pierce several bloody holes into him. Wow. Lin Wenbin stared at Chu Ran in disbelief, astonished that this guy would forego his escape just to kill him. At that moment, Han Long finally caught up, and Chu Ran glanced at him before swiftly stowing the assassination bow and the golden silk armor into his survival watch's space. The survival watch was uniquely bound. Even if he were eliminated here, it would not drop. Only the temporary space rings provided by the system would be lost, thus safeguarding his equipment from theft. Han Long approached, delivering several strikes that severed Chu Ran's tendons. "Hist! Not this again, you bastard!" Chu Ran cursed silently, trembling from the pain. "Haha, Chu, weren't you looking to kill me? Come on." Seeing Chu Ran subdued, Lin Wenbin felt emboldened. He pulled out half a vial of healing water and drank it. His injuries visibly mending, he should have just taken this guy's head off. He still had life-giving water. Although it was only half a vial, Chu Ran recognized it as life water. He had 4 portions in his own pack. "Haha, are you mad? I'm all healed up." Lin Wenbin sprang to his feet, hopping around in front of Chu Ran, who was unable to act. It was you who provided Han Long with the life water." Chu Ran suddenly recalled that the person who had confronted Han Long earlier was indeed Lin Wenbin. Correct, but there's no reward for getting it right. Lin Wenbin beamed with arrogance. That moment. The other 3 individuals closed in. "Kid, hand over the bow and arrows, and I can spare your life." The bald man buzzed. "Then you might as well kill me." Chu Ran half closed his eyes, sprawled on the ground. Adopting a nonchalant demeanor, Make your move if you dare. Let us see how tough you are. Han Long scoffed, snatching Chu Ran's space ring. The other three narrowed their eyes, but recalling their goal was the bow. And with Han Long's formidable strength, they remained silent. Han Long then gathered a substantial amount of wood, piling it into a heap. What are you doing? Are you planning to burn your father? Chu Ran was instantly alarmed. Cold sweat trickling down his back, regretting not having committed suicide earlier. Death was not terrifying. It merely meant elimination, but being cremated was a different horror altogether. Speak clearly if you've thought this through. Hand over the bow and armor, and I'll grant you a swift end. Han Long seized Chu Ran's right foot, dragging him towards the woodpile. As they passed the three, he casually remarked, after he hands over his gear. We'll rely on our own skills. The three nodded in agreement. With the equipment secured in the survival watch, if he didn't voluntarily produce it, none could lay claim to it. Bro, don't do this. It's too cruel. Let us find another way. Chu Ran quickly pleaded, realizing he would rather say something conciliatory than be burned alive. Hand over your weapons and armor. Han Long offered no further words. Then you might as well burn me alive. Chapter 34. Mastery of Ice, Epic Level. As you wish. Han Long's expression turned frigid as a fireball was hurled towards the edge of the woodpile, igniting it. What the hell? You're serious? Chu Ran was taken aback, initially believing Han Long was joking. After all, burning a living person is an act no one with even a shred of morality could commit. What on earth is this man doing? It is utterly terrifying. The people surrounding him were equally astonished, their eyes filled with dread as they cast fearful glances at Han Long, retreating to maintain a safe distance. Even the three first-tier survivors, led by the bald man, regarded Han Long with apprehension. The fireball had only partially ignited the pile of wood, merely catching the edges of flame, while the fire slowly crept inward. Chu Ran tilted his head back, desperately blowing at the flames in an attempt to halt their advance, but his efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean. Put out the fire quickly, and I will give you the equipment, he hastily offered as he noticed the flames threatening to spread. The bald man immediately stepped forward, kicking away the burning wood and stopping the fire from expanding. Hand over the goods, he demanded, extending his hand toward Chu Ran. There are 4 of you. To whom shall I surrender them? Why not spar first? Chu Ran tentatively suggested. That's not your concern. Just hand over the items. Another voice interjected. Give me a moment. I was startled just now and need to catch my breath. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Han Long snorted derisively, waving his right hand, sending a multitude of wooden pieces flying, nearly crushing Chu Ran beneath them. Then, a fireball struck the center of the woodpile, causing the flames to surge once more. The treasure chest continued to refresh. Yet no one paid it any mind. The attention of all the survivors was captivated by the blazing pyre. What a loss. This kid would rather be burned alive than relinquish his equipment. I should have gone for the chest, the bald man lamented, noticing that Chu Ran remained silent. You can forget it. What could you possibly retrieve from that black iron chest? There are plenty of fog zones and even higher-tier bronze chests. Someone retorted. What is he consuming? Another queried, suspicion evident. That moment, the flames grew ever fiercer, on the verge of igniting the entire pile of firewood. Yet Chu Ran suddenly began gnawing on meat. His posture was utterly grotesque. With his tendons severed, he could only lie prone among the flames, devouring the meat like a ravenous beast. Almighty system, I know dinner is still some time away, but I truly cannot endure this any longer. I beseech you, grant me some attribute points. Chu Ran frantically gorged on the Tiger King's meat, swallowing it whole without chewing, secretly praying. Fiske, I would rather die as a starving ghost. It seems this trip has been in vain. Someone sighed. Han Long snorted again, summoning an even larger fireball that soared through the air before crashing into the wood. With a resounding crack, the entire pile was engulfed in flames, and the inferno swiftly consumed Chu Ran. A searing pain enveloped him in an instant. The agony was endless, penetrating to his very marrow. At that moment, Chu Ran felt as though the entire sky had become a source of torment. The flames invaded every inch of his being, their searing heat flooding into him. It was as if he had fallen into the depths of hell, scorched by the blazing sun. Regret welled up within him. Had he known that being burned alive felt this way, he would have willingly surrendered his equipment. Ding! Using Tiger King's meat? All attributes increased by 9. Suddenly, a celestial voice resonated in his ears. And upon hearing it, Chu Ran's eyes reddened with emotion. Ding! Congratulations, your strength attribute has exceeded 100 points, becoming a first-tier survivor. All attributes doubled as a reward. A warm current surged within him, causing the surrounding flames to become less excruciating. Though they still remained uncomfortable, double, Chu Ran gasped, suddenly comprehending why first-tier survivors were so formidable. It was because their attributes doubled upon achieving the first tier. Ding! The system has matched skills corresponding to your situation. Please select one from the following 3 abilities. Brute Force, Ordinary Level. Ice Control, Excellent Level. Speed, Perfect Level. Even this can refresh. Below the 3 skill options were 13 chances to refresh. Presumably, he could refresh 3 times by default, combined with his innate talent granting him 10 additional chances, totaling 13. Refresh. Primal Power, Brilliant Level. Ice Control, Excellent Level. Instantaneous Movement, Outstanding Level. Wow, brilliant. I desperately want to choose. Chu Ran's heart nearly stopped in excitement. Primal Power was almost his choice. However, recalling that this was merely the first refresh yielding a brilliant level ability, he thought that if he refreshed a few more times, perhaps he could obtain an epic one. He steeled himself, knowing the flames would not consume him instantaneously. He could endure for now. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck on the first refresh, as after 5 attempts, the best he received was outstanding. Nevertheless, he began to grasp the rules of refreshing. It could only alter the level, not the essence of the abilities. For instance, the first represented strength, the second represented ice, and the third represented speed. No matter how he refreshed, they would simply upgrade in tier. Is it just my imagination? Did that guy just scratch an itch? The bald man rubbed his head in confusion. The fire had ignited from Chu Ran's right side, where the flames were the fiercest. Earlier, feeling a bit uncomfortable, Chu Ran shifted his right leg, and his left foot instinctively scratched as well. I saw it too. He looked so lazy. Is it really that pleasant to be burned? Someone wondered. Exactly. Would you like to join me in warming up? It's so cozy. Chu Ran's voice emerged from the flames, astonishing those around him. What a peculiar individual. Even engulfed in flames, he remained so calm. Ouched, why is it so hot? As the fire pile blazed fully, Chu Ran could no longer endure. Earlier, he had felt he could withstand it largely because the flames hadn't completely engulfed him. Now that they were fully ablaze, he found it unbearable. Refresh, refresh, refresh. Ice Control, epic. Chu Ran was taken aback, then completely engulfed in joy. Tenfold strength, perfect. Ice Control, epic. Speed, perfect. Outside the fire, the bald man remarked. Let's go. He should be dead by now. Just then, a series of sounds resembling ice crystals forming emanated from the fire. A chilling aura radiated from within, the flames gradually turning blue and releasing wisps of cold air. Chu Ran slowly rose from the inferno, emerging from the flames. Ding! Area announcement. Leaderboard refresh, first place. Chu Ran Chapter 35. Feeling good? Now it's my turn. Name. Chu Ran. Level. First tier. Ability. Ice Control, epic. Survival coins, 17. Strength, 208. Increases attack power. Agility, 154. Increases attack speed and maneuverability. Bones, 158. Increases defense and stamina. Physique, 158. Increases vitality and life recovery speed. And intelligence, 152. Increases ability attack strength. Survival coins. Currency in the survival world. Can be exchanged for items in the shop or traded with others. Note: survival coins can be obtained by hunting and exchanged in the shop. Ability: Ice Control, epic. Normal attribute: Ice Awakening. Awaken the power of ice. Mastering the ice element, capable of instantly freezing objects. As the survivor's intelligence increases, various unique forms of the ability can be developed. Excellent attribute: Rapid Congeal. Increases the speed of manipulating ice elements by 100. Outstanding attribute: Ice Crystal Armor. Forms a layer of hard armor made of ice crystals around the body, deflecting enemy attacks and reflecting some damage, influenced by intelligence. Brilliant attribute: Elemental Cryogenesis. All blood, cells, bones, etc. freeze, entering a state where the release's defense is significantly enhanced, and ice-based abilities receive a massive boost. Note: in this state, other abilities cannot be used. Epic attribute: Ice Age domain releases an aura of extreme cold, rapidly spreading and enveloping the surroundings, freezing everything. The release gains bonuses within this domain, while other beings suffer continuous extreme cold attacks, significantly diminishing their combat power. The range, intensity, and duration of the release are influenced by intelligence. A figure radiating cold emerged from the flames, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pressure. At that moment, Chu Ran was filled with power, feeling as though a single punch could fell an ox. Under the influence of life-giving water, his burns and wounds had completely healed. He tilted his head slightly toward Han Long. "Is this how you wish to cremate your father? How can this be?" Han Long's gaze was filled with wariness, no longer the nonchalant demeanor he had exhibited earlier. The fact that the other party had not only survived but had also awakened an ice ability that countered his own was beyond belief. Others looked on in disbelief. It seemed utterly preposterous. Severing tendons and enduring searing flames, how could he not only remain unscathed but also thrive, ascending to the first tier? This is cheating. You dog, did you enjoy yourself earlier? Now it's my turn. A glimmer of combat spirit ignited in Chu Ran's eyes as he charged at the strongest Han Long boom. The two fists collided, and while Han Long did not retreat an inch, Chu Ran staggered back 2 steps, the disparity evident. Delightful again. Chu Ran laughed heartily, closing in and unleashing a flurry of chaotic punches toward Han Long, refusing to be outdone. Han Long also fought without weapons, confident in his experience as a seasoned mercenary. The battle unfolded as Han Long had anticipated, leveraging his superior combat skills to gain an advantage. Although Chu Ran had gained strength, he lacked battle experience and strategy. Landing few hits on Han Long. In contrast, Han Long evaded attacks while finding opportunities to exploit Chu Ran's weaknesses. However, this situation only persisted for a short while, as he soon realized the problem. His attacks were failing to inflict any damage on Chu Ran. Chu Ran endured over a dozen punches from him, yet remained unfazed, brimming with vitality. Conversely, it was a careless strike from Chu Ran that struck Han Long, causing his blood to boil. Most importantly, Chu Ran's speed had increased dramatically. He was beginning to struggle to keep pace. How could this be? How could you be unscathed? What is the extent of your agility and strength? Han Long was utterly astonished. This fellow's attributes were exceedingly abnormal. While he possessed slightly greater strength, he was entirely overwhelmed in every other aspect, so that's how it is. How amusing. Chu Ran suddenly understood, bursting into hearty laughter. Upon reaching the first tier, all attributes doubled. Most of these individuals had become tier 1 through consuming fruits that enhanced individual attributes. However, these fruits only augmented singular attributes, resulting in lamentably low levels in other areas. This explained why this group of tier 1 warriors initially overpowered Chu Ran yet found it exceedingly difficult to capture him. Chu Ran's attributes were all-encompassing, and his agility was not significantly inferior to that of this tier 1 group. Their doubled agility barely surpassed his, and in some cases, was even less. Now, with his attributes doubled, Chu Ran dominated in all areas except strength. As he adapted to his enhanced physical attributes, his movements grew increasingly swift. He even ceased to defend himself, with over 150 points in agility against Han Long's slightly above 200 strength. He could not be harmed by relinquishing defense. Chu Ran maximized his speed, forcing Han Long to transition from offense to defense, until he ultimately struggled with even the eye in the face of absolute speed. All flamboyance became meaningless. This cannot continue. Han Long suppressed his surging blood, seizing the opportunity during Chu Ran's attack to channel his spiritual energy. Flames erupted from thin air, engulfing his entire right arm, and his aura surged dramatically. Die! Han Long bellowed. The additional power of his fire ability significantly amplified his attack, aiming for a decisive blow against Chu Ran. Are you afraid? Chu Ran retorted with a cold laugh. His right fist emanated an overwhelming chill, materializing almost instantaneously. How could this be? Han Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He had intended to catch Chu Ran off guard with his ability, yet Chu Ran released his own ability in the blink of an eye. Boom! This time, the outcome was different. Chu Ran stood his ground, while Han Long staggered back several steps, the flames on his arm extinguishing due to the encroaching cold. How could this be? How could your ability be so powerful? What is your intelligence level? Han Long was utterly broken. A newly promoted Tier 1 was comprehensively overpowering him. Not much, just a tad, mainly because you are too weak. Chu Ran smiled faintly, gesturing to his waist. I will kill you. Han Long's gaze turned icy, no longer intending to engage in a fair fight. He swiftly drew a perfect level dagger. Are you afraid? Resorting to weapons now? Is that your father's weapon? Unfortunately, that dagger likely won't harm me. Chu Ran's eyes were filled with contempt. As soon as he spoke, a brilliant white light enveloped Chu Ran's body, rapidly expanding and then solidifying. Within moments, he was entirely encased in a layer of ice, resembling a suit of icy armor. This is too ugly. If only it were more handsome. Chu Ran assessed the ice covering him, finding it devoid of aesthetic appeal. Had it been stone, he would have resembled a diminutive stone golem. Suddenly, with a crack, as if understanding his words, the icy armor reshaped itself, refining and enhancing its contours, culminating in a striking, gleaming silver battle suit. Chapter 36. A trove of resources. His ability could envelop his entire body. The onlookers were utterly astonished, whether they were Tier 1 or ordinary survivors. Chu Ran's prowess exceeded their wildest imaginations. Before him, even Han Long had only managed to cover his entire right arm with flames. Yet here was Chu Ran, fully armored. Pompous, I shall kill you. Han Long deftly evaded Chu Ran's assault, thrusting his dagger at an awkward angle. Clang. The crisp sound of impact rang out, although the dagger penetrated the ice. It became lodged, merely inflicting a minor injury on Chu Ran. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Ran unleashed a flurry of punches, his icy fists striking with force, sending shards of ice and sprays of blood scattering through the air. With the enhancement of the ice, his attacking power surged once more, nearly overwhelming Han Long. How'd this possible? Why is your ice so hard? What is your intelligence level? Han Long was reeling from the blows, his mind swirling, contemplating retreat as he no longer wished to engage. Everyone, let us join forces. We have all pursued him. He will not spare us, he shouted to the bald man and his companions. The bald man and his allies exchanged glances and silently nodded. Having taken a stand as enemies, they could not afford to leave any loose ends. The 4 Tier 1 survivors gradually closed in, intent on eliminating Chu Ran. This fierce battle drew the attention of those nearby. Even those in the distance scrambling for treasure chests diverted their focus momentarily. Indeed, it takes all 4 of you to excite me further. A slight smile graced Chu Ran's lips as he planted his right foot firmly on the ground and shouted, Ice Age! A powerful cold wave erupted, his domain expanding and enveloping the surrounding area within mere moments. The ground quickly froze, temperatures plummeting, and the extreme cold enveloped everyone within the domain. The flames Han Long had conjured extinguished rapidly, his body temperature plummeted, blood circulation slowed, and breathing became labored. The bald man and his companions were in even worse shape. Teetering on the brink of collapse, their consciousnesses on the verge of freezing. This is overwhelmingly powerful. The might of the Ice Age surpassed Chu Ran's expectations. He had thought it merely an auxiliary domain skill, never anticipating its formidable offensive capabilities. Just as Chu Ran prepared to finish off the 4, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him. The Ice Age had completely drained his spiritual energy, causing his legs to buckle as he sank to the ground, surrendering before the 4. What level of skill is this? It drained me completely in 3 seconds. Chu Ran's mind raced, a torrent of frustration flooding his thoughts. It was utterly humiliating to incapacitate himself. Run! The bald man shouted, turning to flee. This individual was far too powerful. He hadn't even made a move yet, and the icy mist had enveloped them for just a few seconds, nearly leading to their demise. Fortunately, the 4 were so daunted by this terrifying power that their will to fight evaporated, and they fled, Han Long included, sprinting the fastest. He had witnessed Chu Ran's weakened state but dared not challenge him again. After having severed Chu Ran's tendons twice, he knew he could recover, and this time, it might be no different. I'm done for, completely duped by this damned skill. Chu Ran watched the 4 escape, trembling with rage. All of those resources were at stake. 4 Tier 1 survivors. How many materials must he gather? No matter about the others, you must die. He glared at Han Long's retreating figure, staggering to his feet. Drawing his last arrow, he once again drew upon a sliver of frost power, freezing the arrow into an icy projectile. Slowly, he drew back, whoosh, With the enhancement of the frost energy, this arrow's speed and power saw a significant increase. Although Han Long had already begun to evade, he was unprepared for the arrow's newfound velocity. No, this cannot be. Han Long looked down at his chest, the small hole left by the arrow glaringly evident. The residual frost energy preventing any blood from flowing. Chu ran. Don't get cocky. Next time, I will kill you. Han Long uttered bitterly before collapsing. Dead? Yes, dead. The onlookers gazed at Chu Ran with trepidation. He had actually slain the formidable Han Long. Consider yourselves fortunate. Chu Ran cast a regretful glance at the fleeing bald trio. He felt utterly drained, with not a drop of spiritual energy left, and his mind was spinning. He forced his body to the site of Han Long's demise, retrieved the spatial ring, and sat cross-legged to restore his strength. Although the surrounding survivors noted Chu Ran's weakened state and speculated about his vulnerability, the intimidation of having just slain Han Long kept them at bay. Ding! Treasure Chest King has respawned. A dazzling golden light illuminated the distance, reaching towards the heavens, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At the light's end stood a golden treasure chest. Hiss! Chu Ran inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of disappointment. Ultimately, he had missed out in his current state. The golden treasure chest was beyond his reach. Damn Han Long. Let me not see you again. In that moment, his resentment towards Han Long escalated. Had it not been for him, he would not be languishing here as a mere spectator. The appearance of the golden treasure chest drove the survivors into a frenzy. This was a golden treasure, never before opened, rumored to contain exquisite equipment. The Tier 1 survivors descended into madness, battling fiercely over the chest. It wasn't until a Tier 1 survivor was eliminated that the fighting began to subside, with the golden treasure chest ultimately claimed by Xiao Yunting. Thus, the treasure chest event concluded. The system subsequently teleported everyone away. Upon exiting the dungeon, Chu Ran immediately extracted all the resources from the spatial ring. Goodness, so many resources. How much did this fellow rob? He first emptied Han Long's spatial ring, countless supplies spilling forth, quickly forming a small mountain. The only regret was that the dagger he had stolen was not among them. It seemed Han Long had stored the equipment and essential resources in his watch's space. Ding! Just as he left the dungeon, Yi Shishui sent a trade request, returning the resources he had stored with her. Chu Ran also traded 5 pounds of the remaining processed Tiger King meat from his pack. He then began to organize the resources, materials, wood 1085, stone 730, fiber 40 gene, iron ore 600, cotton 50 gene, plastic 100 gene, rubber 300 gene, food, Tiger King's meat 405 gene, purified water 30 liters. Additionally, there are plastic bottles, stainless steel basins, hemp ropes, snake skin bags, and even a small stool, among various other miscellaneous supplies. More than half of these resources were obtained from Han Long's ring, with a smaller portion collected by him within the dungeon. Indeed, robbery is the quickest path to wealth. Chu Ran gazed at the pile of supplies, which was larger than a house, momentarily lost in thought. No wonder these first-tier survivors favored theft. It was indeed a swift approach. However, these considerations were secondary. Strength was paramount. Today had been utterly embarrassing. He had played poorly with an exceptional hand. Reflecting on how Han Long had easily dominated him, Chu Ran felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Despite possessing top-tier talents, he had merely scavenged within the safe zone, never contemplating venturing into the foggy area, thus missing the opportunity to advance to the first tier before others, and almost losing his life in the process. Chapter 37. The first wave of Cold Wave to upgrade the second-tier shelter, 1,000 stones and 200 woods were required. The wood was sufficient, but he was still short on stones. Chu Ran checked his supplies and realized he was lacking a few items for the shelter upgrade. Once the survivors had left the dungeon, the sky visibly darkened. Should he venture out to experience the darkness of the survival zone? At that moment, having just awakened his supernatural abilities, Chu Ran was brimming with confidence. The fear of the night could no longer restrain him. Without hesitation, he slowly pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside the cabin. The sound of heavy rain greeted him. The survival zone was experiencing its first rainfall in many days. And it was a torrential downpour. In the past, Chu Ran would have been delighted, as rain meant the water collector could produce water. However, now that his water resources were sufficient, he found himself wishing for the rain to cease. Cursing his bad luck, He retreated back into the small cabin. The outside temperature was around 5 degrees Celsius, and the tiger skin he wore shielded him from the cold. However, with the rain falling, he did not want his tiger skin to get wet. Upon returning to the cabin, Chu Ran began cooking the Tiger King's meat. The cooking process required time, and the quantity prepared each time was limited. He always made extra to store in his watch space, thus saving ample time during the day. The method was similar. Not wanting to lose sleep, he used the Chinquan pot as an air fryer. Creak, creak. Suddenly, a faint and peculiar sound reached his ears. What was that noise? Chu Ran halted his actions and strained to listen. In an instant, all other sounds faded away, leaving only the patter of rain and the crackling of the fireplace. Was it merely an illusion? Had he imagined it? After a moment, he relaxed, dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. However, just as he resumed cooking, the creaking noise echoed again, fleeting yet distinct. Who was outside? This time, Chu Ran distinctly heard it. Something was certainly lurking outside his small cabin. Though he could not identify what it was, it seemed to have sharp claws, as the sound resembled claws scraping against the wooden walls. Who was scratching at his cabin in the dead of night? Suddenly, it struck him, and his expression turned pale. Creak. The scratching sound returned, long and low. Had he not become a first-tier survivor, he would have never heard it. Oh no! Was it that father? He sprang up as if his bottom were on fire, disregarding the danger outside. He snatched a burning branch from the campfire, shielding it from the rain with a stainless steel basin, and dashed out. He reached the spot where he had previously dug in the earth, which had now formed a small puddle. Rainwater seeped into the ground, and the scratching noise was emanating from beneath. Due to Chu Ran's excavations during the day, the soil had become loose, allowing rainwater to infiltrate the ground, dampening the sealing talisman and awakening the ancestor buried below. Oh dear, just kill me already. Confirming his suspicions, Chu Ran's heart raced. The thought of what might lie below made his hair stand on end and sent chills down his spine. No, the sound was faint, indicating that whatever it was had only just awakened and was still weak. Or perhaps the seal had not fully broken. Chu Ran's eyes brightened. He hurriedly pressed his hand into the puddle. He unleashed the power of ice without restraint. In half a breath, the puddle and the surrounding soil were completely frozen. He then used cement to seal the ground thoroughly. Perhaps due to Chu Ran's intervention, the scratching sounds gradually faded into silence. Finally, he let out a long sigh, still shaken, and glanced back over his shoulder repeatedly. The eerie scratching noise had ceased. Returning to the small cabin, he unceremoniously plopped down by the campfire. That night, Chu Ran could not close his eyes again. Although he had sealed the outside with cement, the rainwater that had seeped in was beyond his control. He could only freeze the water inside. But as time passed, even after multiple freezes, he could still faintly sense a strange aura emanating from below. Though faint, it was undeniably real. The seal's breach was merely a matter of time. Daybreak, today's weather, heavy rain, temperature, unknown, daylight duration, 8 hours, current disaster, ice age, end time, unknown, beep, 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 warning, warning. The first wave of cold wave will arrive in 1 minute. Survivors are advised to seek shelter, secure doors and windows, stoke the campfire to its fullest, and prepare all available warming supplies. The warning sounded 3 times before fading, and Chu Ran's expression grew increasingly grave, sensing something amiss. This disaster seemed different from what he had anticipated. It felt slightly terrifying. Boom! Dull explosions echoed from a distant location, so far away that he could not discern the direction. Puzzled, he pushed open the cabin door and beheld a colossal white dust storm sweeping toward him with terrifying speed from the distant east. Wherever it passed, the world was visibly encased in ice. Countless animals were frantically fleeing, desperately attempting to escape, but it was in vain. In an instant, they were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. This was a bit excessive. Who could possibly survive this? Chu Ran swiftly closed the cabin door, cranked up the fireplace to maximum, and stoked the campfire to its peak. Wrapping himself tightly in the tiger skin, he prepared for the onslaught. Boom! Just as he finished, the cold wave struck the cabin like a tempest. The seemingly sturdy wooden cabin trembled under the impact, and Chu Ran felt his heart leap into his throat. At that moment, the cabin emitted a faint glow, holding firm against destruction. Inside, the temperature plummeted by several degrees. Having rained just the day before, the wood still retained a significant amount of moisture. Now, with the cold wave crashing down, the wood visibly whitened, expanded, and emitted creaking sounds that suggested it could not withstand the pressure. Chu Ran regretted not purchasing stones to upgrade the cabin yesterday. Thankfully, while the cabin shook violently, it ultimately endured. The campfire flickered dimly in the extreme cold, the flame rapidly dimming. The temperature dropped sharply. Cold air descended and warm air rose, creating a fierce current that extinguished the campfire. Fortunately, the fireplace, being enclosed, managed to survive. Chu Ran added a few logs to the campfire, hoping to reignite it, but was informed that it had been extinguished unnaturally. Reignition would require a 20-minute cooldown or the use of an open flame. He retrieved a match from the fireplace, reigniting the campfire and bringing a modicum of warmth to the frigid cabin. This challenge was excessively brutal. If one were solely reliant on the campfire, its extinguishment would yield catastrophic consequences. Once brimming with confidence about survival, Chu Ran suddenly felt his assurance wane. The reason was simple. It was unbearably cold. Although he lacked a thermometer, he could ascertain that the temperature had plummeted close to -50 degrees Celsius. And this was only the beginning. The challenge was already beyond measure, if this continued. Who could possibly endure? Even wrapped in tiger skin, sleeping on straw, and tending to the fireplace and campfire, Chu Ran trembled uncontrollably. Time ticked away, and while the temperature initially continued to plummet, it began to slowly rise. Meanwhile, the survival zone was entirely encased in ice, with only shelters emanating a faint glow standing firm. Countless survivors anxiously awaited the passing of the first wave of cold wave, relying on their shelters for warmth. Chapter 38. Enormous blackberries. The cold wave arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly as in the blink of an eye. It ceased, and the temperature began to rise from the frigid depths of -50 degrees. Ding! Leaderboard rewards have been distributed. Congratulations on ranking first this time. Receiving the first tier reward. First tier, rank 1, rewards. Random combat skill 1, random equipment, exceptional, 1, pet egg 1, second tier. Ranks 2 to 1000, rewards. Random combat skill 1. Random equipment, exceptional, 1, third tier. Ranks 1001 to 10,000, rewards. Random combat skill 1. Next rewards will be issued in 7 days. Ding! Survival officially begins, with no rules, no restrictions, the sole task, survive. A thought froze the world. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Chu Ran stared blankly at the ice-covered landscape outside. In mere breaths, the world had been entirely blanketed in snow. Fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the sky. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Chu Ran to shiver involuntarily. Battling against the heavy snowfall, he wrapped himself in tiger skin and made his way to inspect the spot where he had buried the rice dumplings. This was urgent. The dumplings were his greatest concern, the most vital item. He certainly did not wish to find himself brainless in the middle of the night. Fortunately, it seemed they could hold up for a short while. Upon seeing that everything appeared normal, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The temperature has plummeted sharply, and the puddles from yesterday have been completely encased in ice. Although the ominous aura that overflowed is slowly intensifying, its pace has significantly slowed. It seems that my repeated freezing efforts yesterday have successfully preserved the sealing talisman. The cold wind howls around my neck. Even though I, Chu Ran, am wrapped in a tiger skin, I cannot fend off the bone-chilling cold. Wait a moment, am I not an ice-type survivor? Shouldn't I be impervious to this chill? The spiritual energy within Chu Ran surged, enveloping his entire body, causing that piercing cold to dissipate rapidly. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is? Lin Wenbin stood before a massive cluster of blackberries, laughing maniacally at the sky. The cluster of blackberries towered 2 to 3 meters high. Yet only a single berry the size of a grapefruit graced its peak. The surrounding blackberry bushes, however, had completely withered, drained of all vitality. Chu Ran, just you wait. You've caused me to lose a substantial amount of resources. I will surely exact my revenge. Lin Wenbin's expression twisted with malice, his eyes brimming with hatred. When Chu Ran unleashed the Ice Age, he was in close proximity. Due to his inferior strength, the frigid power invaded his lungs. Though he managed to escape, he tragically succumbed to the cold toxin just as the instance ended, losing all his resources. I'm going to freeze to death, damn it. Chu Ran, shivering in his tiger skin, hurried towards the small wooden cabin. After using his powers, He indeed felt no cold, but given his current intellect, even the slightest exertion of his abilities would not last for long as his powers dissipated. He returned to his original state. What sort of absurd setting is this? An ice-type controller still fears the cold. Just freeze to death already. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, thanks to the fireplace. The indoor temperature was a full 10 degrees higher than outside. The cold rapidly vanished, and Chu Ran began to inspect the rewards he had just received. The first reward was a manual. 8 Extremities Fist, Special Skill. Evaluation. No level. Upon use, one can master the essentials of 8 Extremities Fist and become a master of the art. This special combat technique is only obtainable through the system. Note: this skill is bound upon acquisition and cannot be traded. Does this mean that I can become an expert in 8 Extremities Fist after learning it? Chu Ran's eyes lit up. This survival game was increasingly to his liking. Refresh. Obtained items. Xingyi Fist, Special Skill. Refresh. Obtained items. Wulong Bagwazang, Special Skill. Obtained items. Tang Family 12 Route Kicking, Special Skill. Obtained items. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms, Special Skill. Refresh. What the hell? Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. My childhood dream has come true. Chu Ran's smile widened. If he could obtain such a skill, happiness was surely on the horizon. Just as he was about to learn it, a private message chimed in. Imo Lanshan sent a voice message. What does this guy want from me? Chu Ran answered with curiosity. Bro, nice job, first place. What did your pet egg hatch into? Imo Lanshan asked excitedly. As if he were the first place winner himself. Haven't checked yet, just looking at skills, Chu Ran replied. What skill did you get? By the way, speaking of which, let me give you a tip. This time the skills are not abilities, but rather combat techniques related to the application of spiritual energy. I suggest you choose something more practical, Mo Lanshan advised. I got Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Chu Ran's lips curled into a smirk. Dragon Subduing 18 Palms. Mo Lanshan's tone suddenly soared. You are truly lucky. There isn't a single person who wouldn't love this skill. However, while it's great, it may not be very suitable for the current stage. Elaborate. Chu Ran raised an eyebrow. He had expected to hear envy and jealousy in the other's voice. But while Imo Lanshan was surprised, he showed no signs of jealousy. Known as a purveyor of information, Imo Lanshan likely had gathered relevant insights about the skills within mere minutes of their release. He explained that the skills granted by the system were all related to combat techniques, and Dragon Subduing 18 Palms was among the finest. However, it had a significant drawback. It consumed an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Someone once obtained the Buddha's palm, a beautiful technique, but before they could even unleash it, their energy was completely drained. O Lanshan elaborated, not wishing to sway Chu Ran's thoughts unduly. After hanging up the voice call, Chu Ran fell into contemplation. He recalled how he had nearly perished last time due to releasing the Ice Age, which had drained his spiritual energy in an instant. This time, Dragon Subduing 18 Palms would likely be the same. Without substantial reserves, given his current energy levels, he wouldn't be able to execute even the first stance, let alone the most powerful. What a pity it wasn't a cheat-like skill like the Six Meridians Divine Sword. After a moment of reflection, Chu Ran made a decision to continue refreshing for combat techniques. During his previous battle with Han Long, his attributes had been overwhelmingly superior, yet he had been unable to subdue his opponent. Had Han Long not been terrified by his domain's Ice Age and fled in panic, he wouldn't have been so easily shot down. Refresh. Refresh. Obtained item. Daxia Ancient Martial Arts Practical Guide, Special Skill. Evaluation. No level. While it does not provide specific attack techniques, it significantly enhances practical combat abilities, allowing one to perceive enemies and anticipate their moves in battle. This special combat technique is only obtainable through the system. Note: this skill is bound upon acquisition and cannot be traded. This is good. Is this not a compilation of martial arts manuals? After pondering for a moment, Chu Ran decisively chose the Daxia Ancient Martial Arts Practical Guide. Practical Guide. This is equivalent to 100 martial arts. Moreover, with his Chinkuan One-Chi Pot, his attributes were destined to surpass others. As long as his practical skills improved, he could unleash his full potential. No matter how flashy or extravagant the style, he would first land a few punches. Confirming the learning, various techniques began to emerge in his mind, none of which he mastered, merely a superficial understanding, a frustrating tickling sensation. Ugh, this feels strange. Chu Ran pouted. He now felt like a person who had devoted his entire life to martial arts. His martial arts knowledge spanned all directions. He could claim to know everything. Yet his understanding was merely skin-deep, lacking mastery, and no wonder it's called the practical guide. It turns out to be rather basic. However, he felt no dismay. This skill had directly boosted his practical combat ability from a score of 10 to 60. And as he experienced more battles, his understanding of the ancient martial arts practical guide would deepen. Its effects could infinitely amplify his strength. Ding. System announcement. Congratulations to survivor Lin Wenbin for successfully obtaining the first devil fruit. Rewarded with a super attribute pill. 5 minutes later, leaderboard update, first place. Lin Wenbin second place. Chu Ran. This guy actually obtained a devil fruit. The devil fruit is so powerful. It propelled him straight to second place. Chu Ran's heart jolted. He was well aware of his own situation. His attributes far surpassed others, and he had equipment bonuses, yet he was still surpassed by Lin Wenbin. Was it due to that super attribute pill? He quickly realized that the attribute pill enhanced all attributes, and Lin Wenbin's attributes were also quite high, doubling upon advancement. Furthermore, with the added benefit of the devil fruit, it was no surprise that he had overtaken him. This is troublesome. In the future, I must strike first and eliminate this guy. He resolved to note Lin Wenbin and Han Long in his mind as primary targets for elimination. Intending to take action when they crossed paths, thinking ahead was fine, but the immediate priority was to find a way to enhance his strength and survive. He shook his head, pushing Lin Wenbin's matter aside, and resumed examining the rewards. The second item was a random equipment box. He drew a superior grade Tang Dao, which, after multiple refreshes, was upgraded to a splendid grade. Now he had experience. The highest level that was relatively easy to obtain was splendid, while epic items were purely a matter of luck. Tang Dao, splendid, first-tier equipment basic attributes. Attack 120 excellent attribute. Attack 60 perfect attribute, two-handed sword when wielded with both hands. Attack power increases by 100 superior attribute. Armor piercing the slender blade and sharp edge can easily penetrate armor. Splendid attribute, weapon disarm when attacking. There is a certain chance to knock the opponent's weapon from their hands. The attributes and attributes of the Tang Dao are exceptional, compensating for his current shortcomings in melee weapons. However, he had little interest in lingering over it. His attention was now entirely focused on the third prize. Random Pet Egg 1. Evaluation. Blood can be used to recognize the master. Through the owner's blood, a blood contract battle pet can be hatched. Refresh. System prompt. Blood contract battle pet cannot be refreshed. Chu Ran pouted in frustration. The very thing he had looked forward to the most was unexpectedly unrefreshable. He took out the Tang Dao, attempted several times, and finally made a small cut on his pinky finger, allowing a drop of blood to touch the pet egg's surface. System prompt. Is this man? You can't even wet a sanitary napkin with this little blood, and you expect to hatch a pet egg? What are you dreaming about? Damn it! Chu Ran was utterly speechless. He had never anticipated being mocked by the system. To successfully hatch the pet egg, he had no choice but to endure the pain and make a cut on his thumb. Drops of blood fell onto the surface of the pet egg, rapidly absorbed. An aura of bloodthirsty arrogance awakened from within the egg. The next moment, a flash of light occurred, and the pet egg vanished, revealing a blood-red figure before him. Congratulations on obtaining the pet. Bloodthirsty Mantis, Superior, Level, Normal, Juvenile Stage, Evaluation. A growth-type battle pet, currently weak in strength and low in survival ability. Please take good care of it and provide a nurturing growth environment. Chu Ran looked disdainfully at the red mantis standing before him, barely a foot long, his frustration boiling over. He had anticipated a formidable battle companion to aid him in vanquishing foes. Yet instead, he found himself unexpectedly saddled with a juvenile creature. How absurdly ironic. Click-clack. The little one, connected by blood to Chu Ran, could sense his disdain with utmost clarity, aware that it was being scorned. Brandishing its forelimbs like twin blades, it clashed them together, producing a series of clanging sounds to express its discontent, even letting out an angry shriek directed at Chu Ran. Oh, such a temper for such a diminutive frame. What could you possibly do? Can you even contend with a monkey? And how dare you sulk? Chu Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. He had somehow deciphered the bloodthirsty mantis's intentions. It was actually insulting him. A pet rebuking its owner was intolerable. A lesson was imperative. Hearing Chu Ran's words, the bloodthirsty mantis trembled with rage, its youthful mind still underdeveloped, resorting to mere click-clacking in a futile attempt at defiance. Do not be so defiant. Let us settle this with a duel. Whoever emerges victorious shall be deemed the father. What? Afraid? Then I shall fetch a monkey and see if you can best it. Chu Ran delivered his scathing mockery without mercy. Click-clack. The humiliated, bloodthirsty mantis, its eyes ablaze with fury, emitted a roar of indignation, then raised its forelimbs high. Chu Ran initially feared this rebellious child was about to commit patricide. Yet, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. The mantis, raising its forelimbs, suddenly brought them down upon itself, committing self-destruction. Chu Ran was rendered speechless. Had his taunting prowess truly evolved to the point of inducing someone to retreat into despair? Chapter 40. Single kill of a first-order beast. Oh my goodness. Regaining his senses, Chu Ran hurriedly seized his newfound son, preventing the reckless act. I am not afraid of you. You are not Neza, and I shall not suffer such disrespect. Chu Ran found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The bloodthirsty mantis, moments ago quivering with rage, now stood poised with its forelimbs raised, prepared to sever its own delicate neck without a hint of hesitation. Family, you would not believe it, but my pet is contemplating suicide. Click-clack. All right, I concede, dear child. Come, have some meat. Chu Ran wore a placating smile as he sought to soothe the aggrieved little mantis, presenting it with some cooked Tiger King meat as a peace offering. Upon seeing the meat, the little creature's eyes sparkled, its anger dissipating as it dove headfirst into the feast. At last, the chaos has ceased. This truly is a rebellious child. Chu Ran chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such a fiery temperament. From now on, you shall be known as the third prince. Click-clack. The bloodthirsty mantis, not lifting its head, acknowledged the name. After devouring the meat, the third prince, now devoid of anger, found a cozy spot by the fireplace and began to snore softly. Chu Ran glanced at the slumbering third prince, stoked the fireplace full of firewood, donned his weaponry, and wrapped himself in tiger skin before departing the little wooden cabin. He first checked on the formidable presence in the lake, astonished to find that it had not frozen over. Despite the outdoor temperature hovering around -5°C, the chill had once plunged to a staggering -50°C. Remarkably, it remained unfrozen. Truly, a formidable entity. Shaking his head, he tossed the prepared Tiger King meat into the lake and began collecting stones. With the biting cold and the wooden cabin's numerous gaps allowing the wind to seep through, failing to upgrade today could result in a perilous freeze come nightfall. This time, he opted to head north, gathering stones along the way. The northern region had previously been a marshland, a place he had never dared to enter, but with the onset of the ice disaster, the opportunity had finally arrived. Upon reaching the marsh, he discovered, as anticipated, that it had succumbed to a blanket of ice, with countless animals frozen into sculptures. So many frozen creatures. Could the system be providing me with meat? Chu Ran reached out to touch an ice-encased crocodile, but the moment his hand made contact, it shattered into countless fragments, leaving not a trace behind. Skeptical, he attempted several more times, and each ice sculpture met the same fate. Well then, it appears you leave no room for error. How stingy. After a few failed attempts, Chu Ran ceased to dwell on it. After all, he had ample meat at his disposal. He began to search for treasure chests in the frozen marsh. The creatures in the marsh had all perished in the initial wave of the cold surge, allowing him to swiftly scour the safe zone before venturing into the misty area. In this misty zone, the cold had transformed the fog into ice, limiting visibility only to the heavy snowfall from a distance. He spotted a peculiar plant swaying amidst the storm. No danger here. All have perished? Chu Ran cautiously surveyed his surroundings as he approached. And to his relief, no threats emerged. It was worth noting that his last venture into the misty area had been fraught with ferocious beasts. He discerned no immediate danger. He relaxed, reaching out to pluck the fruit at the top of the plant. Just then, a sense of impending doom crept up from behind. Here it comes. Sensing the danger approaching, Chu Ran felt no fear. Instead, he boldly turned around, drawing his blade to confront the threat. With a fierce gaze, he beheld the assailant. A massive armored crocodile had been lurking beneath the ice, now erupting forth in a sudden charge toward him. He narrowly sidestepped the onslaught, executing a downward strike with his tang sword. The crocodile's hide gleamed but remained unscathed. Man and beast passed each other in a fleeting moment. A hint of pride swelled within him. Humph! I am no longer the unworthy fool of the past. Bam! Before Chu Ran could finish his thought, he was sent flying by the crocodile's massive tail. The armored crocodile, seizing the advantage, pursued relentlessly. Chu Ran scrambled to his feet, his hands encased in ice as he struck the ground. Summoning a half-meter-long ice pillar to rise from the earth. It obstructed the crocodile's path of attack. Although the ice pillar shattered upon impact, it afforded Chu Ran a brief moment to evade. Such formidable strength, Chu Ran had underestimated the beast, retreating several paces to widen the distance, evaluating his opponent. Armored crocodile level, first-order beast evaluation, unknown. Indeed, a first-order beast. No wonder it possesses such immense power. However, it pales in comparison to the Tiger King, lacking in both presence and ferocity. As Chu Ran assessed the crocodile, it charged once more. Having learned from his previous encounter, he refrained from engaging in close combat and instead circled the crocodile. Landing occasional slashes in the blink of an eye, they had been locked in combat for over 10 minutes. Chu Ran quickly discerned the crocodile's weakness. It could only withstand his Tang sword strikes when a faint black aura enveloped its body. Without that protection, it was vulnerable. The black aura was akin to his own unique ability, not something it could maintain indefinitely. Realizing the pattern, Chu Ran deliberately feigned a weakness, coaxing the crocodile's protective black aura to manifest. Then, he leaped toward the crocodile, bringing his Tang sword down with all his might, nearly cleaving the creature in two. Roar. The armored crocodile let out a mournful wail, slowly succumbing to its injuries. Boom, boom. However, before Chu Ran could revel in his victory, the ice beneath him erupted in a series of explosive bursts as multiple armored crocodiles emerged. What in the world? 4 of them! Chu Ran swiftly snatched the fruit and turned to flee. One was already a handful. But 4 would be utterly insurmountable. To his surprise, the crocodiles did not pursue him. Instead, they surged toward the slain one, vying to tear into its carcass. Damn it, they're stealing my food. Chu Ran cursed under his breath. Retreating obediently, he could only accept his fate, lacking the strength to contest them. Nevertheless, considering he had at least gathered some fruit, his spirits lifted somewhat. In the ensuing moments, he navigated swiftly through the misty area. The first wave of the cold surge had decimated nearly all the beasts, offering him a significant advantage. Within an hour, he had collected 7 fruits and 2 bronze treasure chests. The 7 fruits granted him an increase of 61 points in strength. The bronze chests yielded a high drop rate, containing 4 blueprints, 2 for cotton clothing, 1 for a quilt, 1 for goggles, along with 5 pounds of cotton and 3 loaves of bread. The bread conferred no attributes, so he disregarded it entirely, opting to list it for sale in the trading market. Chapter 41. Survivors' Abandoned Shelter. Not again, my meat. In the snow-covered jungle, Chu Ran silently observed as his hard-won spoils were devoured. Gradually retreating, just moments ago, he had successfully slain yet another first-order tiger. Yet before he could claim his prize, several more first-order tigers surged forth, snatching the spoils away. This was peculiar. It was the 3rd time this had occurred. Though a group was present, only one would emerge, seemingly offering itself up for slaughter. After its companion fell, it swiftly appeared to seize the food, as if conditioned by the cold surge to waste not a single morsel. After departing the misty area, Chu Ran's mind was consumed by the bizarre occurrences he had just witnessed. He recalibrated his sense of direction, making his way back to the wooden cabin. The extended time spent searching in the frigid wilderness was nearing its limit, and he needed the warmth of the fireplace to recover. Bang, bang, bang. As he approached the cabin, the sound of chopping would reach his ears. Something was amiss. Chu Ran furrowed his brow, hastening toward the cabin. This was his base, his stronghold. It must not be compromised. Before he could draw near, a small opening suddenly burst forth from one corner of the cabin. The wooden wall cleaved into several pieces, revealing a faint glow of fire within, along with the silhouette of the bloodthirsty mantis. Its forelimbs raised high, it emitted excited click-clacks. You little rascal, are you rebelling? I'll have you dealt with. Chu Ran rushed into the cabin, nearly fainting from rage. The entire room was in disarray. Items lay scattered, hacked to pieces. From the outside, it appeared only one corner of the wall had been damaged. In reality, all 4 walls had suffered, with the corner only displaying the most severe damage. having collapsed under the strain. Now, confess, why did you dismantle our home? Chu Ran seized the third prince, demanding answers to click-clack. The third prince raised its forelimbs, utterly oblivious to any wrongdoing. Training? You could have gone outside to practice. Why dismantle our abode? Click-clack. Are you still afraid of the cold? You've left the house riddled with gaps. If you do this again, I shall encase you in ice. Chu Ran, grumbling and cursing, cast aside the third prince with the intent of acquiring some cement to seal up the breach. Ding! Detected that the cabin has been damaged. Would you like to spin with 13 for repairs? There's also an automatic repair function. That's quite handy. Chu Ran readily agreed, and the cabin was instantly restored to its former state. He approached the fireplace to warm his frozen fingers and commenced his lunch. With one person and one mantis, they voraciously tackled the Tiger King meat, consuming a staggering 6 to 7 pounds. His appetite had noticeably increased. Previously, consuming a mere pound would suffice for a boost in attribute points, but now he required 3 to 4 pounds. This was concerning. At this rate, the Tiger King meat would soon run out. Should he consider cutting off supplies to the boss? Observing the rapid consumption of meat, a hint of worry crept into Chu Ran's mind, especially now, with a significant number of beasts having perished in the cold wave, making the acquisition of meat increasingly difficult. Creak. Do you still want to eat? No, your waist is thinner than a chopstick, and you weigh less than a pound. How can you possibly consume 3 to 4 pounds of meat? In curiosity, Chu Ran examined the third prince closely but found no apparent issues. After a brief struggle against the bloodthirsty mantis, he set it down and sliced off a pound of meat for it. Only then did the third prince nod in satisfaction. I'm heading out. You can eat and sleep as you please, just one condition. Don't destroy the house, or I'll let you truly experience the greatness of paternal love. Chu Ran retrieved stones from his spatial watch, donned his tiger skin once more, and ventured into the snow. He still needed more stones. This time, he planned solely to gather them and upgrade the shelter first. He genuinely feared returning to find his home gone. This ungrateful child, driving me to madness. Chu Ran grumbled as he stepped outside. Dedicating himself to stone collection, his progress accelerated significantly. Within less than 2 hours, he had amassed sufficient materials to upgrade the shelter. Roar. Just as Chu Ran was on his way back, a roar echoed through the air. Beasts had appeared in the safe zone. His brow furrowed as he instinctively crouched, glancing towards the source of the sound. Nothing seemed amiss. Judging by the intensity of the roar, it seemed to be roughly 100 or 200 meters away. This direction was that cave. Chu Ran's pupils contracted as he deduced the origin of the sound. After a few moments of contemplation, he altered his course and stealthily approached the cave. The cave was alarmingly close to the cabin. If there were indeed dangers within, they needed to be dealt with promptly. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Chu Ran felt a stark contrast to his previous trepidation. Last time, he was filled with dread, fearing a fierce beast might charge out, and he hadn't dared linger. Now, however, he longed for a few fierce beasts to emerge for a change of pace. Eating Tiger King meat day in and day out had grown tiresome. Other than the initial roar, no further sounds emanated from the cave. Leaving Chu Ran to ponder whether the roar had indeed come from within, ding. Detected a residual instance, danger level unknown. Would you like to proceed? A residual instance. Let's take a look. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Ran decided to venture inside. Even if the roar hadn't originated from the cave, he was eager to explore. Moreover, the earlier roar hadn't triggered his instinctive sense of danger, suggesting that whatever lay ahead might not pose a significant threat. Stepping into the cave, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Chu Ran paused momentarily, allowing his eyes to adjust before he began to navigate deeper. The further he ventured, the larger the passage became. While the entrance could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side, the interior expanded several times over, nearly large enough for a vehicle to pass through. Was there light? Turning a corner, he spotted a glimmer of white light at the end of the path. Gripping his tang knife tightly, he bit down on a vial of life potion and cautiously approached. The light grew larger and brighter. As Chu Ran emerged from the cave, he was nearly blinded by the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. What is this? Chu Ran stood in stunned silence at the sight before him. Fluorescent lights, LCD televisions, PS gaming consoles, forging stations, and various modern items. How could such things exist here? Could this be a survivor's shelter? Who on earth is so powerful? And why are they here in an instance? The room was carved into the mountainside, its walls adorned with tiled bricks, and the floor covered with various animal skins, none of which he recognized, resembling creatures from myth and legend. In the corner stood rows of storage boxes. Detected unclaimed storage units. You cannot access them unless forcibly opened. As he reached for the storage unit, a powerful force repelled his hand, and a message flashed in his mind. Unclaimed. There were survivors here before us. Chu Ran was taken aback. Based on the room's layout, this must be a shelter left behind by survivors. And the storage unit likely contained a wealth of resources and high-grade items. He promptly drew his tang knife, intending to pry open the storage unit. Who goes there? A deep growl resonated beside him. Someone? Chu Ran froze. He had anticipated beasts lurking within, but never imagined there would be people. Wasn't he this supposed to be unclaimed? Whose voice was that? Suppressing his horror, Chu Ran cautiously approached, and upon rounding a wall, he was abruptly halted. Behind the wall, a chilling gaze bore down on him. The source of that gaze was an exceedingly large black bear, its size 2 to 3 times that of a normal black bear. Locked behind iron bars, the bars, formed of robust iron pillars, were inscribed with obscure runes, securely trapping the bear. You can talk? A bear spirit? Chu Ran stared in disbelief at the colossal creature before him, astonished to encounter a talking bear. Why are you locked up? Before he could engage the bear in conversation to foster goodwill, the creature interrupted him. Intruder! You dare trespass upon the master's territory? You shall be punished. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the bear's eyes. This was bad. Chu Ran's heart sank as he sensed the impending danger. Although the bear was confined, the moment he laid eyes on it, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within him, urging every fiber of his being to flee, roar. Just as Chu Ran turned to escape, a deafening roar accompanied by a powerful gust of wind sent him flying. The penetrating roar caused blood to flow from his 7 orifices, leaving him dizzy. Even channeling his ice powers couldn't alleviate the sensation. Wait. I can explain. Chu Ran pleaded desperately, but the roar, coupled with immense pressure, pinned him to the ground, rendering him unable to escape. The bear's strength was clearly beyond his capabilities. Roar. The bear ignored him, unleashing another roar that felt like countless steel columns attempting to penetrate his mind, causing him to roll on the ground in agony, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse. Over. Everything is over. This bear's spirit is too terrifying. Before such overwhelming power, Chu Ran found himself utterly powerless, awaiting his demise. Chapter 42. The clash of titans outside the cave. The bear's terrifying roars echoed from within the cave, its overwhelming pressure causing trees to sway, lake waters to ripple, and even the ice layer to tremble slightly. Creak, creak. Inside the cabin, the third prince sensed Chu Ran's life force rapidly diminishing, its eyes turning bloodshot with urgency as it frantically hacked at the obstructing walls. The recently repaired wooden structure crumbled once more, and its exoskeleton unfurled, revealing delicate wings akin to those of a cicada, allowing it to burst forth. At the bottom of the lake, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened in response to the roar. The next moment, a terrifying bellow erupted from the depths of the lake, brimming with rage, the kind of fury one might feel when provoked as a ruler. The lake's surface exploded, countless ice sculptures shattering, and snow layers collapsing. Inside the cave, as Chu Ran hovered between life and death, another terrifying roar resonated, colliding with the bear's growl. Roar. The bear retaliated with its own furious roar, pounding against the iron door, eager to break free and confront the source of the roar. The iron gate rattled under the impact, the runes glowing one by one, preventing the bear from escaping. As the two forces clashed, Chu Ran found himself in an even worse predicament. The combination of the two roars overwhelmed him, causing his physical state to plummet, nearing death. I can move. In his moment of despair, Chu Ran was pleasantly surprised to discover that the pressure exerted by the bear had vanished. Allowing him to regain mobility, he hastily grabbed a fallen life potion and desperately fled towards the exit. Only upon completely leaving the cave did he feel a sense of relief. Though the roars continued to clash behind him, the distance was now great enough that the bear could no longer lock onto him, allowing him to escape this ordeal. Phew! What level of being is this bear's spirit? Even from behind bars, It could nearly crush me. Thank goodness for the lake's powerful entity. Chu Ran cast a fearful glance back at the cave before turning to leave. Had it not been for the bear's roar provoking the lake's formidable inhabitant, leading to their distant confrontation, he would have surely met his end. Whoosh! Just then, a red blur zipped towards him. It was his newly acquired pet, the bloodthirsty mantis. What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by something on the way? Chu Ran scolded, intending to take it back with him. However, the mantis elegantly soared past him, charging straight for the cave, shouting, "Click, click," in a bid for vengeance. Oh no! Chu Ran's heart skipped a beat. If it charged in there, they might not even find a body. He quickly reached out to grasp the third prince, dragging it back in haste. Click, click. The third prince struggled wildly, aiming directly for the cave. All right, do me a favor. Can we let that bear spirit go this time? Chu Ran pleaded, using both threats and the promise of meat to finally convince the mantis to relent. The pair hurried back towards the cabin. Let us just say, next time you want to come out, could you please use the door? Chu Ran gazed helplessly at the cabin, which had suffered further damage, yet his heart felt warm, knowing the mantis had acted out of concern for him. Once I upgrade the shelter, you can't do this anymore. I'm worried you'll break your handblade. Creak. The third prince took off from Chu Ran's shoulder, bypassing the entrance entirely, and squeezed through the small hole it had created, seemingly ignoring his words. Chu Ran paid no mind to it. He learned from the experience after just one leap, for practice is the finest teacher. Ding! Detected sufficient upgrade materials. Do you wish to upgrade the shelter? Upgrade at a flash of light enveloped him, and the small wooden cabin transformed, evolving into a stone house constructed from raw stones, albeit uneven and riddled with gaps, rendering it less aesthetically pleasing than the quaint wooden abode. Tier 2 shelter, stone house, size, 40 square meters, shelter range, 1,000 meters, fog range, 1,000 meters, within the shelter range. Basic resources are enhanced by 20, indoor temperature regulation, 5. As you have upgraded to a Tier 2 shelter, the material enhancement function has been unlocked. Enhancement refers to the refining of either the shelter or specific basic materials to obtain higher tier resources. However, the enhancement ratio is somewhat daunting. Would 100 enhanced would 1 at this stage? Pursuing enhancement seems rather precarious. Sigh, let me add some firewood. Chu Ran gently nudged the third prince, who was lounging in front of the fireplace, adding wood and cranking the burning power to its maximum. Although the stone house significantly improved defense, it still suffered from drafts, much like the wooden cabin. The fireplace and campfire must be maintained to ensure warmth. Driving away the pervasive chill, he then approached the forge to begin crafting the blueprints he had acquired today. Cotton clothing blueprint 2, required materials, cotton 3, fiber 3. Comforter blueprint, required materials, cotton 10-20. Fiber 10, he possessed all the necessary materials and swiftly produced the items. The cotton required for the comforter was variable, so to ensure warmth, he utilized a full 20 pounds of cotton. Ding! Acquired complete set of cotton clothing, ordinary, 2. Without checking the attributes, Chu Ran upgraded both sets of cotton clothing to perfection. Warm cotton clothing, perfect, base attributes. Warmth 20 excellent traits, soft and skin-friendly, comfortable and breathable, comfort level 20. Perfect traits, exceptional warmth. A winter's blessing, warmth 20. Warm comforter, outstanding, base attributes. Warmth 50 excellent trait, weight reduced by 50. Perfect trait, quick slumber. Using this comforter allows for rapid sleep within 60 seconds. Finally, he had obtained the cotton clothing. If he delayed any longer, he would freeze to death. Chu Ran quickly donned a set of cotton clothing and draped himself in a tiger skin, finally feeling the long-awaited warmth. He used the comforter as a makeshift bed atop some dry grass. Click! The third prince, upon seeing the comforter, joyfully burrowed into it, rolling about with glee. Be careful not to damage the blanket, Chu Ran admonished, beginning to prepare dinner. The roar of the black bear spirit had left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Even after consuming a life potion, he still felt lightheaded and unable to heal from mental fatigue. After dinner, he and the third prince nestled back-to-back in the warmth of their bedding, scrolling through the chat channel to gauge the current situation. Upon seeing the dwindling number of participants in the chat, his heart sank. Chapter 43. Overall Strength Enhancement. Remaining participants, 4873 10,000. More than half had perished. Just yesterday, There were still over 8,000. Chu Ran stared at the displayed number, experiencing for the first time the cruel reality of survival. The calamity had only just begun, and the first wave of cold had claimed nearly a third of the populace. He felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, unsure whether it was due to the loss of vibrant lives or his own uncertainty about the future. Chat channel, haha, I finally reached Tier 1. It wasn't easy, congratulations, I'm almost there too. I gathered 2 spirit fruits today, and just one more will elevate me to Tier 1. I heard someone found a divine fruit and directly advanced to Tier 1. Divine fruit? That's truly a rare find. The remaining participants have already fallen below 5,000. Each day seems to bring fewer survivors. I've given up. I have no food, wood, or warm clothing. Today might be my last. Bro, you're not alone. I'll keep you company through your final day. Don't give up. There's still hope. The chat channel felt particularly desolate today, with everyone's spirits low. The only active participants seemed to be those fortunate enough to have advanced to Tier 1. Chu Ran spent some time filtering through the day's chat messages. The cold wave had wiped out all beasts below Tier 1, easing the search for spirit fruits. The chilling weather dissipated the fog, making it simpler for survivors to locate spirit fruits, resulting in a surge of Tier 1 survivors. However, encountering a beast meant facing a Tier 1 predator, which had a high fatality rate. The realm of survival still produced divine fruits, which granted substantial attribute points upon consumption. Some even discovered a set of biological battle armor, effortlessly dispatching Tier 1 beasts. Various rare treasures emerged, and while the death toll plummeted, the strength of the survivors rapidly escalated. Divine fruits, devil fruits, biological battle armor. Chu Ran murmured to himself as he reviewed the chat records, recalling the sealed black bear spirit he had encountered earlier. Just how many wonders still lay hidden within this realm of survival? Overcome by dizziness, he soon succumbed to slumber, and when he awoke, it was already the next day. Ding! Daylight has arrived. Today's weather. Blizzard. Temperature. -20°C to -10°C. Day length. 8 hours. Current calamity. Ice age. The temperature had dropped by 10 degrees. At this rate, within a week, it would plummet to around -100°C, and no one would survive. Chu Ran squatted outside the shelter, lamenting. Just as he had resolved the issues of food and water, the challenge of temperature arose. The most troubling aspect was that the shelter had been upgraded yesterday, expanding its range and bringing him closer to the Zongzi. If he upgraded once more, that coffin would be residing under the same roof as him. A thought that sent chills down his spine. Continuing down this path was unfeasible. He needed to devise a plan to deal with it. He stealthily approached the lake, calling out softly, "Great One, are you awake?" No response. It's like this. A terrifying creature has appeared nearby. Could you assist me in dealing with it? Chu Ran gazed expectantly at the lake's surface. A minute passed. The lake remained eerily calm, with only a flurry of snowflakes cascading down onto the water's surface. Boss, I truly don't wish to trouble you, but its presence is hindering my hunting efforts. If left unchecked, my meat supply will dwindle. Chu Ran retrieved 10 pounds of cooked Tiger King meat, skillfully tossing it into the lake, and began to lament. The surface of the water surged, swallowing the meat, before sinking back into tranquility. No, this is not fair play. If you keep this up, I won't feed you anymore. Chu Ran felt his frustration boil over, unable to contain his grievances. Gurgle, gurgle. No sooner had he voiced his complaints than the water erupted in waves. A shadow with crimson eyes slowly rising from the lake's depths, casting an oppressive atmosphere. I was wrong. I was just venting. How dare I neglect the arrangements for the Great One? Chu Ran, his scalp prickling with fear, hurriedly reassured the entity. Upon hearing his words, the emerging shadow gradually halted and vanished beneath the lake's surface. My mouth truly knows no bounds. Chu Ran scolded himself and hastily left the vicinity of the lake. Fearing he might be snatched away by the Great One, upon returning to the shelter, he found the third prince waiting at the entrance, wearing a mocking expression filled with disdain. The implication was clear. What a disgrace. What are you looking at? If you're so capable, go take it down yourself instead of being smug. Chu Ran retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment. He had expected the bloodthirsty mantis to leap into action, brandishing its blade and charging towards the lake. However, the third prince merely cast him a sideways glance before strutting back inside. Hey, has this fellow lost his mind today? How could he not take the bait? Somewhere in the realm of survival, outside a small wooden cabin, Yi Shishue exerted herself to slay a wild boar weighing several hundred pounds, subsequently tending to her traps. Surrounding her shelter were a multitude of large traps, including pits, suspended stakes, and wooden spikes, extending endlessly in a complex network, each inscribed with sparse runes. If Chu Ran were present, he would recognize these runes as nearly identical to those on the iron prison that contained the black bear. Finally, all dead, haha, I've struck it rich, 3 wild boars. I'll never lack for meat again. Yi Shishue's eyes crinkled into a line with delight, her face radiating satisfaction. With the Tiger King meat Chu Ran had given her, coupled with 2 spirit fruits she had fortuitously discovered yesterday, she had successfully advanced to Tier 1. She drew a rare upgrade ability, allowing her to enhance her starting powers. She upgraded her trap-making skill, becoming a master of fortifications, surrounding her shelter with traps and luring beasts through meat offerings to dispatch them. First, I'll share some with ACI, then send some to Chu Ran. Without his Tiger King meat, I wouldn't have advanced to Tier 1 so swiftly. Yi Shishue cheerfully sorted the meat. With these supplies, her chances of survival had significantly increased. She packed 10 pounds of wild boar meat and sent it to Chu Ran via mail. What does this girl want with sending me wild boar meat? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me and wishes to support me? Chu Ran opened the email, his expression one of confusion, and sent a voice message. Chu Ran, I've received the boar meat. Yi Shishue quickly answered, brimming with excitement. Yes, I got it. What is this about sending me boar meat? Have you struck gold? Chu Ran chuckled. Indeed. I've been feasting on the Tiger King meat you gave me, and yesterday afternoon, I found a couple of spirit fruits, successfully advancing. Today, I hunted 3 wild boars, so I thought to share some meat with you. Yi Shishue could no longer conceal the joy in her eyes. Her initial frown from their first encounter completely vanished. You hunted 3 wild boars? How did you manage that? If it's not too much trouble, may I inquire about your special ability? Chu Ran was taken aback. The pork she had sent earlier was of the 1st tier, and now she had taken down 3 first-tier beasts. What kind of strength did this girl possess? After a moment of silence, Yi Shishue replied, My ability is that of a master of traps, allowing me to swiftly set up various large-scale traps. In a wonder she could slay 3 wild boars. Her talent lay in trap setting. Chu Ran nodded in understanding, now grasping why she could hunt beasts. Chapter 44. Seeking allies, Chu Ran quickly cleaned the wild boar meat and placed it into the Chinkuan pot for cooking. He then began to share breakfast with the 3rd prince. Just as Chu Ran took a couple of bites, the 3rd prince finished his portion and began to snatch from Chu Ran's plate. How can you eat so fast? You don't even chew, Chu Ran exclaimed in frustration, yet he still retrieved another 2 pounds of meat for the prince. Just as he finished his meal, the 3rd prince came begging for more. Chu Ran complied again, giving him 2 pounds, but this time the prince only consumed 1. Weren't you eating only 2 or 3 pounds yesterday? How can you manage 5 pounds today? At this rate, I won't be able to afford feeding you, Chu Ran remarked, sizing up the 3rd prince, whose small body weighed less than 2 pounds yet could consume 5 or 6 pounds of meat without any apparent change. With a disgruntled hop, the 3rd prince leapt from his palm and nestled by the fireplace, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Equipped and ready, Chu Ran embarked on a new adventure, as the safe zone had expanded, granting him a vast area to search for treasure chests. Ding. System announcement. Survivors have begun to kill one another in this area. The novice protection period has ended, and the safe zone will randomly refresh links to other survivor safe zones. Note: the shelter's defense mechanism has been activated, providing strong protection against other survivors. In case of pursuit, you may seek refuge in the shelter. Furrowing his brow, Chu Ran realized the situation was about to escalate. Just as he was about to step outside, he slowly retreated back into the shelter, searching the vicinity until he found a void teleportation portal approximately 100 meters away. Void teleportation portal. Disappearance time: 24 hours. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped through the portal. Since it had appeared within his territory, he felt compelled to investigate for safety's sake. As the space shimmered, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Ding. You have invaded another survivor's safe zone. The owner and allied units have received a 5 attribute bonus. An attribute bonus? Chu Ran frowned. Fortunately, it was only a 5 increase, which was within acceptable limits. He cautiously searched the surroundings and eventually discovered a small wooden cabin about 300 meters away. Leave my territory, and I'll let you keep the attribute bonus if it comes to a real fight. You 1T have the upper hand. Outside the cabin, a hefty individual hurriedly gathered materials from around the cabin and brought them inside. Due to the sheer volume, he had to make several trips, even utilizing the survival watch's spatial capabilities. By the time he finished, Chu Ran had already approached. Quite a stash you have there. You seem to be quite the formidable character. Chu Ran halted 50 meters from the cabin, refraining from getting any closer. The portly man ignored him and retreated into the cabin, slamming the door shut behind him. No need to be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. Let us have a chat. Noticing the man's indifference, Chu Ran approached the cabin nonetheless, subtly scanning the area to ensure there were no threats. There's nothing to discuss? I'll repeat. Leave my territory. The man growled, his bravado wavering. Clang! Before he could finish, Chu Ran suddenly drew his Tang Dao and struck the cabin with force. What are you doing? The man, alarmed by the noise outside, grasped a yellow talisman tightly down. Why apologies? I merely wanted to test the so-called strength of the shelter's defenses against hostile survivors. So far, it appears quite formidable. Chu Ran continued to swing his Tang Dao, striking the same spot 3 times, barely managing to carve out a centimeter. You bastard, what are you trying to accomplish? The man's heart raced, instinctively wanting to throw out his trump card, but he only had 1 talisman left. Using it would leave him defenseless. Indeed, it's quite sturdy. I'll take my leave now. I simply came to observe. Chu Ran sheathed his Tang Dao, realizing that breaking through the cabin's defenses would not be an easy feat. Even with his weapon's attributes, having obtained the information he sought, he bid farewell with a wave and turned to leave. Is he really leaving? Only when Chu Ran approached the teleportation portal did the man finally exhale, stepping out of the cabin to watch him depart. Unsettled by the uncertainty of Chu Ran's exit, he suddenly saw the departing figure slowly draw a bow towards the portal. Just as confusion washed over him, the stranger turned, revealing a knowing smile. Oh no! A chill ran down the man's spine. He feared for his life. Clang! The arrow whizzed past his neck, embedding itself in the cabin wall. I'm still alive. Thankfully, it missed. The man, shaken, hurried back into the cabin, too frightened to emerge again. This arrow serves as a warning. I mean you no harm, but it would be wise to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Chu Ran shouted towards the cabin before stepping into the portal. His primary objective here was to deliver a warning. He had no desire to kill, nor did he wish to be killed. He certainly did not want to return home after gathering resources only to find it raided. He believed that after this arrow, the individual would think twice before crossing the portal. Plans would need to change. He needed to seek out allies. Chu Ran pondered his next steps, realizing that it was only the first day, and channels between shelters had already opened. The future promised to be perilous. This survival domain seemed intent on inciting conflict among them. Opening the channels was likely just the first step, and the chaos to follow would be far from trivial. Moreover, the system notification mentioned allies, presumably referring to teammates. If that were the case, he needed to find trustworthy allies to bolster their strength. The changes in the system, coupled with Han Long and Lin Wenbin's hostility towards him, instilled a significant sense of crisis within Chu Ran. The first person that came to mind was Yi Shishui. Previously, he had willingly shared half of his resources with her, partly as a test to convey a friendly overture. Why Yi Shishui had not taken advantage of his generosity, passing the test with flying colors, she would make a worthy ally. He retrieved the cooked wild boar meat and sent it to Yi Shishui via mail. What do you mean? Why are you giving this back to me? Shortly thereafter, Yi Shishui opened a private chat. You should consume this kind of food from now on. My ability enhances food quality, allowing for greater attribute gains. Chu Ran explained. So, you intend to support me? Yi Shishui asked with a bemused expression. Have you been watching too many romantic dramas? I am proposing an alliance to tackle the potential crises that may arise. Chu Ran chuckled. Deal. A smile broke across Yi Shishui's face. Although their previous interaction had been brief, she held a favorable impression of Chu Ran, seeing him as a potential ally. With their alliance established, the conversation concluded, and they ended the call. Chu Ran then contemplated reaching out to Imo Lanshan, but ultimately decided against it. While he had interacted with Imo Lanshan for the longest time, it had only been superficial. He could not ascertain whether Imo Lanshan would make a reliable teammate. For now, he would consider him a backup ally. Needing more time for observation, Chapter 45. The epic treasure chest in a certain area of the survival domain. Within a shelter, Zhang San crouched in a small wooden cabin, trembling in fear as it was being violently destroyed. "Be brother, I'll give you all my resources. Please spare me. I don't want to die," he pleaded pitifully. The cabin had sustained considerable damage, with a large breach now visible. Through the gap, he could clearly see a sinister grin, sending shivers down his spine. He recognized that face from the last instance. Its owner had burned a survivor alive. Han Gu, I'll give you all my supplies. Please, I beg you, spare me." "All right, step out, and I'll take your resources and leave," Han Long replied, his words claiming mercy, yet he swung his axe with increasing fervor. "That doesn't seem like the stance of someone who intends to let me go," Zhang San nearly cried in desperation. The cabin was deteriorating further, with the breach now basketball-sized, compelling Zhang San to rush forward to repair the structure. "The cabin is currently in a state of combat. Repairs cannot be made." "Damn it." Zhang San's eyes turned red. He knew the cabin couldn't withstand much longer. What could he do to stop this? Frantically pacing, he suddenly thought of a possible solution. "Chat channel, Zhang San, Han Long. Boss, please spare me. I can give you anything, just let me go." Once Zhang San sent the message, the chat channel fell silent for a moment, only to be interrupted after a while. "Is Han Long attacking you? Is that for real? You sure you're not joking? It should be true. I've seen Han Long burn someone alive before." His face was twisted with madness. It's something he could definitely do. But last time, he was merely eliminated. This time, it's a matter of life and death. "Han Long, big boss, have mercy. Just take the resources and don't kill me." "Han Long, big boss, have mercy. Just take the resources and don't kill me." Fearful of becoming the next victim, other survivors began to plead for Zhang San in the chat channel. Bang! With a deafening crash, one side of the cabin was completely shattered. "Did you think that pleading in the chat channel would save you?" Han Long sauntered into the wreckage, wielding his axe with grim determination. No, it's not that. I just, As a scream echoed, the surroundings fell into a hushed silence. "Chat channel, Han Long. Control your hands, be more cautious next time." Image. In the picture, a survivor lay dismembered, blood pooling around him, his wide-open eyes filled with sheer terror and despair. Zhang San is dead. Even with pleas from the crowd, his life could not be saved. The chat channel fell silent. No one dared to speak again. Although there had been deaths before, they were merely eliminations. This time, it was a true death. Han Long. "Who sympathizes with him? I wouldn't mind sending you to keep him company." Chu Ran. "Murderer, kill him." Upon seeing Chu Ran's message, Han Long's expression darkened, and the hatred within him could no longer be suppressed. "Han Long, you will be next. I shall crush every bone in your body, and you will perish in despair, bit by bit." Xiao Yunting. "Murderer, kill him." Chu Ran could not be bothered to argue with him. Animosity had already taken root between them, and their next encounter would surely be a fight to the death. Yet, it was unexpected that Xiao Yunting would stand up for justice, as they had no prior grievances. Perhaps he was an impassioned youth who relished in upholding righteousness. Chu Ran closed the chat channel. Pulling his thoughts back, he was not in a shelter. Danger lurked at every corner, and he could not afford to be careless. Wait, what is this? A silver treasure chest. A flash of silver light flickered amidst the snow-covered landscape. This must be the place. Chu Ran located the spot where the silver light had emanated. Since the world had frozen over, the heavy snow had completely submerged the treasure chest, drastically increasing the difficulty of obtaining it. The chests, covered in snow, would occasionally emit a faint glow, providing the sole opportunity for survivors to discover them. Clearing away the snow, a silver treasure chest lay quietly within. Indeed, it was a silver treasure chest. Chu Ran was instantly filled with ecstasy. The previous silver chest had granted him 5 vials of life water, enabling him to escape death at Han Long's hands twice. He wondered what this silver chest would bestow upon him. Cautiously, he opened the chest. A silver-white handgun revealed itself. Ding! Item acquired. Desert Eagle. Excellent. What the hell? Such high-tech weaponry. Who could withstand a shot from this? Chu Ran eagerly picked up his phone, fiddling with it repeatedly. Refresh. Ding! A brilliant golden light flashed, nearly blinding Chu Ran. Item acquired. Desert Eagle. Explosive. Epic. Tier 1 equipment basic attributes. Attack 100 excellent attribute. Attack 50 perfect attribute. Magazine capacity 5. Ignores recoil, allows for rapid firing. Exceptional attribute. Special runes engraved. Bullet recovery speed increased by 100, gaining 2 bullets per hour. Dazzling attribute. Burst fire bullets possess a 1-meter correction distance, automatically adjusting based on the target's position. Epic attribute. Explosive bullets have an explosive effect, detonating upon impact and increasing attack power by 200. Remaining bullets. 12-12 bang. Chu Ran aimed at a tree, pulling the trigger. A powerful jet of force erupted from the gun's muzzle. The bullet struck the tree and exploded, leaving a sizable crater. Such formidable power. Han Long, I wonder if you can withstand this. Satisfied, Chu Ran stored the weapon away, as his previous worries about insufficient firepower dissipated in that moment. With the Desert Eagle in hand, his exploration speed surged. A single shot could severely injure a beast and even intimidate its companions, preventing any advance. Throughout the afternoon, he collected 10 spirit fruits and a substantial amount of survival coins, all the while exchanging the corpses of beasts at the marketplace for more survival coins. What is this? As he pushed the limits of his exploration, he was abruptly enveloped by a thick fog. Even in such frigid weather, the mist remained unaffected. Foggy zone. Visibility. Perpetually surrounded by thick fog, containing unfathomable powers, teeming with malevolent creatures, a treacherous domain for survivors. Danger level. Hellish. Resource density 500. Resource rarity 500. What a terrifying force. Even before entering the foggy zone, the invisible pressure emanating from it sent chills down Chu Ran's spine. Time to leave. This is not a place for me to tread at present. Chu Ran shook his head. Slowly retreating, he possessed a significant strength. Knowing when to withdraw, he would never invite trouble upon himself. Just as he was about to turn away, a gentle breeze swept past, dispersing the fog, and radiant golden light pierced through the mist. 5 meters from the edge of the fog, a treasure chest exuding golden light lay quietly. The chest appeared to repel the snow, completely devoid of any accumulation on its surface, as if fearing it would go unnoticed. A golden treasure chest. No wait. The last time Chu Ran encountered a golden chest, it did not emit any golden light. Thus, this chest must be E.An epic chest. Chapter 46. The emergence of a Tier 3 beast in epic chest. Right at the edge of the foggy zone. Surely, there would be no danger. Chu Ran was enticed. 5 meters away, with his speed, he could retrieve the treasure in a single breath. He would likely go unnoticed. And even if a beast were to discover him, it would take time to react, by which point he would have already exited the foggy zone. Yet, for some reason, a twinge of unease gnawed at him. The chest appeared at the fog's edge, untouched by the snow, an occurrence too coincidental. The chests he had previously discovered were ingeniously hidden, making them difficult to find. This epic chest seemed to lure him in intentionally. He found himself in a struggle, but ultimately, the allure of the epic chest prevailed. Fortune favors the bold. An opportunity like this should not be squandered. With a steely resolve, Chu Ran gripped the Desert Eagle tightly and stepped into the foggy zone. Racing toward the epic chest, the last time, he had been delayed by Han Long's entry into the fog, causing him to fall behind. He could not allow that to happen again. Upon entering the foggy zone, visibility vanished entirely, even colors dissipated. The visibility was compressed to less than 2 meters. Even with the epic chest right before him, he could barely discern a hint of hazy golden light. Most terrifying was the sensation that upon entering the fog, he felt as if countless spirits had locked onto him. What the hell? Why is this place so terrifying? Chu Ran felt as though he bore hundreds of pounds of weight. The single breath he had anticipated to retrieve the chest was now impossible. Under the current circumstances, it might take 20 breaths. The horror of the foggy zone began to instill doubt within him. Just then, the epic chest emitted a dazzling golden light, momentarily dispersing the mist. Allowing Chu Ran to see the chest more clearly, fear flashed across Chu Ran's face. This was absurd. Instead of advancing, he found himself retreating, desperately scrambling backward. A soft, furious hum resonated, and a shadow with wings swooped down from above. Heading straight for Han Zhe, just as I suspected. I knew that nothing good would come from the skies. Chu Ran's face turned ashen as he drew the Desert Eagle, unleashing a fiery barrage. The bullets struck the shadow, resulting in an explosion. Yet, to his horror, the bullets capable of slaying a Tier 1 beast merely caused the shadow to momentarily halt. What the hell is this thing? So tough? Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Drawing upon his 2 decades of experience, he emptied his magazine in mere seconds. Although the successive bullets struck the shadow, they failed to inflict any damage, yet they significantly slowed its speed, allowing Chu Ran to successfully escape the fog just as the shadow was about to catch up. Chu Ran, trembling with fear, glanced back at the foggy zone, relieved to see the shadow had not followed. He plopped down on the ground. Had he been even a moment slower, his life would have been forfeit. In the final instant, the shadow had been mere inches from him, allowing him a clear view of its full form and details. A creature 2 meters in length, with wings extending nearly 4 meters, entirely black, adorned with a smiling face upon its wings, a butterfly. Just a single glance sent him into a chilling abyss of terror. Ghostly Shadow Butterfly Level, Tier 3 Beast Evaluation. Skilled in manipulating human emotions, feeding on human fear. So, this is how you choose to play, attacking me, a mere Tier 1 weakling, with a Tier 3 beast. Moments ago, Chu Ran had hesitated, contemplating retreat. It was then that the epic chest emitted its glow. This moment made him aware of the impending danger, prompting him to flee from the epic chest. Hum! The soft hum echoed once more in the foggy zone. The ghostly shadow butterfly slowly materialized, its wings fluttering as the smiling face seemed to come alive, directing a sinister grin toward Chu Ran. You! Just as Chu Ran was about to speak, an emptiness engulfed his mind, leaving him in a state of stupor. In the next second, as if a puppet, he mechanically rose from the ground, step by step moving toward the foggy zone. Closer and closer he went, and the butterfly's smile grew increasingly eerie. Just as Chu Ran was about to re-enter the fog, a sharp pain shot through his left arm, snapping him back to awareness. As he regained consciousness, he found himself mere inches from the ghostly shadow butterfly. The eerie smile, the dark, velvety hairs, and the pale eyeballs were all vividly clear. Damn it! You scared the life out of me. Chu Ran felt an icy chill envelop him and turned to flee. Just a few centimeters away. Had he taken a single step further, he would have become the butterfly's meal. Only after retreating to a safe distance did he dare look back. But that single glance sent a shiver down his spine. The ghostly shadow butterfly remained stationary, fixated on him, and the smile on its wings morphed into a sinister grimace, causing Chu Ran's hair to stand on end. He dared not linger and hurriedly made his way out of the foggy zone, anxiously heading toward the shelter. In the midst of a crisis, it was the voice of the third prince and the pangs emanating from his left arm that jolted him back to consciousness, allowing him to narrowly escape disaster. However, the presence of the third prince at this moment was alarmingly feeble, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Upon his return to the sanctuary, he found the third prince slumped against the wall. His forelimb brutally severed, green liquid trickling down from the stump. Witnessing this harrowing sight, Chu Ran immediately grasped the cause of the sharp pain in his left arm. Their blood bond connected them. And the third prince had resorted to self-mutilation to awaken him. Did he really have to sever his entire arm? Couldn't he have left some chance for recovery? Chu Ran was left in a state of bemusement at this display of self-harm. If only he had consumed that, perhaps it could have regrown. He produced a vial of life water and offered it, only to be met with the third prince's haughty refusal, turning his head away, showing no inclination to drink. This left Chu Ran utterly perplexed. What kind of pet is this? It's quite vexing. Well, it won't die, so he could wait a moment before offering it again. If it wouldn't drink medicine, perhaps it would accept some food instead. To reward the accomplished third prince, he retrieved 5 pounds of tiger king meat, diced it, and combined it with 5 pounds of water. The recent rains before the cold wave had filled the condensation device, so water was plentiful. Alas, he was out of berries. Otherwise, he could have attempted to recreate the previous dragon phoenix soup. While waiting for the meal to cook, Chu Ran took out a spirit fruit. Contemplating its consumption, he found himself conflicted. All attributes were crucial, and leveling up would yield attribute doubling rewards. Theoretically, distributing points evenly across all attributes would maximize the potential for double rewards. Yet, this approach would inevitably slow his advancement, lagging far behind those who focused on strength or intelligence. He certainly did not wish to experience being overpowered again. If only the spirit fruit could elevate his grade. He popped a spirit fruit into his mouth, suddenly pausing, his gaze fixated on the Chinquan 1 chi pot. Could it possibly enhance the grade of the spirit fruit? Chapter 47. the terrifying Chinko in one chi pot in a moment of impulsiveness. Chu Ran tossed 2 spirit fruits into the Chinko in one chi pot, along with the Tiger King meat for cooking. Ding! Acquired item. Enhanced Tiger King soup. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Ran eagerly began to savor it in an instant. The entire room was enveloped in an enticing aroma, even attracting the haughty third prince. Ding! Acquired all attribute points 19. Truly remarkable. This pot is terrifying. No, it's not merely a pot. It's a cauldron for alchemy. Upon hearing the system notification, a shiver ran through Chu Ran's heart. Such immense wealth left him in a daze. With this, he could acquire nearly 60 attribute points daily, allowing him to grow stronger simply by surviving. Who else is there? At this moment, Chu Ran felt invigorated, filled with aspirations for the future. Originally, spirit fruits only increased single attributes, but through the elevation provided by the Chinko in one chi pot, they now enhanced all attributes. With the sustenance provided, the third prince's condition visibly improved, and astonishingly, the severed limb began to regenerate in less than 5 minutes. The lost left forelimb had completely grown back, as if it had never been severed, and no wonder he refused to drink medicine. It seems he has the ability to regenerate. I wonder, will he gain additional attribute points after consuming this? Curious, Chu Ran inquired. Aware that this meal was not merely meat, but also included 2 spirit fruits. If the pet did not gain attribute points from consuming it, he wouldn't want to waste it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The third prince babbled incomprehensibly for a while before Chu Ran finally understood. Essentially, it conveyed that while eating would not increase attribute points, it would accelerate growth, allowing him to reach maturity sooner, at which point he would possess formidable combat strength to protect his useless master. The latter part of that statement need not have been uttered. Chu Ran gave him a stern look. Feeling disrespected as a master, this behavior needed to be corrected. Chirp! Enraged, the third prince leaped up, ready to retaliate, delivering several swift strikes with his elongated forelimbs. Hiss! Are you serious about this, you ungrateful child? Fuming, Chu Ran retaliated with a flurry of strikes, sending the third prince darting around the room in a frenzy. In his juvenile state, he was no match for Chu Ran, who swiftly subdued him. Do you yield? Chirp! Still unwilling to concede, Chu Ran seized the third prince, positioning him in a humiliating pose. The third prince's eyes blazed with fury, refusing to submit, his struggles intensifying to the point of nearly dislocating his restrained limbs. All right, I concede. Today's conflict ends here. We shall continue tomorrow. Fearing the third prince might harm himself in his struggle, Chu Ran hurriedly reassured him. The two of them exhausted themselves into the early hours before finally concluding the day's tumultuous training. The endeavor had ended in failure. In the ensuing days, Chu Ran dedicated himself to diligently searching for spirit fruits and experimenting with their combination with Tiger King meat. He had roughly outlined the pattern. Spirit fruits had no restrictions when consumed directly, but once transformed into food, each use would only yield effects once. Each meal required only 1 spirit fruit. Considering himself and the third prince, 2 would suffice, and using more would yield no additional benefits. The evenings were devoted to training the third prince, though each attempt ended in failure. He came to the conclusion that the third prince was resolute in his defiance. Attempts at training were futile. Thus, he abandoned forceful methods in favor of a more benevolent approach. It wasn't that he was unwilling to continue. Rather, the third prince's appetite had dramatically increased. His initial intake of 2 or 3 pounds had surged to 10 pounds per meal. Yet he showed no signs of weight gain, leaving Chu Ran baffled as to where all that food was going. His strength was rapidly increasing, and it felt as though the defiant child was on the verge of surpassing his juvenile phase. Should this training persist, he risked being overthrown, necessitating a change in strategy to foster a better relationship. Every day, he still set aside an hour to dive into the chat channel, where the number of survivors had dwindled to around 3,000, and the decline had begun to stabilize. The remaining individuals had mostly ascended to the first tier, possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation. The number of teleportation portals between sanctuaries had surged to 5. Chu Ran maintained his routine. With each newly opened portal, he would enter first to issue warnings, ensuring compliance before proceeding. However, Han Long had recently become quite the ruthless killer. If a sanctuary's master perished, the teleportation portals would refresh the following day. Just as Chu Ran's sanctuary now had 5 portals, if he were to eliminate those 5 individuals, the unclaimed portals would vanish, giving way to 5 entirely new ones. With the increase in portals, conflicts among survivors intensified. All survivors had upgraded to second-tier sanctuaries, which were currently invulnerable. No one could forcibly breach them. Yet, as time passed, everyone fell into a state of panic. For the cold disaster showed no signs of abating, seemingly endless. Beep, 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 warning, warning. The second wave of cold is imminent. Survive, survive. In the evening, after a round of friendly interactions with the third prince, the system alert sounded. The second wave of cold swept in relentlessly. This time, everyone had upgraded to second-tier sanctuaries, stocked with warm clothing and firewood, resulting in minimal casualties. System announcement: the second wave of cold will cause temperatures to continue to drop, ultimately reverting to ancient times. The slumbering monarch shall awaken once more, at which point the world will be utterly frozen and all life will dissipate. Survival task: escape the Ice Age. Chat channel: does this mean we are all doomed? So, after struggling to survive for so long, we will ultimately be swept away in a single wave. This is absurd. This isn't just the system's killing spree. It's utterly pointless. IVE worked so hard to reach the first tier, only to have it abruptly declared over. Escape the Ice Age? How? The surrounding area is shrouded in mist, and it's said that no one has ever ventured into the dense fog. This is illogical. The system cannot possibly leave us with no escape route. There must be a way to break through. I share your sentiments. If the intent was solely to kill us, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. So, how do we escape the Ice Age? I haven't thought of anything yet. Give me a moment to ponder. Perhaps I'll have an epiphany by tomorrow. The appearance of the system announcement sent the previously calm chat channel into a frenzy, with all voices rising in panic over the unknown. This was unreasonable. Could the system truly wish to eradicate us completely? After hearing the system announcement, Chu Ran's mind was also in disarray. The system provided no hints, clearly intent on exterminating everyone. While others might be unaware, he was acutely aware of the horrors of the mist-covered zone. If 10,000 people entered, it would be a miracle if even one survived. No, there must be a way. The master of the Black Bear Spirit was also a survivor, and of considerable rank. Suddenly, he recalled the sanctuary within the cave. If it could develop to such a high level, it indicated potential viability. Yet, thus far, no one had discovered a breakthrough point. With this thought in mind, he promptly sent a message in the chat channel. Chat channel: Chu Ran, do not panic. Although we do not understand why we have been cast into this situation at such a great cost, it cannot be a predetermined death sentence. When venturing out, pay close attention to any unusual locations, such as dungeons, structures, or places with information. There must be clues we have yet to uncover. Xiao Yunting, Brother Chu is correct. It cannot be a certain death scenario. There are surely clues we have yet to discover. As Chu Ran and Xiao Yunting spoke, the group's mood began to stabilize somewhat, with various opinions being shared, though many were lacking in substance. Chapter 48. Labor and you exploded third prince. Could you please shift a bit to the side? I wouldn't want you to be crushed when you roll over later. That night, Chu Ran found himself nestled in his blankets, his posterior incessantly encroaching upon the third prince's limited territory. Overcome by humiliation, the third prince retaliated fiercely, brandishing a long knife to defend his domain. Out of my way! Chu Ran had anticipated this, and with a sudden thrust of his rear, he expelled the third prince from the cocoon of blankets. You think you can challenge me? Wait, that's not right. Wasn't I supposed to win him over with kindness? With a furrowed brow, Chu Ran recalled his recent vow to treat the third prince with more consideration. Just as he was about to extend an olive branch and offer an apology, he noticed the third prince frozen in place, body taut, fixated on the door. What was amiss? A shift in Chu Ran's demeanor alerted him to the third prince's wariness. There was an enemy nearby. He sprang into action, gripping his desert eagle with his left hand and wielding a tang knife with his right, positioning the third prince protectively behind him. A strange sound echoed from the distance, causing Chu Ran's heart to skip a beat. The ghost shadow butterfly. Why was it here? Was this the result of the second wave of the cold tide? His heart raced. This was a Tier 3 beast. Even though his attributes had increased significantly in recent days, he could hardly withstand such a creature. It was after him. With a Tier 2 shelter, he had no hope of withstanding a Tier 3 assault. As Chu Ran hastily calculated his options, the melodic hum grew closer, inching nearer. already leaving the misty area. The ghost shadow butterfly approached not with haste, but leisurely, as if toying with him. He could not afford to wait for death here. They needed to escape. Chu Ran decisively dashed out of the shelter with the third prince. The disparity in power was too vast. The shelter could not protect him, and he needed to seek external aid. He immediately thought of the formidable figure residing at the bottom of the lake, who had saved him on multiple occasions. As long as that entity intervened, the ghost shadow butterfly would pose no threat. Great One, please save me. Someone is bullying your little brother. Chu Ran raced to the lakeside, shouting as if he were slaughtering a pig. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, yet despite his fervent calls, the surface remained calm and unresponsive. I hope you're not asleep, Great One. This isn't a joke. Panic surged within him as he pulled out 10 pounds of Tiger King meat and tossed it into the lake, which immediately erupted in a surge, enveloping the meat, and then nothing. Chu Ran felt utterly despondent. Come on, can't you do something? Just a whisper, Great One, please help. The lake remained eerily still. Behind him, the ghost shadow butterfly had arrived. Seemingly hesitant, keeping its distance while fixing its gaze on Chu Ran, its eyes aglow with a violet light. Not again. Having learned from his previous misstep, Chu Ran understood that the ghost shadow butterfly could bewitch the mind. He pressed the tang knife hard against his palm. The sharp pain jolted him back to clarity, dispelling the confusion. Great One, please act swiftly. I'll double the offerings from now on. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. This figure was utterly ungrateful, consuming so much yet offering no assistance. The violet light flashed again. Chu Ran once more fell into bewilderment, his feet moving involuntarily toward the lake's edge. Clang! The third prince instinctively stabbed him, causing him to shudder in pain. Chu Ran awoke in terror, glancing towards the ghost shadow butterfly, which seemed to fear something lurking beneath the water. The creature dared only to manipulate him in this manner. What could he do? He couldn't fight back, nor could he flee. Relying on the entity submerged in the lake was futile. Remaining here was not an option. If this continued, he would bleed to death. Though the ghost shadow butterfly dared not approach, it persistently attempted to exert mental control over him. The only means of breaking free was self-harm, but that was not a sustainable solution. Chu Ran, like an ant on a hot stove, felt utterly powerless to escape. Suddenly, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the area beside the shelter that filled him with dread, his eyes hardening with resolve. Damn it. I am done with this. In a flash, he bolted towards the shelter, firing his Desert Eagle relentlessly at the ghost shadow butterfly to impede its advance. When he was 30 meters away from the shelter, he redirected his aim toward the cement-sealed spot. Boom, boom, boom. The Desert Eagle's explosive rounds detonated upon impact with the cement, creating a sizable crater. The continuous fire left no gaps. The cement covering was swiftly obliterated, revealing soft earth beneath, which had been recently laid. After several shots, the pit was blasted to a depth of half a meter. However, the coffin was buried 2 meters deep. This depth was insufficient. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to excavate the grave. Awaken, my beloved! Chu Ran plunged the tang knife forcefully into the ground, its elongated blade disappearing entirely beneath the surface. Then, he clenched his right fist, unleashing an icy aura that instantly encased his hand in frost. Striking down upon the tang knife, bang! With all his might, the tang knife vanished like a bullet, the sound of it piercing would resonating through the air. Just as Chu Ran prepared to deliver a few more blows, a stream of dark energy surged toward him, and as he activated his ice armor, he was sent flying. Perhaps due to the distance from the lake, the ghost shadow butterfly shed its restraint. Unleashing its full power, waves of black energy surged toward Chu Ran without mercy. Thud! Chu Ran was propelled 4 or 5 meters back, finally colliding with the shelter and sliding down, rendered immobile. The third prince fared even worse. When the first beam of black energy struck, he lost consciousness. Had Chu Ran not flung him away just in time, he would have likely been reduced to fragments. It was over. Completely over. A sense of desolation washed over Chu Ran. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leaving him without the means to retaliate. The 12 bullets of the Desert Eagle had also been expended. The ghost shadow butterfly ceased its assault, its wings fluttering as it ascended gracefully. The ghastly faces upon its wings twisting into mocking grins. Its pale eyes flickered with a flash of purple light, Chu Ran's expression faltered as he felt a surge of conflict within him, which quickly gave way to a stupor. His right hand slowly rose, conjuring a slender ice blade, inching it toward his neck. The blade was exceedingly sharp, easily piercing his skin. The searing pain jolted Chu Ran back to awareness. But the ghost shadow butterfly's gaze ignited with another pulse of violet light. Just as he regained his senses, he lost control once more, his halted hand plunging the ice blade into his neck. This time, the weapon penetrated 1 to 2 centimeters deep, and the pain briefly rekindled his awareness. Yet, under the ghost shadow butterfly's mental domination, he was ensnared in silence before he could react. The ice blade gradually shifted, widening the wound on his neck, blood gushing forth as vitality swiftly ebbed away. Clang! A crimson figure darted like lightning toward the ghost shadow butterfly, which merely flicked its wings aside. The third prince was sent hurtling backward at an alarming speed. His fate uncertain. Third prince. A sharp pang gripped Chu Ran's heart as he sensed the fading bond of power between him and the third prince, breaking free from the mental grasp. This hurts like hell. He retrieved a vial of life water and drank half. Watching as the wound on his neck healed at a visibly rapid pace, he dashed toward the third prince, pouring the remaining half into its mouth. Buzz, buzz, the ghost shadow butterfly observed him silently, emitting a sound of mockery. Suddenly, a chilling scratching sound erupted from below. A sinister, murderous, and terrifying aura seeped from the earth. The ghost shadow butterfly abruptly turned, its pale eyes fixated on the ground. Chapter 49. The corpse of a Tier 3 beast so cold. Chu Ran couldn't help but shiver. Dressed in 2 layers of insulated clothing and a tiger skin, he felt no chill even in sub-zero temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius. Yet, the aura emanating from the depths was so frigid and piercing that it made him tremble. Buzz! The ghost shadow butterfly emitted a shrill cry, its aura escalating to an unimaginable height, creating an opposing force between them. Goodness, this is its true power. It was merely toying with me. Chu Ran instinctively recoiled, cradling the third prince as he sprinted toward the lakeside. Filled with dread. Had he known the Tier 3 beast possessed such overwhelming strength, he would never have ventured away from the lake. Bang! An explosive roar reverberated as a terrifying figure soared skyward, heading straight for the ghost shadow butterfly. The ghost shadow butterfly also charged toward the shadow. The 2 forces collided in midair, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent snow flying, revealing the yellowish soil beneath. The shadow roared, dragging the ghost shadow butterfly down from the sky. Like a wild beast, it tore at the creature, who attempted to escape several times but was thwarted by the shadow in an instant. The butterfly's wings shattered into countless fragments, littering the ground. How powerful! What level is this shadow? It can overpower a Tier 3 beast. Chu Ran crouched by the lakeside, witnessing this horrifying spectacle as the ghost shadow butterfly displayed no resistance, being mercilessly ground into the earth. Wait a moment, what would happen if the ghost shadow butterfly was killed? Would he be left to face the shadow alone? With danger ahead and behind, he had to assist the butterfly. He drew his bow and slowly nocked an arrow, enveloping it in icy energy. With a full draw, he released the ice arrow, which struck the shadow's head with pinpoint accuracy, momentarily slowing its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost shadow butterfly ascended rapidly into the sky. The shadow merely glanced sideways. I apologize, please continue. I'm just passing through. Chu Ran instinctively shrank back, lowering his profile to minimize his presence. Buzz! The ghost shadow butterfly continued to cry out in the air, its damaged wings morphing into a visage of a vicious demon with fangs. With a shudder, it split into 3, manifesting 3 ghost shadow butterflies. 2 charged toward the shadow, while the third ascended higher, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Countless wind blades coalesced in the air, accompanied by a swirling vortex of wind. In the next moment, a flurry of wind blades erupted, hurtling toward the shadow, with the wind vortex trailing closely behind. The wind blades sliced through the air, striking the figure of the rice dumpling master with a resounding clink. A fierce whirlwind swept the rice dumpling master toward Chu Ran. What the hell are you doing? Chu Ran's heart raced, quickly realizing that the creature intended to hurl the rice dumpling master into the lake, hoping that the lake's inhabitants would eliminate him. Roaring in fury, the rice dumpling master unleashed a tremendous force from within, shattering the whirlwind with a single punch and crashing to the ground. He then stomped powerfully on the earth, launching himself skyward like a cannonball. Aiming straight for the ghostly butterfly that commanded the elements above, he seized it with a mighty grip. Two others followed closely, and a fierce struggle ensued between the two parties. The surrounding spiritual energy erupted chaotically, with wind blades scattering in all directions. If you don't intervene soon, this place will be utterly destroyed. Chu Ran, feeling a chill run down his spine from a near miss by a wind blade, desperately sought aid from the mysterious being beneath the lake. The wind blade was overwhelmingly powerful. At his current strength, being struck by it could easily sever him in half. Unsurprisingly, the creatures from the lake showed no interest in responding to his plea. Nor did they exhibit any signs of action. Cursing inwardly, what a waste of sincerity. I want to be feeding you again. Chu Ran, clutching the third prince, fled toward a safer location, recognizing the imminent danger of his current surroundings. The noise behind him grew increasingly intense, interspersed with cries and roars. Eventually, Chu Ran discovered a new refuge, a cave. Ding! Detected an abandoned instance dungeon, difficulty unknown. Enter? Without hesitation, Chu Ran stepped inside, but refrained from venturing further. Aware that a black bear spirit resided within, the dungeon's characteristics stated that only players could enter, rendering him absolutely safe in theory. On a second thought, considering the presence of the black bear, he surmised that if the ghostly butterfly feared the being beneath the lake, it would undoubtedly also fear the black bear spirit. With this thought, Chu Ran felt a slight sense of relief. He and the third prince nestled into a corner, leaning against the cave as they awaited the dawn. That night, Chu Ran experienced an icy chill like no other, it 50 degrees below zero. There was no fire or blanket to shield him. Fortunately, his survival watch had 2 animal skins from his recent hunts. Otherwise, he might not have endured until morning. When dawn broke, Chu Ran cautiously peered out of the cave, his eyes heavy with fatigue. The outside world lay in serene stillness, devoid of any movement. After observing for a moment, he gradually approached his shelter. As he neared, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. The roof of his shelter had been torn off, and 2 walls had collapsed, swaying precariously in the heavy snowfall. The surroundings were in disarray, with snow cleared away, revealing a ground pockmarked with craters and littered with debris. My shelter! Chu Ran shivered with heartache, lamenting its disrepair and wondering if it could even be salvaged. Curse that ghostly butterfly and that rice dumpling master. Suddenly, he noticed something. Not far from the lake, the ghostly butterfly lay motionless in the snow. It's dead. But whereas the rice dumpling? He cautiously refrained from approaching, meticulously scanning the area for any sign of the rice dumpling before daring to move. After searching everywhere, he found no trace. Could it have been devoured by the being beneath the lake? No, that couldn't be right. The ghostly butterfly was still here. Surely, the being wouldn't have such a grotesque appetite to consume only the rice dumpling. Faced with the lack of any leads, Chu Ran steeled himself and approached the ghostly butterfly. Ding! Detected the corpse of a third-tier ghostly butterfly. Would you like to extract it? Truly dead. What splendid news! Chu Ran rejoiced, for this was a third-tier creature, one that no one could contend with at this stage. He decisively chose to extract it, imagining the potential of obtaining third-tier flesh, which could elevate his status dramatically. Ding! Item acquired, Demon Beast Crystal Core 1. Evaluation. Extracted from the corpse of a demon beast, with a minuscule chance of obtaining a Demon Beast Crystal Core. The core contains a fragment of the demon beast's abilities from its lifetime. Consuming it will enhance attributes and may grant the ability. Note: if a similar type of pet consumes it, it will inherit the ability with absolute certainty. Chu Ran gazed at the crystal core in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, the third prince snatched it away and began to gnaw on it. Chu Ran pouted but did not intervene, recognizing that the third prince would have a guaranteed benefit from it. 1 butterfly and 1 mantis. Both belonged to the same category. Crack! Just as the third prince finished devouring the crystal core, a brilliant golden light erupted from its body, visibly expanding at an astonishing rate. It was evolving. Chapter 50. The third prince evolves. Bloodthirsty mantis. Exemplary. Level. Early 2nd tier. Growth stage. Skill. Light speed slash. Rushes at the enemy with 3 times its speed to execute a strike, killing them with lightning speed. Heart of the insect race. Pseudo possesses a strong regenerative ability, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Bloodthirst. Absorbs the enemy's blood during battle, increasing its attack power and restoring health. The higher the enemy's level, the greater the effect. Ghostly Clone. Can create mirror clones, the number depending on its strength. Clones possess all the strength of the original but cannot use skills. Evaluation. A powerful combat pet designed for slaughter. Possessing unparalleled offensive capabilities. Damn. My son has grown up. He won't turn against me, will he? Chu Ran felt a twinge of unease as he regarded the now blood-red third prince, its sharp forelimbs glinting ominously. Its fierce gaze and bloodthirsty aura sent shivers down his spine, making him recall how he had bullied it previously. The children from the southern village have bullied me into weakness. Gone are the days of effortlessly besting the third prince with a single punch. Son, how do you feel now? Are you hungry? Allow your father to procure some food for you. Chu Ran smiled, attempting to curry favor with the third prince. Crack! The third prince roared and shot upward like a streak of light. Chu Ran instinctively dodged, only to realize that the target of the third prince's wrath was not him. You scared me. I thought you were coming after me, he sighed in relief, only to find himself seething with anger as he witnessed the third prince charging toward the shelter. The third prince's forelimbs slashed through the air, delivering devastating blows to the already precarious structure, which crumbled into ruins. What the hell are you doing? Chu Ran's face twitched, incredulous that the third prince had taken out its ire on the shelter instead of targeting the rice dumpling. Crack, crack! The third prince hovered in the air, bellowing at the ruins. Upon understanding its intent, Chu Ran found himself at a loss for words. Ever since upgrading the shelter, the third prince had never attempted to break through the stone walls. This time, it simply wanted to prove its capability. This little creature is so stubborn. After venting its frustrations, the third prince returned to perch on Chu Ran's shoulder, its formidable forelimbs swinging ominously before his eyes. Is there any way you can tuck those away? Who can stand this swaying around? Chu Ran exclaimed. The third prince retorted with some disgruntled chirps but eventually complied, curling its forelimbs in obedience. Somewhere within the realm of survival, a colossal ice fortress rose overnight, towering amidst the relentless wind and snow. In the courtyard of the castle, a throng of survivors gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. How do we get in? Why is there no prompt? Who knows? Maybe we need more people. Let us wait a bit longer. That moment, a flash of light appeared, and Han Long materialized in the square. Scatter! Han Long has arrived. The crowd quickly parted, recognizing the presence of the legendary figure. What have you discovered? Han Long's sharp gaze fell upon the nearest survivor. Nothing. I just arrived myself. The survivor trembled, his voice trembling with fear. Han Long regarded him coolly before striding toward the castle gate, attempting to push it open. Just then, the door erupted with a brilliant light. An elderly man in a white robe appeared out of thin air. Welcome to the Ice River Castle. I am the gatekeeper. You need only submit 20 brilliant items or one epic piece of equipment, and I shall assist you in opening the castle doors. Bribery! The word echoed in the minds of the gathered individuals in unison. What lies within the castle? Someone inquired. The castle can ensure your safety. Ha! We're safe enough as it is. Why would we need the castle's protection? The crowd quickly lost interest and began to disperse. The remaining survivors, having already achieved a degree of self-sufficiency, were predominantly second-tier and quite powerful before long. You will find yourselves in danger. The old man in white smiled faintly at the departing crowd before vanishing. Where did he go? It makes no sense. Did he leave on his own? After repairing his shelter, Chu Ran had scoured the safety zone thoroughly, yet he had not seen any creatures emerge from the coffin. Could they be hiding there? Suddenly, he recalled a place he had subconsciously ignored. Slowly, he approached the area where the coffin was buried, peering cautiously. What the hell are you doing back in there? Upon witnessing the scene within, Chu Ran's heart sank. Through the massive breach in the shattered coffin, he could see a figure with a dark scalp, skin as rough as tree bark, and an utterly dark visage lay motionless, presumably having sustained significant injuries the previous day. Chu Ran held his breath, instinctively drawing his Desert Eagle, contemplating taking a shot at the rice dumpling. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. What kind of man seeks his own demise? Although he was unsure of the creature's remaining strength, he knew it would likely be enough to pose a threat. The risk was simply too great. I'll wait. At the very least, I'll move into the cave tonight and become neighbors with the black bear spirit. Chu Ran tidied up briefly and moved some essentials to the periphery of the cave. This sanctuary was better left untouched. Kid, you actually moved directly here. Do you truly believe I can't kill you? The coarse voice of the black bear spirit echoed in the passage, tinged with a hint of irritation, yet devoid of the murderous intent from before. It seemed that as long as he did not take the initiative to enter that sanctuary, the black bear spirit would not lay a hand on him. With his mind at ease, Chu Ran began to strike up a conversation. Brother Black, what is the situation with your master? Is he also a survivor? Don T, try to get chummy with me. My master is not someone a novice like you can inquire about. Heeding my advice, hurry and hide in the Ice River Fortress, or you won't survive 3 days. Ice River Fortress? What place is that? Chu Ran asked, perplexed, as he had never heard of such a location. If all goes as expected, the portal to the Ice River Castle has already opened. You'll find out if you investigate. The black bear responded. The portal has opened? Chu Ran, puzzled, left the cave in search of this so-called portal. Indeed, there was an additional portal. Before long, he discovered a portal that was distinctly different from the usual ones in the safe zone. Portal to Ice River Castle. It really exists. Let's go take a look. In the Misty Zone, creatures formed from frost emerged, each possessing varied forms, quietly awaiting like an army. As time passed, even ice beasts soared through the skies. At some unknown time, a heavy, ancient roar reverberated across the land. The frost-formed creatures began to march orderly toward the fog zone, leaving naught but destruction in their wake, with no beast left unscathed. Chapter 51. Bribing the black bear. You need 1 epic item or 20 radiant pieces of equipment to open the door. You heartless old crook, do you even listen to what you're saying? This is pure nonsense. There are barely 3,000 survivors left. Do you think they can gather enough equipment for you? Upon hearing the old man's demands, Chu Ran was enraged. Radiant equipment was hard to come by. And as for epic items, he was certain he was the only one in this area possessing them. It was as if he were being asked to personally hand over the items. My young friend, don't jest. This requirement may be challenging for others, but for you, it's merely average. After all, you possess 2 epic items, the old man in white stated. He has 2 epic items? How can that be possible? This is outrageous. I currently only have 1 perfect piece of equipment. You say he has 2. Wouldn't he be able to give 1 to the gatekeeper to open the door? If you say that, in no time, everyone's gaze turned eagerly toward Chu Ran, their faces filled with expectation. You cunning old coot, playing this trick on me. Chu Ran was seething with anger, having been outwitted by the strange old man. That door won't open at all. Let anyone else try. With a dismissive wave, Chu Ran hastily activated the portal and fled the scene. A thunderous roar erupted from afar, transcending space. Every survivor, regardless of their location, heard that overwhelming roar. The show was about to begin. The old man in white smiled faintly, his figure vanishing once more. What is going on? Why is there not a single beast today? After leaving the Ice River Castle, Chu Ran began his daily patrol. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. After searching for half a day, he found not a single beast. Fortunately, he had not run low on spiritual fruits, making things somewhat easier, as long as the primary goal of obtaining spiritual fruits remained intact. He did not dwell too much on its for the first-tier meat. He had stored some over the past few days and even made some jerky using the drying rack, so food was not a concern. What the hell is that? During one glance back, he inadvertently discovered pairs of icy eyes appearing in the misty zone, quietly staring into the fog zone. Though the situation within the mist was obscured, the expanse was boundless. The owners of those eyes were various types of beasts, all composed of frost, devoid of any emotion. Chat channel, did you see the monsters in the misty zone? Yes, they are terrifying. Wherever the misty zone meets the fog zone, there are ice beasts everywhere. What should we do? I feel like they could charge over at any moment. I just counted, and there are over 100. Not including those hidden in the mist. Am I supposed to face them all alone? Help. I don't want to die. Chu Ran, big shot. Bring out your epic equipment. The way out is definitely in the Ice River Castle. Thousands of lives are at stake. Yes, Chu Ran, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, let alone thousands. We could build a heavenly palace. He has 2 epic items. The old man at the gate said it himself when Chu Ran went in before. Is that true? 2 items. Why not bring one out? How ruthless. It's true. I witnessed it myself. I heard it with my own ears. Chu ran. Quickly bring one out. Don't be so selfish with so many ice beasts. You need to hide too. Countless survivors queued in the chat channel, denouncing Chu ran. When he spoke to the old man, many others were around, and they too heard the old man's words. What is this nonsense? My equipment just fell from the sky. Chu ran gazed at the outcry in the chat channel, his anger flaring, yet a hint of helplessness rose within him. They were correct. He needed to enter the castle. And he might indeed have to part with an item. The Desert Eagle would have to be sacrificed. Chu ran's mind was flooded with 1,000 frustrations. There was no way he would part with the Chinkoan pot. Yet, he felt something was amiss. At this stage, it was nearly impossible for survivors to acquire epic items. If it weren't for his unique advantage, would the door still remain closed? Did that old man simply raise the stakes? Suddenly, Chu ran thought of a possibility and hurried back to the cave. Brother Black, I have some exquisite meat. Would you care to try? Returning to the cave, Chu ran set up a campfire, cooking the meat on site. Even investing a precious spiritual fruit. Quick, bring it over. The impatient voice of the black bear resonated from the depths of the cave, accompanied by the faint sound of the iron door rattling. I'll bring it to you. Just don't harm me. I'll keep bringing you food every day. Chu ran replied cautiously. Rest assured, as long as you don't touch my master's belongings, I won't harm you. With my intelligence at over 400 points, even if the black bear lost its temper, I should be able to withstand it for a while. After contemplating for a moment, Chu ran carried the meat toward the cave. This time, the black bear did not attack him, allowing him to approach the iron cage without hindrance. Once again faced with the black bear, the sense of awe remained, though this time the creature appeared anxious. Saliva dripping like a waterfall, clearly craving the food. Big shot, this is a tribute for you. Chu ran slid the stainless steel basin filled with meat through the feeding slot at the bottom of the iron door. The black bear wasted no time, devouring the food ravenously. In no time, the entire basin was emptied. Is there more? The black bear gazed at Chu ran, still unsatisfied. There's more, but it's of a lower grade. Chu ran retrieved cooked meat from his inventory that did not contain spiritual fruits. This was originally prepared for the Lake Bottom Big Shot and Yi Shishue. However, now that Chu ran was annoyed, he decided he would no longer provide food for the Lake Bottom Big Shot. He wanted to find a new big shot to appease. The black bear accepted without hesitation, consuming over 30 pounds of meat before finally stopping. Yet still looking eager for more, I still have this. Please enjoy. Chu ran noticed that the black bear had not eaten enough and, being considerate, handed over another 10 pounds. That's enough. Don't bring any more. After finishing the meal, the black bear displayed a satisfied expression. Big shot, may I ask what you meant by hiding in the Ice River Castle? Seeing the opportunity ripe, Chu ran cautiously inquired. So this is your intention behind bringing me food? The black bear glanced at him with its large eyes, and Chu ran quickly smiled apologetically. Given that you are so considerate, I will share a few words with you. The Ice River Castle is the only sanctuary for survivors. If you do not enter, your chances of survival are virtually non-existent. So, kid, if you wish to live, you better hurry and escape. After a hearty meal, the black bear found a comfortable spot to lie down. Ah, does that mean I truly have to give my epic equipment to that old man? This is so distressing, Chu ran lamented. Epic equipment was incredibly hard to come by. He had acquired quite a bit of equipment over the past few days, but had not found any exceptional items. If I give it to you, I will have been tricked. The old man has a penchant for collecting exceptional equipment. Due to its uniqueness, he can see all survivor information and always demands the best equipment. The black bear stated casually, Is there any other way to persuade him to open the door? Chu ran's expression brightened. Heaven knows how much it pained him to part with the Desert Eagle. Chapter 52. Terrifyingly versatile attributes, just give him a good beating. The black bear waved its hand dismissively. The Ice River Castle is fundamentally a defensive base for survivors. I have no authority to prevent you from entering. A beating? Are you sure you aren't just fooling me? Chu ran's lips twitched, feeling that something was off, yet unable to pinpoint what. In the square before the Ice River Castle, when Chu ran arrived again. The area was already packed with survivors. Due to the invasion of ice beasts, the Ice River Castle might become an escape route, and most survivors were waiting for news here. Chu ran is here. Everyone, look, in an instant, all eyes were on him. Are you here to hand over your epic equipment? Someone stepped forward to inquire. What an idiot! Churan cast a cold, indifferent glance at the other party, the glint of icy disdain in his eyes unmistakable. Although he did not share Han Long's bloodthirsty nature, he did not consider himself a virtuous individual either. What do you mean? Your selfishness has plunged everyone into crisis, and you must bear the brunt of the responsibility. The man could not help but retort angrily. Indeed, what of a mere epic piece of equipment? What significance does it hold? We shall certainly return it to you in due course. Another voice chimed in. Churin, hand over the epic treasure chest obediently, and perhaps I might show you some leniency. Han Long sneered from a distance. Spare me. If you wish to let me go, why are you standing so far away? Churin scoffed at that moment. They were a good 30 meters apart, well beyond the range of the Ice Age domain. Though your last ability was formidable, its limitations are all too evident. It can only encompass your immediate vicinity, and using it leaves you in a state of weakness. Though you dare to utilize it? Han Long crossed his arms, observing him with a detached demeanor. Churin furrowed his brow. What was this fellow up to? Testing him? He was eager to see what tricks Han Long had up his sleeve. A slight smile graced his lips as he quickly drew the Desert Eagle from his pocket and fired 3 rapid shots in the astonished gaze of his adversary. Bang, bang, bang. Each bullet found its mark, creating a single, gaping hole in Han Long's head before it exploded into a shower of light, vanishing without a trace. Is this your trump card? A mere triviality. And you reveal your hand, Churin remarked. In the next moment, Han Long's figure reappeared in the square, his cold smile directed at Churin. No wonder you show no inclination to evade. It appears one cannot die here. Churin regarded him with a devilish glint in his eyes, while he instinctively reached out to soothe the agitated San Taizi, signaling it to remain calm and not to expose itself. Every survivor here is invincible. Your grievances can wait. Our immediate priority is to devise a way to open the castle gates. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Yunting. Xiao Yunting pushed through the crowd to stand before Churin. I understand that you are reluctant to yield the epic equipment. You may articulate your terms. At long last, someone sensible has arrived. My demands are modest. I require 1 piece of first-tier equipment of at least perfect quality from each of the top 20 on the leaderboard. Churin stated, having discerned a hidden pattern through multiple refreshes. The higher the initial level of the equipment, the more likely it was to yield superior attributes. If he could acquire 20 pieces of equipment with a perfect starting rank, he would have a substantial chance of refreshing an epic item, if not more than one. Dream on. Impossible. Before Xiao Yunting could respond, Han Long and Lin Wenbin interjected in unison. These two had indeed allied together. Churin realized he needed to devise a plan to deal with both. Slightly raising his hands, he remarked, since you all wish to partake without offering anything in return, there is nothing more to discuss. We shall all perish together. Whom do you think you are scaring? That epic equipment must be handed over, or you shall meet your demise. If you truly refuse to comply, I might even consider you a man. Lin Wenbin declared, arms crossed, eyeing Churin with an air of confidence. Is that so? Then feel free to wait here for your demise. Churin replied with a slight smirk. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. Wait, he's gone. How dare he? Lin Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief. This fellow truly had no fear of death. Not just him, but the other survivors were also in a panic. If Churin ceased to cooperate, they would need to gather 20 radiant items, which was no small feat at this stage. Humph, you think you can intimidate me? The equipment is in my possession, and I shall determine when it is handed over. Exiting the square, Churin ignored the incessant notifications from his private chat and hurried back to the cave to bond with the black bear, while also cooking some food. The previous meal had nearly exhausted the supplies he had prepared, and he needed to replenish them. Boss, how formidable is the ice beast? Any advice? Churin approached the black bear once more. You certainly know how to climb the bamboo pole, the bear grumbled, turning its back to him. Let me impart one last piece of wisdom. The ice beast's strength far exceeds your imagination and is beyond your current capabilities to contend with. Your only path to survival lies in relying on the ice fortress. And how do you compare to it? Churin inquired. You overestimate me. The Ice King is far stronger than I in a true confrontation. Only that long serpent outside could possibly contend. Outside? The lake's overlord? Churin paused, suddenly realizing, wait, you did not convey such sentiments last time. You were ready to charge out and fight. Do you understand the concept of momentum? If it were to rage at me, I could hardly endure. Besides, it cannot enter this place. What do I have to fear? The black bear snorted dismissively. Enough, enough. Do not trouble me further, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. The bear impatiently ordered, pushing Churin away. Finding himself unable to extract any further information, Churin hastily began preparing ingredients. An hour later, he had cooked a substantial amount of food, having nearly depleted his supply of spirit fruits, leaving only 10 as a precaution. Should he encounter danger, he could use these fruits to ascend to the second tier. If no peril arose, he would gradually restore his attributes through the meat. Name: Churin. Level: First tier. Ability: Master of Ice. Epic. Survival coins: 186. Strength: 410. Increases attack power. Agility: 410. Increases attack speed and mobility. Constitution: 410. Increases defense and stamina. Vitality: 410. Increases life force and recovery rate. Intelligence: 410. Increases ability attack. Strength. Goodness. What terrifying attributes! Churin beamed at his statistics. Ever since discovering that the Chinku-in-1 pot could enhance spirit fruits, he had set a goal for himself, to become a 5-dimensional warrior. The Mist Zone refreshed 10 spirit fruits daily. After accounting for food preparation, he would still have 7 spirit fruits remaining. He had evenly distributed the attribute points gained from these fruits across all categories, resulting in a tidy allocation. Chapter 53. A bounty of resources. When Churin reappeared in the square, he was met with a multitude of resentful gazes. Churin, you bastard! Lin Wenbin exclaimed, his rage palpable. I shall not mince words. My demand is simple. You must gather 20 pieces of perfect first-tier equipment for me, and I shall take responsibility for opening the door. How does that sound? Churin stated, unwilling to engage in further banter. Seeing that he was bleeding resources, he thought it foolish to expect to gain without giving. Dream on, you, Lin Wenbin began, but was interrupted by Xiao Yunting. We have discussed this matter, and it appears that we cannot fulfill your request for equipment. At this stage, no one is willing to part with their items. Please, let me finish, he urged, perhaps fearing that Churin might misconstrue his intentions. We can gather 10 spirit fruits and 200 survival coins for you. What do you think? Very well, I shall begrudgingly accept. Churin mused for a few seconds, feigning a sense of monetary pain. Seeing Churin concede, Xiao Yunting's expression brightened as he returned to the crowd to communicate swiftly with others. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a group of over a dozen individuals, including Han Long and Lin Wenbin, who appeared none too pleased. They began to trade with Churin, collecting the items he required. Just to be clear, I will open the door, and these items will serve as compensation. No objections, I trust? Churin's smile was almost as difficult to suppress as the tension in the air. Now that you've received your items, hurry and open the door. Lin Wenbin glared at Churin, visibly distressed. The thought of yielding resources to Churin was almost as painful as death itself. All right, boss, I shall get to it. Churin seized the opportunity, eager to venture into the ice fortress and discover its secrets. Which item shall I give you? The elderly figure in white reappeared, smiling at Churin. The crowd looked on expectantly, but what Churin did next left them utterly speechless. I shall give you a slap. Churin sprang up, his right hand swinging in a wide arc toward the white-clad elder. To everyone's astonishment, the ethereal, almost celestial-looking elder failed to evade in time, letting out a grunt as he was sent flying. Who dares demand my equipment? What audacity! Churin pressed his advantage, wielding a sheathed Tang Dao and unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the elder. Stop! I will open the door. The elder quickly raised his hands in surrender as the massive gate began to creak open, prompting Churin to cease his assault. Who would have thought that a simple beating would suffice? Truly splendid. I have gained 10 spirit fruits and 200 survival coins without cost. One who does not seize the opportunity is a fool. Churin clapped his hands in delight as he made his way towards the castle, leaving no time for the others to react. This, all it took. Lin Wenbin stood dumbfounded, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Churin, you bastard, return my spirit fruits, he shouted in frustration. Dream on. You provided me with the resources, and I shall handle the door. The transaction is complete, and I have no regrets, Churin replied, not bothering to look back as he swiftly vanished into the castle. Churin! Han Long's face darkened. The previous debt had yet to be settled, and now he felt like a fool. The humiliation was unbearable. This fellow had no fear of making enemies. Xiao Yunting, bemused, looked at the now open door. Unable to suppress his urge to comment, "The door is open. Quickly, go inside." The other survivors, unfazed by the recent events, rushed forward. After all, they had not contributed resources. This bounty had been provided by those among the top 20 on the leaderboard. Ding! System announcement. Welcome to the Ice Fortress, where the King of Ice Beasts is about to be unleashed. When the time comes, the Ice Beasts will thoroughly occupy this world, and aside from a few special areas, the Ice Fortress will become the last bastion of refuge. Once the fortress opens, the infinite respawn effect in the square will disappear. Death will be irrevocable. The Ice Fortress has its own guardian soldiers who can assist survivors in combating the Ice Beasts. But they must first be unlocked. Survivors can select a commander who will possess the authority to command the guardian soldiers of the Ice Fortress. At a certain moment, the fortress will refresh 100 teleportation tokens. Those who obtain a token can directly teleport away from this world, escaping this disaster. Note, the number of Ice Beasts is infinite. They will obey the commands of their king and will never cease their assault until they breach the Ice Fortress and eliminate all survivors. As soon as the crowd entered the fortress, the system announcement echoed above their heads. Only 100 teleportation tokens? A flicker of horror crossed Chu Ran's eyes. With nearly 3,000 survivors remaining, only 100 tokens would be refreshed. What fate awaited those who failed to secure a token? The survivors who had just fled into the fortress were instantly demoralized, especially the weaker ones, who were effectively sentenced to death. Even the stronger individuals were gripped by fear. With 3,000 people vying for 100 tokens, on average, only 1 in 30 would secure a token, and no one could be absolutely certain of their success. You, causing trouble for 20 individuals at once. Are you not afraid of their retaliation? A refined young man wearing glasses suddenly appeared beside Chu Ran. Who are you? Chu Ran tilted his head slightly. The newcomer smiled gently. Mo Lanshan, it's you. Chu Ran appraised him from head to toe. If I were afraid of retaliation, I wouldn't have sought their resources. They are merely small fry, inconsequential, so arrogant. You are no longer at the top. You have slipped to 23rd place in the rankings. What cards do you still hold? Mo Lanshan gazed at him deeply and continued. Considering the time, you were only at the first level last time. With the attribute doubling, the second level Sanctuary's fog zone refreshes around 10 spirit fruits daily. According to the current calculations, your attributes should suffice for upgrading to a second-level survivor, so why remain at the first level? So what are you trying to say? Chu Ran asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. You have invested points in both intelligence and strength, haven't you? Mo Lanshan leaned closer to Chu Ran and whispered. Impressive. Chu Ran gave him a thumbs up, adding silently in his heart. If I said I had invested in all 5 attributes, would you jump up in surprise? It's hardly difficult. Anyone paying attention could guess. Lanshan smiled slightly, his expression a mix of pride and mischief. Chu Ran ignored him, taking out the spirit fruits he had just acquired and consuming them like candy, gaining a total of 100 attribute points, evenly distributed across 5 attributes. His overall attributes reached a terrifying 430 points. Almost there, just 70 points short. Currently, he can gain 60 points in total attributes daily. If all goes according to plan, he would level up to the second tier by tomorrow night, at which point his total attributes would double. Surpassing 1,000, compared to those with a single attribute over 1,000, he would possess a devastating advantage. Hey, wake up, wake up. Why are you standing there grinning like an idiot? Mo Lanshan waved his hand in front of Chu Ran's face, interrupting his pleasant musings. None of your business. Chu Ran glared at him in displeasure. What is happening ahead? Not far in front of the two, a large group of survivors was gathered. Chapter 54. Preparations before the great battle. In front of the crowd stood a glass cage filled with puppets. Clad in heat-resistant suits and wielding flame-throwing guns, it was confirmed that there was a burning squad ahead. Successful challenges would unlock them, but command would rest with the commander. Besides these, there were also artillery units, spear soldiers, shield bearers, and high-tech equipment like giant laser cannons and annihilation fighters, all requiring challenges to unlock. Mo Lanshan activated his survival watch, clicking through options rapidly. So, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Be straightforward, Chu Ran inquired, his gaze fixed on the challenge seen ahead. I wish to team up with you. With only 100 teleportation tokens, competition will be fierce, and I hope you can assist me when the time comes. Mo Lanshan said earnestly. Give me a reason why I should help you. Chu Ran glanced at him. My ability is telepathy. While I cannot discern the internal thoughts of individuals, I can determine their trustworthiness. If you are forming a team, I would be of great assistance to you, and I have strong information channels. Mo Lanshan revealed his leverage, nervously glancing at Chu Ran. Realizing his bargaining chip might be insufficient, he added, Lin Wenbin and Han Long have already formed an alliance and are recruiting survivors, and their target is you. You need allies. I cannot guarantee anything, but I can assist you within my capabilities. As for Han Long and Lin Wenbin, I am aware of their actions. Chu Ran nodded. Mo Lanshan was already within the scope of his considerations for team formation, and since the other party had taken the initiative to approach him, he had no reason to refuse. A pleasant collaboration. A smile spread across Mo Lanshan's face as he extended his right hand toward Chu Ran. A pleasant collaboration. Chu Ran reciprocated with his own hand. Since we are partners now, I have some information to share with you. As you know, I have established an intelligence network, but since the emergence of the Ice Fortress, several of my informants have suddenly become uncharacteristically dull and robotic. As if they have lost their souls. There may be matters regarding the Ice Fortress that we are unaware of. Lanshan hesitated before expressing his concern. Becoming dull. Chu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly. Was this caused by human intervention or some special reason? Chu Ran.at that moment. A crisp voice rang out from behind the two. Ye Shishue approached with ACI. You are here. Allow me to introduce. This is our new team member, Mo Lanshan. Chu Ran introduced them. Ye Shishue. Ye Shishue introduced herself, then gestured towards ACI. This is ACI. Gao Tianxi, a second-level survivor, currently ranked 21 SD'd. A hint of surprise appeared on Mo Lanshan's face. Quite impressive indeed. No wonder you are an information broker. Is there anything you do not know? A flicker of emotion crossed Chu Ran's face. This fellow keeps a close eye on the rankings, doesn't he? Don't flatter me. I have no idea what that mantis on your shoulder is about. It raises a multitude of questions. Mo Lanshan's gaze was fixed on the lethargic third prince resting on Chu Ran's shoulder. Ye Shishue and ACI also turned their attention to him, having noticed the third prince upon their arrival but hesitating to inquire. He is my son, merely a good luck charm. His training duration is still insufficient. Chu Ran waved his hand, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Let us not discuss this. Old Mo, what are your thoughts moving forward? Chu Ran, aware that he was not suited for such deliberations, tossed the question to Mo Lanshan. After pondering for a moment, Mo Lanshan replied, 2 key points. Defend the Ice Fortress and compete for the teleportation tokens. Powerful survivors have already begun to absorb lower-tier survivors, aiming squarely at the tokens. We should also consider expanding our team. Additionally, you need to vie for the position of commander. If successful, you will possess the authority to mobilize the Ice Fortress's own forces. It is crucial to pay attention to the weaker survivors. With only 100 tokens available, their chances of obtaining one are exceedingly slim, and in the pursuit of survival, they may resort to desperate measures. Mo Lanshan articulated his views. HM. Chu Ran nodded, contemplating for a few seconds. For now, we shall not increase the team size. With too many members, the tokens would be difficult to divide. As for vying for the commander position, I will give it a try. What about you two? He looked at Ye Shishue and ACI. No objections. We will follow your lead. Ye Shishue displayed a completely deferential attitude towards Chu Ran, while ACI remained like a wooden post, offering no opinions. System announcement. Survivors are requested to immediately proceed to the center of the fortress to select a commander. The Ice Beast Vanguard will arrive in 3 hours. Upon hearing the system prompt, a large number of survivors began to converge towards the center of the fortress. Fortress Center? The elusive elder in white reappeared before the crowd. Those interested in becoming commander, please step forward. 5 survivors will be elected by the survivors, from which I will select one to become the commander. As for those whose minds are solely fixated on brute force, do not come to make a fuss. Saying this, the elder in white shot an irate glance at Chu Ran, clearly displeased with the young man's lack of decorum. Chu Ran chuckled wryly. Rubbing his nose, this old man bore a grudge. However, the selection process must proceed. He slowly approached the front, facing the crowd. I announce. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the elder. You are not qualified. With a wave of his hand, Chu Ran was instantly teleported back into the crowd. Hey, what do you mean, old man? Why am I unqualified? Chu Ran glared at the elder. indignant. Simply put, I am the spirit of the ice fortress. Without my acknowledgement, even if you become the commander, you will not be able to mobilize the fortress's power. Remembering the earlier incident, the elder was fuming, his beard bristling. You are indeed formidable. This old man is no simple character. He managed to easily send me back just now. Chu Ran took a deep breath, suppressing his rising temper, as he was currently dependent on others. Lan Shan shook his head helplessly, realizing that Chu Ran had offended the elder. And without the old man's acknowledgement, the position of commander would likely be out of reach. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly, with numerous second-level survivors volunteering to become the commander. After a series of campaigns and votes, 5 candidates were finally chosen. The elderly man in white selected the commander from among them, and the individual chosen was none other than Xiao Yunting, whom Chu Ran recognized. Since the beginning of their struggle for survival, Xiao Yunting frequently provided valuable information in the chat channel, and with his formidable strength, he currently held the top position on the leaderboard, attracting the most supporters. His abilities were particularly suited for perception, making him the ideal choice for a commander, and he had also gained the acknowledgement of the weapon spirit. Xiao Yunting was decisive in his actions. He first warned both Chu Ran and Han Long that private duels were strictly prohibited within the Ice River Castle, with violators facing immediate expulsion. This was also one of the commander's capabilities. He arranged for the survivors to unlock the inherent powers of the Ice River Castle, subsequently dividing them into multiple teams based on their abilities and combining forces with the castle's strengths in preparation for the impending enemy. Xiao Yunting, having shed his usual gentleness, now acted with resolute authority, presenting 2 options: either obey his commands or leave the castle. Under this high-pressure policy, the survivors were temporarily subdued. Chapter 55. Keep your eyes peeled. I am about to show off. The Ice River Castle was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one narrow road leading straight ahead. This lengthy and slender path was easily defensible, making it ideal for protection. 5,000 shield soldiers stood at the forefront, closely flanked by 5,000 spear soldiers. The survivors were divided into 4 teams, with 2 teams rotating and interspersing among the shield soldiers. However, the survivors were more inclined to hide at the back of the formation, and in the event of a crisis, they would likely retreat at the first opportunity. Xiao Yunting found himself powerless in this situation. The number of individuals he could expel was limited, and he could not act blindly without the weapon spirit's consent, which had little binding authority. Atop the castle walls, 10 massive laser cannons and 200 fire soldiers were poised and ready for action. At the highest point, 2 fighter jets awaited. This was the entirety of Ice River Castle's might. The cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell in the distant skyline. A silver line slowly emerged, a tide of beasts formed by countless ice creatures. They were coming. Xiao Yunting tightened his grip on his spear, closed his eyes, and tilted his head slightly as images flooded his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, gathered his energy, and issued a thunderous shout. Attention! Ice beasts are approaching. Prepare for battle. This time, there are only 5,000 ice beasts, and we hold a complete advantage. The ice beasts are here. A flurry of commotion erupted among the lined-up survivors, with some already contemplating retreat. The once orderly formation now appeared disheveled. Stay still. Anyone who dares to flee will be expelled. Xiao Yunting's furious roar timely stabilized the survivors. After a prolonged wait, the army of ice beasts finally came into view. With a series of enraged roars, the ice beasts launched an uncoordinated charge. The ground trembled as fearsome creatures charged towards the crowd. Raise your shields, Xiao Yunting bellowed, and the shield soldiers lifted their shields high. With the spear soldiers stepping forward, thrusting their weapons through the gaps, do not panic. The strength of the ice beasts is unknown. Maintain formation to minimize casualties. Xiao Yunting continued to boost morale and stabilize the emotions of the survivors. Boom! As everyone anxiously awaited, the ice beast army collided with the shield soldiers. The shield soldiers stood firm like a rock, resolutely holding their ground, while the ice beasts shattered into fragments upon impact. Suffering tremendous losses, chaos was about to ensue. The strength of the shield soldiers and spear soldiers was evidently superior to that of the ice beasts. They managed to dispatch the creatures with minimal casualties without requiring the survivors to intervene. That scared me. I thought the ice beasts were formidable, but they turned out to be so weak. Indeed, we didn't even need to lift a finger to deal with them. After the first wave of battle, The survivors' anxious expressions diminished significantly as they began discussing among themselves. The exotic beasts were merely a fade, their strength comparable to that of an average person, yet their numbers were overwhelming. Although the guards were strong, they were still far inferior to the first tier, and the survivors held an absolute advantage in individual strength. Xiao Yunting also gained a general understanding of the strengths of the three parties and quickly made arrangements. Everyone, listen up, the guards are weak. The survivors will take the lead to reduce their casualties. If the guards suffer too many losses, we will have no choice but to retreat back to the castle. Although the castle was protected by walls, they lacked defensive instruments, and the shield and spear soldiers were not suited for guarding the castle. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Have you found him? No, I've searched among the lined-up survivors and substitutes. I haven't seen Chu Ran's figure. Han Long's people had thoroughly searched for Chu Ran among the survivors, but to no avail. Could he have already fled? Han Long pondered aloud. I have news. Chu Ran left the team before the battle began and is likely headed to this location. Lin Wenbin pulled up a virtual map, pointing to a place on the battlefield, atop a martial cliff. He is fleeing quite swiftly. Let us go eliminate him and seize the epic equipment, Han Long declared. What about the battlefield? Are we not defending it? One teammate asked. Defend what? We only have 100 teleportation talismans. The more of them that die, the greater our chances of obtaining the talismans. Han Long waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of safeguarding the battlefield. I agree. Chu Ran is likely still at the first tier, making this a prime opportunity for us. If we manage to seize the epic equipment, our strength will overshadow the other survivors, ensuring our acquisition of the teleportation talismans. Lin Wenbin wholeheartedly supported Han Long's idea. Regardless of the motive, he desired Chu Ran's demise. After a brief discussion, they discreetly slipped away from the crowd and made their way towards the mountain peak. Chu Ran, Han Long and Lin Wenbin are coming your way. Be cautious. Xiao Yunting, always vigilant of the situation, quickly detected the movements of the group and sent a message to Chu Ran. Chu Ran, what the hell? Hurry and expel them. I'm working for you here. Don't let those filthy rats disturb me. Xiao Yunting, apologies, I cannot expel them. Expulsion requires gathering the survivors in the square, and the second wave of ice beasts is about to arrive. You'll have to handle it yourself, Chu Ran. You useless fool, Xiao Yunting, sorry. Atop the snow-capped mountain, this was the inevitable path for the Ice Beast army. Due to Yi Shishui's unique ability, Chu Ran had arrived here an hour prior at Xiao Yunting's request. The area was uneven, with several catapults neatly arranged, each inscribed with sparse and obscure runes. By the cliff's edge, Yi Shishui was diligently working behind a massive boulder exceeding 10 meters in diameter. She occasionally waved her hand, and with each motion, large chunks of stone would fall away from beneath the boulder. Han Long is approaching. You all stay here and prepare, I'll go deal with them. Chu Ran instructed his companions. I'll accompany you, ACI, who had been standing nearby, stated coldly. No need. This place isn't necessarily safe, and Yi Shishui needs protection by her side. Chu Ran shook his head. Rejecting ACI's proposal, I'll guard here. Let ACI accompany you. I fear you won't be able to manage on your own, especially since you are still at the first tier. I'd rather not lose the captain right after forming the team. Imo Lanshan also advised against it, as facing Han Long alone was too perilous for Chu Ran. You underestimate me, don't you? Keep your eyes peeled. I am about to show off. Chu Ran scoffed at his companions before turning to leave. Why has he suddenly become so dramatic? Wait, you never mentioned how many of them were coming. Imo Lanshan suddenly realized and shouted. 6 people. Han Long, Lin Wenbin, and 4 others I don't recognize. Chu Ran waved his hand without looking back, leaving his companions with only his retreating figure. The 3 stood there in shock. 1 against 6. Was he perhaps seeking death? The winds howl, and the waters grow cold. Our leader is doomed. Lanshan wore a grim expression, realizing that the leader he had just met was about to throw himself into danger. We must go. We cannot let him face them alone. Yi Shishui, coming to her senses, halted her work and, alongside ACI, chased after the direction Chu Ran had taken. Hey, wait for me. Chapter 56. It's a bit late to want to hide now. Didn't I instruct you to stay put and prepare? Why are you following me? Do you not regard me as your leader? Chu Ran glared at the 3 who had come after him, chiding them. Be quiet. I need to set traps. Your incessant chatter is slowing me down. Yi Shishui, like a diligent little bee, inscribed runes into the ground, unable to tolerate Chu Ran's nagging any longer, and retorted, "What if we don't come? I don't want to be your subordinate today and guard your remains tomorrow." Mo Lanshan shot back, casting a glance at her. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Just wait and see what it means to embody you one. I can't take on 10. Let alone just 6. Chu Ran was incensed, having never encountered such an audacious subordinate who dared to retort against the leader. "How do you plan to fight? You haven't even reached the second tier. Your energy center is undeveloped, and you lack the spiritual power to cast skills. Taking on Han Long would be a challenge, let alone 10 of them." Lanshan mocked him unabashedly. "Hey, I never realized you could be so argumentative." Chu Ran found himself chuckling at the absurdity of the situation. As he contemplated the time, he realized it was time for lunch. He pulled out some prepared meat and began to munch on it, prompting the third prince, who had been sleeping on his shoulder, to open his eyes and join in. Why are you eating now?" Mo Lanshan's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "No need to panic. There's enough for everyone. Yi Shishui, stop your work for now and have lunch." Chu Ran tossed several portions of meat without spirit fruit to his companions. "Wait a minute, can we be a bit more reliable? It's still time to eat, and what can this little bit of stat points do for us?" Yi Shishui exclaimed angrily, a hint of regret creeping in as Chu Ran's behavior seemed increasingly reckless, making it feel even more dangerous to be with him. "No need to worry. Your concerns stem primarily from a lack of confidence in your own strength. Just follow my lead in battle." Chu Ran waved his hand dismissively towards her, signaling that there was no cause for concern. He then proceeded to pop spirit fruits into his mouth one after another. "What on earth are you doing? After devouring meat, you're now indulging in fruits. Are you planning to advance to the second tier? What were you holding back for earlier?" Mo Lanshan felt his mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. Was it truly the moment to upgrade amidst such critical circumstances? When Han Long and the others finally arrived, they were met with an astonishing sight in the midst of the falling snow. Chu Ran and his companions huddled around a campfire, roasting meat and laughing heartily. "What are they doing? Hiding here for lunch? How shameless!" Lin Wenbin stared in disbelief at the scene before him, anger boiling within him. "Go take a look. There may be an ambush." Han Long squinted and stealthily approached Chu Ran's group. This way. You all are so slow. We've been waiting ages for you." Chu Ran, ever observant, immediately spotted Han Long and, fearing he might not see him, stood up and waved, reminiscent of a reunion among acquaintances. "Playing tricks, no matter what you do, today shall be your doom." Han Long's expression remained unyielding as he regarded him. This path offered no alternatives, and as long as they secured the entrance, Chu Ran would have nowhere to flee. "Goodness, Xiao Yun, Li Tian, these are all ranked second-tier survivalists, with Han Long and Lin Wenbin. That makes 4 second-tier, and the other 2 I do not recognize. Likely first-tier." Mo Lanshan felt a chill run down his spine. The disparity in strength was terrifying. He tugged at Chu Ran's sleeve. "What are we to do? Should we flee? Pathetic. Just 4 of them. No need to panic. We can handle this." Chu Ran maintained his composure, regarding the group with calm assurance. He drew his pistol and waved it in Han Long's direction. "Tell me, have you thought about how to withstand my bullets? There's no respawning here. Give it a try?" Lin Wenbin let out a cold smirk, retreating behind Han Long along with the others. "All right." Chu Ran, known for taking advice, decisively pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot towards Han Long suddenly. A mirror materialized in front of Han Long, swallowing the bullet. In the next moment, a bullet flew back out from the mirror, reflecting towards Chu Ran. Bang! The bullet struck Chu Ran's head precisely, resulting in an explosion. "Ha! How does it feel to taste your own bullet? This was specially prepared for your Desert Eagle." Han Long's laughter echoed, only to falter as disbelief washed over him. "You actually blocked that bullet?" Having witnessed the power of the Desert Eagle, he remembered how easily even a second-tier survivalist's head could be blown off by 3 shots. "So that's why you dared to come here. It seems you possess such a treasure. What a pity that now I am stronger than you can imagine." The explosion caused Chu Ran's head to tilt slightly, and layers of frost formed on his forehead. It was this icy armor that had absorbed the force of the bullet. 2 minutes prior, sensing Han Long and the others' approach, he had already advanced to the second tier. He first enjoyed a meal, then consumed 6 spirit fruits, allocating all his attribute points to intelligence, thus achieving his elevation. Ding! Congratulations, your single attribute point has surpassed 500, successfully advancing to the second tier. Reward. All attributes doubled. Qi Si has been opened. The Qi Si is the source of stored spiritual power. The larger the Qi Si, the more spiritual power it can hold. Influenced by intelligence. Name: Chu Ran. Level: second tier. Ability: Mastery of Ice, Epic. Survival coins: 386. Strength: 896. Increases attack power. Agility: 896. Increases attack speed and movement. Bone: 896. Increases defense and stamina. Physique: 896. Increases vitality and recovery rate. Intelligence: 1005. Increases ability attack strength. Damn it. What a loss. Other attributes are over 100 points lower than intelligence. Chu Ran felt a mix of surprise and regret upon seeing his attributes. If it weren't for these pesky insects, he could have easily raised all attributes to 500 before upgrading. Chu Ran has topped the leaderboard. He has advanced to the second tier. Judging by the hardness of this ice, he must have allocated all points to intelligence, for otherwise he could not have blocked a bullet. Lin Wenbin exclaimed, astonished. What? Han Long and the others were equally taken aback, swiftly calling up the leaderboard. The previous number 1, Xiao Yun, had been pushed to second place, while Chu Ran, who had been nearing 30th, surged to first. Haha, as expected of the boss. No wonder you are so confident. You can advance to the second tier at any time. But don't you fear being struck by lightning for showing off this way? Emo Lanshan couldn't help but remark. If you were to be suddenly ambushed and killed, that would be another story. Shut your mouth. I'm already this far, and you're lecturing me. Chu Ran's lips twitched, his aura momentarily halting as he shot him a glare. Apologies, apologies. Continue, Brother Chu. Emo Lanshan laughed sheepishly, instinctively taking a few steps back. Yi Shishui also quickly retreated, dragging ACI along to clear the battlefield. She too wanted to witness Chu Ran's prowess. Bang bang! Chu Ran fired 2 more shots, but the bullets were once again devoured and returned by the agile mirror, hitting Chu Ran, but all were blocked by the ice. However, after taking 3 shots, the mirror emitted a series of cracking sounds, fissures appearing on its surface. It had reached its limit. Scatter. It can't hold, Han Long shouted, and the group swiftly dispersed, seeking cover. Now it was a bit late to hide. A smirk played on Chu Ran's face as he aimed his Desert Eagle once more, this time targeting the 2 suspected first-tier survivalists. Chapter 57. Chu Ran's terrifying power bang, 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 bang. Chu Ran fired 4 shots in quick succession, the Desert Eagle erupting with fierce flames. The 2 suspected first-tier survivalists had no time to escape. The bullets struck their heads, igniting explosive attributes, resulting in catastrophic explosions. They fell lifelessly, now headless corpses, dead beyond recovery. Han Long and his companions seized the opportunity to flee behind cover. Stop hiding. My bullets are precious. It's a waste to give them to you. Chu Ran holstered his Desert Eagle. The weapon was powerful, highly accurate and rapid firing, truly a killing machine. The only drawback was that it took half an hour to replenish a bullet, necessitating careful usage. Chu Ran, I will kill you. Han Long's nose crinkled with fury. They were 6, yet before they had even begun, 2 of their number had perished. It was a blow to his pride. Instantly, scorching flames erupted around him as Han Long transformed into a fiery figure, charging towards Chu Ran. Come at me! Chu Ran refrained from shooting, allowing the icy aura to coalesce around him. In the midst of it, a suit of icy armor enveloped his body. He intended to test the defensive capabilities of the ice crystal armor by bracing himself against Han Long's assault. Han Long moved with remarkable speed, his actions fluid as he struck with powerful punches, each blow landing with a resounding crack that shattered the ice armor piece by piece. The sheer force of his punches reverberated through the armor, causing Chu Ran's blood to surge. However, that was the extent of it. With his current bone structure and endurance, he could easily withstand such force. Moreover, the armor's recovery capabilities were formidable, no matter how hard Han Long struck. The ice armor consistently mended itself in an instant. Bajiquan, characterized by swift and forceful movements, aims for a decisive kill, boasting tremendous lethality. Weakness: unstable footing, slow transitions between offense and defense, and a degree of delay during heavy strikes. A piece of information surfaced in Chu Ran's mind. So that was Bajiquan. No wonder his attack power was so immense. Use a bit more strength. Have you not eaten? Chu Ran quipped, a slight smile curving his lips as he even placed his hands behind his back, allowing Han Long to unleash his fury upon him. The damage was minimal, but the insult was profound. Why? How can you withstand this? Han Long stared at Chu Ran in disbelief, with his current power exceeding 1,000. Augmented by his fiery ability, it was unfathomable for Chu Ran, even with full points in intelligence, to block his attack so effortlessly. Impossible. This can't be happening. Han Long unleashed all his power, employing Bajiquan to its fullest extent. He could not allow himself to be defeated by someone he deemed inferior. What he could not accept was that Chu Ran, under such a fierce barrage, maintained an expression of serene enjoyment as if soaking in a hot spring. Yet the reality was undeniable. Even with all his might, he could not shake Chu Ran, and as time wore on, Han Long's spiritual power gradually diminished, his intelligence barely reaching 200. What are you waiting for? This kid is a bit strange. Let us all attack? Frustrated, Han Long shouted to his companions. The ice armor's defense is formidable. Let me handle this. Lin Wenbin was enveloped in green patterns that rapidly spread over his body. With every breath, a dense green gas emitted from his mouth and nostrils. The snow beneath his feet visibly transformed, quickly turning an eerie green. Let us see how you handle this. Lin Wenbin thrust his hands forward, unleashing 2 streams of green gas from his palms. Poison. Could his devil fruit be the poison fruit? Chu Ran furrowed his brow. The green gas possessed remarkable penetrative qualities, managing to bypass the ice armor's defenses and seep into his body. A myriad of negative states assaulted him. Numbness, weakness, lethargy, each one compounding. Haha, did you think you were the only one with full points in intelligence? Unfortunately for you, I am as well. Die, Lin Wenbin cackled madly, suddenly opening his mouth to spew forth a torrent of green liquid that engulfed Chu Ran. The intensity of the negative state surged, even inducing dizziness. Chu Ran, get away! Mo Lanshan shouted anxiously. ACI swiftly charged towards Lin Wenbin, intent on interrupting his spell. However, an ice pillar suddenly appeared before him, halting his advance. I told you not to interfere. Why are you still fighting? This is quite disrespectful. Chu Ran lazily emerged from the green liquid, the ice armor dissipating from his body. Yet at that moment, he appeared as a figure sculpted entirely from ice, his blood, bones, meridians, and flesh all crystallized. Your poison lacks the potency. Add more effort. I'll be watching you. Chu Ran raised his right hand to encourage Lin Wenbin. After his elemental transformation, he had shed the notion of organs and viscera. The impact of toxins on him had significantly diminished. For him, as a being of attributes, the remaining toxins caused him to lose health at a rate slower than his recovery. What manner of creature are you? Even a second-tier demon beast, with physical attributes far exceeding those of survivors, cannot withstand this. How is it possible that you remain unscathed? Lin Wenbin felt as though the sky was collapsing. His proud tactics, meticulously crafted for Chu Ran, had proven utterly ineffective, a monumental miscalculation. Let me watch as I smash him to smithereens. Beside him, Xiao Yun and Li Tian could no longer contain themselves. If this continued, their mental state would surely shatter. Xiao Yun took several strides forward, his right arm slightly drawn back in preparation. Fist clenched tightly, invisible waves of energy converging upon his hand. Fearing that the toxins might inadvertently harm his teammates, Lin Wenbin swiftly retreated. Tenfold heavy strike, Xiao Yun roared, his right fist carrying the weight of 1,000 Jun. Striking Chu Ran's chest, boom! The explosive force of the punch shattered Chu Ran's entire ribcage, leaving a gaping void from the waist up to his chest. Ice shards littered the ground. Such formidable power. Yet regrettably, after elemental transformation, my vitality and spiritual energy are intertwined. As long as my spiritual energy endures, I am an immortal being. Chu Ran groped around in the hollow of his chest, where his heart once resided. Now merely an empty cavity. Then I shall strike until you can no longer recover. Tenfold heavy strike. Xiao Yun, undeterred by the previous setback, continued his relentless assault. Yet, no matter if he shattered Chu Ran's chest, limbs, or even his head, the next moment, Chu Ran would immediately restore himself. I've got you. Just as Xiao Yun launched his attack, The previously passive Chu Ran suddenly evaded an attack, positioning himself behind Xiao Yun. His right hand resting on his shoulder, in Xiao Yun's horror, Frost swiftly spread along Chu Ran's arm, seeking to encase him in ice. Help, help me. Xiao Yun cast a desperate glance at his companions. Frost had already enveloped half of his body, and with Chu Ran's restriction, he found himself unable to break free by sheer force alone. Buzz boom. A laser suddenly struck Chu Ran's chest, shattering the hold on Xiao Yun's arm and shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yun fled back to his team. Iron Man. So cool. Chu Ran turned his gaze towards the source of the laser, a look of surprise gracing his features. Lition, clad in gray combat armor, extended his right hand, palm facing Chu Ran. The earlier laser had been fired by him. You can recover quite well, can't you? Let us see who recovers faster. Or perhaps you might try to freeze me instead. Li Tian sneered coldly, several thrusters appearing behind him, charging towards Chu Ran. Let's all attack together. This guy is too terrifying, one-on-one. We stand no chance. We must collaborate to overwhelm him. Having just caught his breath, Xiao Yun quickly joined in, and Han Long followed suit, joining the fray. Lin Wenbin, however, positioned himself in front of Mo Lanshan and the others. His toxins were ill-suited for group attacks, as they could easily harm his own allies. No, there's no need for us to intervene. The boss has decreed that we are not allowed to participate in the battle. We should merely observe. Lanshan gestured for him to remain calm. Advising against unnecessary conflict, I shall return to my work. This fellow is too abnormal. My presence is not required here. Wei Shishui glanced at the traps she had set up and turned to leave, deeming it unnecessary to activate them, as it would merely waste her spiritual energy. Chu Ran had yet to engage seriously in battle, yet he could easily suppress several individuals, if he truly focused. The terror he could unleash would be unimaginable. Collaborate, you say? Oh, how bold. Come, let us engage. Chu Ran refused to be outdone, summoning reinforcements. Chapter 58. The third prince's first kill. Click. The third prince cast a disdainful glance at him, then turned back to deal with his meal. You refused to let me take action earlier, yet now you call for help. Do you have no pride? Oh, my dear child, cease your antics, I assure you. I shall never impose restrictions on you again. Fight as you wish. Having spent several days with the third prince, Chu Ran had already discerned its temperament. It responded better to kindness than force. Really? I promise, if I deceive you, then you are my offspring. Chu Ran hastily made assurances. The third prince finally nodded in satisfaction, abandoning its food and leisurely making its way to the battlefield. Mo Lanshan was taken aback by their exchange. Is your pet a bit slow on the uptake? Can't it discern between good and bad? With such a pet, I could easily dispatch it for you. Lin Wenbin scoffed, casually hurling a stream of green venom towards the third prince. However, the venom merely whisked past the third prince without making contact. What happened? Why did I miss? Lin Wenbin's expression faltered. Mo Lanshan and the others were equally stunned. Are you joking? How could you miss? This mantis is no ordinary foe. It didn't evade. It simply moved too swiftly to be perceived. Beside them, a CI discerned the truth. The third prince shot a glance at Lin Wenbin, disregarding him, and turned its attention towards Li Tian, clad in technological armor, provocatively raising its forelimb. You wish to challenge me? Hold your ground. I shall deal with this pet first. Li Tian was infuriated, finding humor in the situation. He could tolerate being mocked by Chu Ran, given his strength, but now a mere pet dared to look down upon him. He abandoned Chu Ran and charged at the third prince, twin barrels appearing in his palms. Bullets cascading like a dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The third prince stood motionless, its forelimbs fluttering like butterflies, effortlessly blocking every single bullet, not a drop of water slipping through. What? It can block like that? Li Tian was left dumbfounded. He had anticipated evasion, as the weaponry integrated into his armor was of the lowest caliber, easily dodged, but he had never expected it to be entirely blocked. Whoosh! In the moment Li Tian was distracted, the third prince suddenly vanished, passing by him in a blur. A sickening crunch echoed as the armor was slashed, leaving two massive gashes, injuring even Li Tian within. Li Tian's confidence shattered completely. He could accept being bested by Chu Ran, as he was undeniably a top-tier powerhouse. But now, to be wounded in a single exchange by Chu Ran's pet was a blow to his pride. This creature is incredibly strong. Even Chu Ran was taken aback. After all, the third prince was merely at the initial stage of the second tier, just like them, all new to this level. Yet its combat capabilities could dispatch those at the early second tier in an instant. Is it due to its exceptional talent that its combat power is so formidable? Well then, Brother Chu, you continue your play. I shall take my leave. Lan Shan had lost interest in the spectacle. Afraid of becoming despondent, the sheer terror of this creature was overwhelming. As for a CI, he had long since departed alongside Yushishui. Wait. You've come this far. Don't leave without seeing the conclusion. Chu Ran attempted to retain him. Scram! Lan Shan hastened his retreat, feeling the stark disparity between individuals. He had yet to ascend to the second tier, while this fellow could already take on 10 at that level. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. Li Tian's composure began to crack. He drew 2 long blades, charging once more at the third prince. However, the outcome remained unchanged. He couldn't even graze the third prince's skin before his armor was cleaved. Yet while the third prince's strikes could shatter armor, they did not significantly harm Li Tian, and the armor possessed a self-repair function, making it merely a nuisance. I'll fight you to the bitter end. I refuse to believe you can continuously evade. Li Tian's eyes blazed with fury, speed at maximum, as he engaged the third prince in a desperate battle. Yet no matter how hard he fought, he remained on the defensive, his armor shattering and mending in a relentless cycle. Li Tian was left numb from the onslaught. At this point, even the last remnants of his confidence were extinguished. Damn it! I'm done playing with you, Li Tian roared, propelling his armor skyward, fleeing into the distance. His spirit shattered, he retreated. Click! The third prince would not permit this. It had yet to completely dismantle this armored nuisance. Its eyes glowed with a crimson light, wings unfurling, and it surged upward, transforming into a streak of lightning that sliced towards Li Tian. Li Tian caught a glimpse of a crimson afterimage pursuing him, only to feel a numbing sensation course through his body as consciousness rapidly faded. Li Tian was dead, cleaved into 4 pieces by the third prince. Flee! Lin Wenbin had also lost his earlier bravado. Turning to escape, they were simply not on the same level and stood no chance. Han Long and Xiao Yun simultaneously retreated as well, having been outmatched 3-6, their prospects of victory utterly extinguished. This was a battle they could not win. If I let you escape, where shall I place my face? Seeing them attempt to flee, Chu Ran abandoned his playful demeanor. Ice Age. A powerful wave of frigid air instantly enveloped the surroundings, encasing the 3 in ice. The extreme cold, the pinnacle of chill, froze blood, life, and even time itself. Run, not first, interrupt him, Lin Wenbin shouted. Together, now. Han Long moved sluggishly. He expended his last reserves of spiritual energy to invoke a fire strike. Super 15-fold heavy strike. Xiao Yun, recognizing the dire circumstances, turned to unleash his most potent attack against Chu Ran. Boom. Deafening explosion erupted, sending him flying. In a clash of strength, he was forcibly propelled away, even fracturing the bones in his right arm. In their contest of might, Chu Ran had overpowered him. Meanwhile, Han Long and Lin Wenbin had fled. Neither had turned to fight, merely uttering those words to encourage their comrades to turn back, buying themselves precious time. Why is your strength so immense? Tell me why. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Yun's mouth. His time was short. That last strike had shattered his internal organs, and without the water of life, he would not be saved, but he had none. You think I only invested in intelligence? I'll tell you, my intelligence exceeds 1,000, and my strength is nearing 1,000 as well. The combination of strength and abilities far surpasses 2. In my domain, my strength is further enhanced, while yours will diminish. You have not perished immediately. That is commendable. Chu Ran retracted his domain and approached Xiao Yun, gazing down upon him. So this is it. What kind of monster have I provoked? Han Long, Lin Wenbin, may you both meet a wretched end. Puff. Xiao Yun expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His life extinguished in a fit of resentment. It's your turn now. Chu Ran coldly directed his gaze towards the fleeing figures of Han Long and his companion, a tempest of murderous intent raging in his eyes. Chapter 59. The mysterious man in the black robe. On the rugged, winding mountain path blanketed in snow, 2 figures dashed forward with great haste. Is this what you call a guaranteed kill for Chu Ran? You nearly brought about my demise. Lin Wenbin's face was awash with resentment, his eyes brimming with hatred that seemed ready to overflow the screen. Silence. Did you not say that Chu Ran's power was feeble and reliant solely on his equipment? Now look where we are. All of it is for naught. Han Long seethed with fury, recalling his days as a mercenary, commanding respect and influence. He had never endured such humiliation. Point 2 Gentlemen, I presume you are fatigued from your flight. Why not pause for a moment? A mocking voice drifted towards them from behind. Chu Ran? Lin Wenbin turned around, his soul nearly escaping his body in terror. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Ran had been trailing them like a specter. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We employed acceleration talismans. You cannot catch up. Han Long's face lost its prior arrogance, a look of dread overtaking him for the first time. An expression usually reserved for his adversaries. You've had your fun. It's time for you to depart this world. Third Prince, act. With a slight wave of his hand, Chu Ran summoned a streak of light from above, the Third Prince, whose speed had reached its zenith. No, no, do not engage. I can explain. Lin Wenbin panicked. As a devil fruit user who had consumed a super attribute elixir, his potential was boundless, and he did not wish to perish here. Third Prince, be cautious. Chu Ran suddenly felt a jolt of alarm, an ominous sense of danger creeping in. Whoosh, bang. The sounds of gunfire, arrows slicing through the air, and the earth collapsing all occurred simultaneously. Chu Ran felt the ground give way beneath him, darkness enveloping his vision as he fell into a pitch-black abyss. Rocks and timber rained down, swiftly entombing him alive. Click! The Third Prince deftly dodged all the arrows and gunfire aimed at him. Racing towards Chu Ran, oh, not mind me. Eliminate them. Chu Ran's voice echoed from beneath the earth, prompting the Third Prince to pivot and continue his pursuit. The pit was nearly 10 meters deep, now filled with debris. By the time Chu Ran cleared the rubble from his head, the Third Prince had vanished from sight. Suddenly, his heart raced. Something was amiss with his blood-bound battle pet. Third Prince. Chu Ran roared, propelling himself with utmost speed toward the Third Prince, leaving behind a fleeting illusion. Near the foot of the Ice River Castle, the Third Prince was severed at the waist, green blood staining the snow. Not far ahead stood a figure cloaked in a hooded black robe, their face obscured by black cloth. Behind this figure stood a group of vacant-eyed survivors, clutching various weapons. Han Long and Lin Wenbin lingered nearby, appearing to be part of the same faction, yet their gazes towards the black-robed figure held a hint of wariness. This battle pet is quite formidable. Chu Ran, you have surprised me yet again. Your information is increasingly valuable. The voice trembled, the tone maniacal, as if reveling in ecstasy. If I cannot kill Chu Ran, then slaying his pet will suffice. Han Long's eyes gleamed with a flicker of satisfaction. Having been chased like a stray dog, his hatred for Chu Ran had reached its zenith. You will be disappointed. Insect-type pets are renowned for their tenacity. Judging by its condition, it is unlikely to perish. You will need to sever its head. The black-robed figure's manic tone subsided, replaced by an indifferent remark, then I shall be headed. Han Long sneered, advancing towards the Third Prince. The Third Prince's gaze fixated on the black-robed figure, struggling to rise. Had it not been for the black-robed figure's control, it would not have sustained such grievous injuries, little one. It seems you still possess some spirit. Too bad the master pet contract cannot be undone. Otherwise, I would have thoroughly trained you to submit. The black-robed figure smiled faintly at the Third Prince, but abruptly halted, lifting his head sharply towards the distance, exclaiming, Impossible! How did he escape? Why is he moving so fast? Not good! We must flee! The black-robed figure's calm demeanor shattered, panic evident in his voice as he crushed a black iron ball, enveloping his group in a cloud of dark smoke that swiftly obscured them from view. Wait for me, you bastard! Han Long, sensing disaster, hurried towards the black mist, but he was too late to that moment. A piercing sound of air being sliced drew his attention. Instinctively, he turned to witness a shocking scene. Chu Ran was covering vast distances with each stride, a speed unattainable by mere mortals. Though he ran upon the ground, it felt as if he soared through the air. This is not good. Remaining here will lead to death, I must risk it. Han Long gritted his teeth, flames bursting forth from his body, transforming him into a being of fire. This time, the flames were not like before. They were translucent and crimson, akin to burning blood, as he hurtled away into the distance. "How is my dear son faring?" Chu Ran, seeing the third prince cleaved in two, felt overwhelming guilt. Had he not summoned the third prince to pursue him alone, this calamity would not have occurred. Chu Ran hurriedly reattached the third prince, miraculous substances oozing from the wound to bind its severed body. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Click, click. The recovering third prince began gesturing animatedly, repeatedly insisting that he had not been defeated but had fallen victim to a surprise attack. "Are you saying a black-robed figure ambushed you, possessing abilities similar to the phantom butterfly that can control minds?" Chu Ran inquired, perplexed. Click. The third prince eagerly nodded in affirmation. The black-clad man, controlling the mind. Chu Ran suddenly recalled what Imo Nanshan had told him. After the appearance of the Ice River Castle, some had become vacant. Could it be the doing of the black-robed figure? Who was that? Chu Ran's gaze shot forward. "Do not act impulsively. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to propose a transaction." A seemingly vacant-eyed survivor emerged from a distance, continuing to approach. "You have controlled him?" Chu Ran's expression darkened. Such a repugnant ability was indeed to be feared. "Control is a harsh term. I have merely accepted him." "Your strength is impressive. Would you be interested in joining my organization?" The survivor spoke as if devoid of emotion, like a robot. "Join your organization? To become like him? How many members does your organization have?" Chu Ran scoffed, gesturing at the individual. "Apologies, but I am bound by certain constraints and cannot divulge any information. I can only assure you that if you choose to join, you will not be controlled and may even ascend to the pinnacle of the pyramid." "Not limited to this world." The figure replied cryptically. "Not limited to this world." Chu Ran's pupils constricted, disbelief etched upon his face. "I apologize, but I cannot answer that. Once you become a member of the organization, you will understand." "What is your organization?" "I apologize. I cannot answer that." Taking a deep breath, Chu Ran pressed on. "How does one become a member of the organization?" "Simply establish a blood contract. We can complete it now. Once you become a member, you will gain access to all information." Click. "The blood contract comes at the cost of one's life. Do not agree." The third prince interjected weakly from the side. Chu Ran patted its head and continued, "One final question. Is there any hope for him?" He pointed towards the controlled individual. "There is no hope. My seed has already taken root deep within his soul." The figure shook his head, perhaps hoping to recruit Chu Ran, willing to answer any questions as long as he could return the favor. Chu Ran fell into silence. "How are your thoughts progressing?" "You must." The figure's words were abruptly cut short as a fierce wind struck, obliterating him. "Enough of your incessant prattle. I have long found you displeasing. Had I not considered that this man still had hope, I would not have allowed you to speak at all." Chu Ran expressed his disdain as he brushed his hands together, fully aware that it was an insincere organization. Who would wish to join? However, the figure's words piqued his interest, suggesting that this organization might hold secrets to the survival ordeal. Once I capture the black-clad figure, I must interrogate him thoroughly. Chapter 60. ACI's ability. How dare you reject my invitation and even slay my spiritual servant? You are truly ungrateful. You dare to stand against me. Infuriated by the destruction of his servant, the black-robed figure seethed with rage, further vexed by the loss of the recruitment reward. "Thank you for your assistance. Chu Ran's strength exceeds expectations. This collaboration ends here. I shall take my leave." Lin Wenbin bowed, not waiting for a response from the black-robed figure, and turned to depart. This time, he was genuinely terrified. Chu Ran's displayed power was overwhelmingly formidable. Could this truly be the effect of epic gear? Moreover, the black-robed figure emanated an even greater sense of dread, capable of controlling first-tier survivors. Had it not been for Chu Ran, he would have preferred not to collaborate with the black-robed figure. "Fool!" The black-robed figure scoffed, watching Lin Wenbin retreat with a restless demeanor. Yet he ultimately refrained from attacking. Whether Lin Wenbin was an intellect-focused character or second-tier, he knew he could not control the opponent. On the battlefield ahead, quickly, press forward. The ice beasts are not that strong. Overcome your fears, Xiao Yunting roared. The second wave of ice beasts approached, numbering only 3,000. With their defensive setup, they could easily withstand the onslaught. Yet, he had calculated everything except for the fact that the survivors had no intention of defending. In the face of absolute superiority, the survivors could still maintain a facade, But when the ice beasts exhibited their overwhelming strength, all the survivors retreated. This indirectly led to significant casualties among the shield bearers and spear wielders. Churin, act swiftly. Activate the traps and obstruct the ice beast army. In dire straits, Xiao Yunting could only implore Churin for assistance. It was just the beginning, and he did not wish to resort to the annihilation aircraft and laser cannons. It was not yet time. Launch immediately. Churin understood the urgency of the situation and promptly contacted Yi Shishui while hurrying back with the third prince. There was no way to defend. At this rate, the city would fall. It was merely a matter of time. Lanshan gazed at the densely packed ice beasts in the canyon, feeling a wave of claustrophobia. The survivors were disunited, each hoping others would step up to preserve their strength for seizing the potentially appearing teleportation talismans, creating a deadlock. Yi Shishui also shook her head. This was a truth understood by all. Yet it was insurmountable, stemming from the system's overt machinations. But even knowing it was a deadlock, she had to struggle, with her hands forming intricate seals in the air. A series of profound runes emerged, activating the inscriptions on the catapults. More than a dozen catapults slowly began to move, operating autonomously as they extracted materials from below and launched them. From a height of nearly 100 meters, the stones, empowered by gravity, crashed down upon the ice beast army. Each catapult's volley could take out dozens of ice beasts, though this was negligible compared to their vast numbers. However, the canyon's constraints limited the ice beast's capacity, and many remained in a state of anxious anticipation, which was a primary reason the survivors' defenses had yet to collapse. Look, the ice beast army is under attack. They have been momentarily disrupted, someone suddenly exclaimed. It's time to counterattack. Immediately, a rallying cry went up, although the instigator, after stirring the emotions of others, discreetly positioned himself at the rear of the ranks to observe. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. A massive boulder, over 10 meters in diameter and ablaze, plummeted like a meteor towards the ice beast army, creating a minor earthquake upon impact. The sloped ground of the canyon allowed the boulder to roll towards the ice beasts after landing. Just one boulder caused significant casualties and disrupted the ice beast's offensive rhythm, greatly alleviating the pressure on the survivors. Our people are stationed on the mountain, prepared with defensive mechanisms. As long as we maintain our focus on the battlefield ahead, we can hold the line. Xiao Yunting's eyes gleamed. When Churin suggested setting traps on the mountain, he had been skeptical, yet the results were evidently impactful. He understood he needed to do something to bolster the survivors' morale to seize this opportunity. Second-tier survivors, follow me. Before attempting to seize the teleportation talismans, we must defend the city. If the city falls, we all perish. With a furious shout, Xiao Yunting charged into the forefront of the ice beast ranks. Wielding his spear with the vigor characteristic of a second-tier survivor, the spear cut through the ordinary ice beasts with ease, leaving them no chance to resist, exuding an impressive aura. Damn it. I can't take this anymore. To hell with the teleportation talismans. We can seize them after we finish off the ice beasts. Yi Xingyu, having restrained himself until now, could no longer hold back upon witnessing someone take the lead, and he surged forward. Surrounding him were 4 daggers that sliced through the air, reducing any ice beasts that approached to mere fragments. Other second-tier survivors, perhaps encouraged by the ice beast's apparent lack of ferocity, or perhaps envious of the spotlight, also joined the fray. A burly man, as solid as steel, charged through the ranks of ice beasts like a tank. Others, with sunflowers atop their heads, tended to the wounded soldiers and survivors, with second-tier fighters leading the charge. Even the hesitant first-tier survivors gradually joined the battle. The ice beast's offensive was being held back, even beginning to be pushed back. Screech! A piercing cry resonated from behind the ice beasts as nearly 100 ice hawks soared into the sky, aiming for the mountain top. Quick! Attack those ice hawks! Mo Lanshan, who had been observing the battlefield intently, was the first to notice the anomaly. Shut up! Do you think this is an anti-aircraft gun? You can hit whatever you want. Yi Shishui retorted angrily, channeling her remaining spiritual energy as the runes around the remaining boulders illuminated. It seemed they could not hold their position much longer. She needed to hurl the remaining boulders down. Move quickly. We can't hold out much longer. ACI drew his dagger, positioning himself protectively in front of Yi Shishui. Before she could successfully activate the boulders, he had to ensure her safety. I'm just a first-tier nobody with no combat power. Mo Lanshan couldn't help but mutter, Yet he steeled himself to press on. Screech! Another cry echoed as the first Ice Hawk dove down, only to plummet to the ground mid-flight with a mournful cry. "How did you do that?" Emo Lanshan gasped as he witnessed ACI, with a short sword in hand, effortlessly dispatching an Ice Hawk from 30 meters away with a simple flick. As the first Ice Hawk fell, a bizarre scene unfolded. A multitude of Ice Hawks began to drop in succession. ACI continued to swing his short sword, and with each arc, another Ice Hawk fell, turning the sky into a spectacle reminiscent of dumplings raining down. Chapter 61. Slaying the Hawk King. What the hell? Spatial abilities? You really managed to keep that hidden, huh? I, a mere survival expert, failed to see your prowess. Emo Lanshan finally discerned some clues, noting the spatial fluctuations generated with each of ACI's swings. These fluctuations directly impacted the Ice Hawks, tearing them apart in an instant. As the last of the Ice Hawks were vanquished, ACI's complexion turned pale, devoid of color. Impressive. You've taken down over 100 Ice Hawks. Emo Lanshan exclaimed, patting him on the back, causing ACI to stagger slightly. Ouch. What is wrong with you? Did you suffer a backlash? Emo Lanshan quickly supported him, preventing a fall. Shishue, we must go. The second wave of Ice Hawks is approaching. Forget about the traps, ACI spoke weakly. There is still time. Just a little longer. Wait. Why? Shishue glanced at the approaching second wave of Ice Hawks, still distant, and knowing a few boulders were on the verge of activation. She felt confident they had enough time. Each boulder, descending with 100-meter acceleration, rolling down the canyon, could inflict massive casualties. They had to be activated. Hurry, faster! Shishue urged frantically, finally managing to push the remaining boulders over the edge of the canyon just before the Ice Hawks attacked. All right, let us go. The three quickly retreated. Let us hide in that cave for a moment until the Ice Hawks disperse. Lanshan had already chosen an escape route, guiding the two swiftly away. Screech! An exceptionally loud cry rang out behind them as a particularly massive Ice Hawk surged towards the trio at 3 times its usual speed. This is bad. It's a second tier. ACI's face paled. He had nearly exhausted his spiritual energy and had no strength left to resist, yet he pushed the others away, resolutely choosing to stay behind. ACI, let us go together. You can't possibly face a second tier in your current state. Shishue cried out in alarm, attempting to pull him away. You must go. If no one stops this second-tier Ice Hawk, none of us will escape. ACI insisted, signaling Emo Lanshan to take Shishue with him. No, do you both think I'm dead? Emo Lanshan looked at the two incredulously. He may have been weak, but he was no coward, not willing to disregard his own worth. Let us go. I can hold them off for a bit. You two hurry into the cave. He forcefully pushed the two away, turning to face the Ice Hawk. Get down here. Emo Lanshan suddenly threw out a rope, instantly ensnaring the speeding Ice Hawk. The now uncontrollable creature crashed to the ground like a missile. Nearly meeting its end. Die. Today, I will defy the second tier. Emo Lanshan grasped his spear with both hands, leaping high to strike at the Ice Hawk. Screech. The second-tier Ice Hawk spread its wings wide. Breaking free from the rope, its head raised high as it let out a piercing, ear-splitting cry that reverberated like a sonic wave. My head. Emo Lanshan, mid-air, clutched his ears and fell, rolling in agony on the ground. The Ice Hawk ignored the first-tier Emo Lanshan, instead lunging toward Shishue and ACI, both second-tier survivors who were now devoid of their spiritual energy. With its claws, it seized them, spreading its vast wings as it ascended slowly into the sky. Damn it! Leave them alone! Emo Lanshan's eyes turned red, forcing himself to endure the pain as he leaped onto the Ice Hawk's back, delivering a flurry of blows. The Ice Hawk screeched, carrying the three away. You fool! Why did you jump on? A figure dashed out, delivering a swift kick that sent Emo Lanshan tumbling back. Then, a powerful punch struck the Ice Hawk's back, creating fissures under the force, prompting the Ice Hawk to instinctively release its grip on the two. They plummeted straight down into the canyon. Churin followed suit, catching them midair and hurling them toward the cliff edge with all his strength. Thankfully, they were not far from the cliff, and with Churin's considerable strength, they landed safely at the edge. Meanwhile, he himself fell directly into the canyon below. Churin, Shishue and Gao Tianxi, witnessing Churin's fall, were momentarily stunned. He had risked his life to save them, and below lay an endless sea of ice beasts. "Don T, just stand there. We need to leave," Mo Lanshan shouted, grabbing the stunned pair, yet they remained frozen in place. "Don't worry. He won't die. Just look." Mo Lanshan pointed skyward. They beheld as Churan's body was enveloped in a gliding suit formed of ice, swiftly maneuvering through the air towards the ice castle, pursued by a swarm of ice hawks. "Wonderful. He is safe," Yishishue exclaimed, and even the usually stoic ACI revealed a hint of a smile. "He has recovered, but we should be in trouble, dear little ancestors. Is there a way to escape?" Mo Nanshan looked at the two with a bitter expression, as Chu Ran's appearance had drawn away the second wave of ice eagles. Yet, behind the army of ice beasts, a large number of ice eagles emerged, flying towards the canyon's peak, their target being the group. They hurriedly took refuge in a cave to evade the ice eagles. Ha ha ha, this feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Soaring through the sky, Chu Ran experienced the allure of wingsuit flying for the first time. It was no wonder that such a perilous sport attracted enthusiasts, as this thrill was incomparable to the mere ecstasy of a cerebral climax. TSK. The second-tier ice eagle circled in the air before diving down once more, its claws slicing through the air like swords, instantly shattering Chu Ran's crystallized ice armor wingsuit. Damn, this Eagle King is incredibly swift. With his wingsuit destroyed, Chu Ran plummeted from the sky. Even if he managed to conjure another ice armor wingsuit, he had lost the initial momentum and was caught up by the pursuing ice eagles. "Look, there's someone in the sky." It seems they flew out from the army of ice beasts. On the battlefield below, an astute survivor spotted Chu Ran's figure. Those ice eagles must be chasing him. "Oh no, they have caught up. It looks painful. He might not survive this." They witnessed Chu Ran at the moment when his wingsuit was destroyed, surrounded by the onslaught of eagles. Just then, several large boulders fell from the sky, significantly alleviating the pressure on the battlefield ahead, allowing the survivors a moment to relax and observe. "Wow, he made it out. Impressive. Who is this commander? How could he be so formidable?" That was absolutely incredible. From a distance in the sky, they saw him seize an ice eagle, breaking through the flock and heading straight for the Ice River Fortress, a multitude of ice eagles trailing behind. "Oh no, he has lured the enemies in. We must defend ourselves." The astonished onlookers could no longer enjoy their snacks. TSK. The second-tier giant ice eagle dove down once more, swiftly surpassing the flock and barreling towards Chu Ran. "Damn it, here it comes again, destroying my wingsuit flying. I'll make you pay for this." Chu Ran gritted his teeth as he glared at the second-tier ice eagle, now less than 10 meters from the ground. Devoid of any risk of fatal fall, without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. As the second-tier ice eagle approached, he propelled himself upward, landing on its back. TSK. The second-tier ice eagle shook its head and unleashed a shrill sonic attack. Attempting to drive Chu Ran away, thud. In response, Chu Ran delivered a powerful strike, abruptly silencing the creature's cries. "Enough of your noise, enough of your pursuit, you've crossed the line." With all his might, Chu Ran hammered down relentlessly, reducing the ice eagle to mere fragments, before landing deftly among the crowd. At that moment, the massive laser cannons atop the city walls lit up one by one, firing upon the sky full of eagles, illuminating the heavens as countless ice eagles were shot down. Chapter 62. Messages from dreams. What on earth are these ice beasts? Nothing drops from them. After the demise of the second-tier ice eagle, Chu Ran searched through the remnants of ice, but found nothing. A large group of survivors gazed at Chu Ran with trepidation, instinctively retreating and distancing themselves from him. Who are you? Why did you emerge from the army of ice beasts?" The one closest to Chu Ran was a well-built girl, her body tense as she inquired. "How terrifying! He actually shattered that massive ice eagle to pieces. Who am I? Since you don't recognize me." Chu Ran's expression hardened as he strode towards the girl who had questioned him. "Don't come any closer." The girl, frightened, shrieked while brandishing two long swords wildly. "Hey, just talk. There's no need for violence. Be careful not to hurt yourself." Chu Ran was at a loss for words. Did he really appear that fearsome? "Chu Ran, are you all right?" Xiao Yunting squeezed through the crowd, waving his right hand as the 10 or so giant laser cannons gradually dimmed, and the dazzling scene in the sky faded away. "Why have they stopped? Keep firing. It would be such a waste to let such a magnificent weapon sit idle," Chu Ran urged. Xiao Yunting shot him a glance. Irritated and replied, "It consumes energy. Each use diminishes its power. If it weren't for providing you cover, I wouldn't have activated them, so he is Chu Ran. It truly is him. I've seen him before. He is incredibly impressive, single-handedly breaking through the eagle swarm. Indeed, that last one was far larger than a normal ice eagle. It must have been a second tier, and he shattered it. How cool! If only he could be my boyfriend." That sense of unparalleled strength. The crowd buzzed with excitement. When it came to fame in their area, Chu Ran undoubtedly reigned supreme. Since the beginning of their survival, he had stood out, known by all. Although he had been quiet in recent days, he had just surged back to the top, maintaining his brilliance throughout. This time, he had astonished everyone, breaking through the army of ice beasts alone and simultaneously obliterating a second-tier ice eagle. At the mountain peak, what should we do? These ice lumps are just sitting outside, not leaving. Mo Nanshan gazed at the unmoving ice eagles beyond the cave, his expression filled with bitterness. They had initially planned to take refuge in the cave and escape once the ice eagles departed. But to their surprise, these ice eagles had taken up position outside. "Just wait a bit longer. Once I recover, I'll lead you out," ACI said. "Look over there. Isn't that Chu Ran's pet?" Yi Shishue pointed quietly in a certain direction. "Where? Let me see." Mo Nanshan followed her gaze and indeed spotted the bloodthirsty mantis quietly perched on a rock, observing them. The surrounding ice eagles completely ignored its presence. "Yes, that is Chu Ran's pet. Hey, over here, over here. Come and rescue us," he shouted towards the third prince. The third prince's eyes flickered slightly, casting a glance at him before returning to stillness. "The master has instructed me to ensure their safety. Yet they are perfectly safe now and do not require my intervention." No problem. What does that mean?" It looked at me and then did nothing. "Does it not understand human language?" Mo Nanshan felt his CPU was a bit underwhelming. "I think it simply doesn't want to acknowledge you," Yi Shishue remarked. "Agreed," ACI added. "Hey, you two are just here to banter. If you have the ability, try getting it to acknowledge you." Mo Nanshan was displeased. "If it ignores me, will it acknowledge you? Let us see who can do it." Yi Shishue adjusted her clothes and softly called out to the outside, "Third prince, could you please help us?" The third prince shot her a glance but remained unmoving. "Ha, see? You can't do it either. Yet you laughed at me." Mo Nanshan laughed heartily, returning the earlier mockery tenfold. "This annoying pet. I should have known better than to try." It is utterly humiliating. Yi Shishue's face scrunched up in frustration as she shot the third prince a fierce glare. Half an hour later, I'm recovered. ACI, who had been meditating, slowly rose and headed towards the exit. The moment he stepped outside the cave, the ice eagles simultaneously opened their eyes and charged at him. Just as he was about to strike, a red figure flashed past him. The third prince had taken the initiative. "Why is it moving again?" ACI was slightly taken aback but soon dismissed the thought and joined the battle. With their combined efforts, they swiftly cleared away nearly 50 ice eagles, and the group hurried towards the fortress. "Why did you all come down so late? You weren't hiding up there to slack off, were you?" Seeing the three descend so late, Chu Ran couldn't help but feel puzzled. "How can you say that? What kind of useless pet do you have?" "We were trapped in the cave for over an hour while it stood outside watching a show for the same duration." Mentioning this made Yi Shishue extremely furious, and she vented all her grievances, leaving Chu Ran feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Well, that is very much the third prince." Chu Ran suppressed a smile, apologizing. "My pet is naturally rebellious and not very bright. It probably thought you didn't need help." Click! The third prince was displeased. "It's your brain that is not functioning properly, so it can understand human language. It deliberately ignored us just now," Mo Nanshan exclaimed. "It simply looked down on you all." Chu Ran sighed inwardly but refrained from saying it aloud. That would be too disheartening for the young girl, and she should retain some dignity. As night fell, the earth-shaking roars returned. The fierce, attacking army suddenly halted, retreating in an orderly fashion like a disciplined troop, bringing an end to the day's assault. The battle-weary survivors lost their inclination for idle chatter, either teaming up or venturing solo to find a place to rest within the Ice River Fortress. Nighttime. The Ice River Fortress is merely a fade. The teleportation talismans are mere decoys. The true path to survival does not lie here. The way to break this deadlock has always been within the safety zone. The survivors are far too weak. Amidst the confusion, Chu Ran heard a voice incessantly swirling in his mind, repeating. Who? Who is speaking? Chu Ran abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings, awakening the others as well. Did you hear that? Did you hear? Damo Nanshan and Yi Shishui asked almost simultaneously, and seeing their expressions, Chu Ran knew they had all heard it. Seems you all heard that message as well. Chu Ran sat down again, quickly recalling the words he had just heard. Who spoke that? Is it true or false? Why did he say the Ice River Fortress and the teleportation talismans are mere decoys? Where exactly lies the true path to survival? The method to break this deadlock is actually in the safety zone. He had too many questions, and it was impossible to sort them out. Chapter 63. Sudden changes. The next morning, the survivors of the Ice River Fortress were plunged into utter despair. Outside the fortress, the army of ice beasts surrounded it completely, stretching as far as the eye could see. The enemy was at their doorstep, over 100,000 strong, an inevitable death trap, leaving them with no choice but to rely on the teleportation talismans. Xiao Yunting's countenance turned ashen. He had just utilized his extraordinary ability to perceive the preliminary sensations, discovering that every conceivable foothold in the canyon was entirely claimed by the ice beasts. In the distance, an incessant army pressed forward. What are your thoughts on the sounds from last night? Chu Ran pondered over the events for an entire night, reviewing all the possibilities that came to mind after entering survival mode. Yet he remained at a loss. The only course of action he could envision was seeking the assistance of the Black Bear spirit and the enigmatic figure at the lake's bottom. However, the Black Bear spirit was ensnared, and the lake's guardian had never intervened. Thus, hope appeared bleak. Even if they were to act, it was doubtful they could contend with the overwhelming horde of ice beasts. And there must be some mechanism he had overlooked. I don't know. Perhaps that message was meant to mislead us. Ultimately, the only ones who will survive are those 100 who obtain the teleportation talismans. Our task is simply to hold out until they appear, Xiao Yunting lamented, now too daunted by the massive army of otherworldly beasts to entertain any further thoughts. Maybe, Chu Ran replied. After you became commander. Did that old man provide you with any valuable information? Chu Ran nodded, for this was the very reason he had sought out Xiao Yunting early that morning. He suspected there might be critical insights only a commander would know. None, Xiao Yunting shook his head, but then suddenly paused, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he turned to Chu Ran. The old man just relayed a piece of information. All areas outside the Ice River Castle have been overrun by ice beasts, including the shelters, all occupied. Chu Ran fell into deep contemplation. In such a critical moment, why would such information be shared? No, that old man wouldn't mention such things without purpose. He clearly intended to convey something. Chu Ran felt a nagging sense that he had overlooked a vital detail, one that was preventing him from linking all the clues together. Right? The source of that message. Chu Ran's eyes lit up. Since that message had manifested in everyone's minds, it had to be of utmost importance. If it were a system announcement, it would be easier to comprehend. The crux of the matter was that it was not a system notification, which indicated someone wished to provide survivors with clues. Suddenly, he recalled who that someone might be. The guardian spirit of Ice River Castle, that old man in white. Quick, contact that old man. I need to see him at once. Chu Ran urged urgently. Although Xiao Yunting was unaware of Chu Ran's intentions, he sensed that Chu Ran had stumbled upon some revelation. The commander could communicate with the guardian spirit, and he was about to. Yet, before he could finish, a system announcement interrupted them. Ding! The teleportation talismans will appear in various locations within the Ice River Castle in 30 seconds. Anyone who obtains a teleportation talisman can use it to travel anywhere, even to escape disaster. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. What? The teleportation talismans are about to appear. The two paused. Chu Ran fell silent, turning towards the Ice River Castle with urgency. The old man could be sought later, but the talismans had to be secured. Regardless of the truth behind last night's message, the system would not lie. If it proclaimed that the talismans could facilitate escape from calamity, they undoubtedly could. Xiao Yunting also dashed off in another direction. Simultaneously, all survivors scrambled towards various corners of the castle. With nearly 3,000 individuals vying for a mere 100 talismans, the odds were starkly unfavorable. The castle was vast. So much so that 3,000 people could not occupy every nook and cranny. Chu Ran seized a substantial area in the castle's central zone, where an intense chill permeated the air, exuding an unspoken warning and lethal intent. Do not approach. The consequences will be yours to bear. He even issued a decree to the third prince. Kill anyone who encroaches without mercy, regardless of other means to deal with the ice beasts. The teleportation talisman remained the optimal solution and the best escape route. Mo Lanshan, Yi Shixue, and ACI each occupied nearby areas, hoping that once Chu Ran secured a talisman, he might be able to assist them. 10 seconds, 9 seconds. Time dwindled, and everyone braced themselves. Yet at that moment, dozens of survivors suddenly charged towards Chu Ran from all directions, their expressions blank, evidently under the control of the figure in black robes. Third Prince, eliminate them all, Chu Ran commanded with icy resolve. The third prince sprang into action, exhilarated by the order. After evolving, Chu Ran had repeatedly instructed him not to engage in needless slaughter without his command. Finally, he had received the directive he craved. Like a specter, he weaved through the throng, and with each strike, one would fall to die in an instant. Severed limbs and blood spattered the ground. Meanwhile, the countdown reached its final seconds. Tension gripped everyone, including Chu Ran, for this moment could determine their fates. Failure would mean death. 3.2.1. Ding. As the countdown concluded, 100 beams of light appeared within the Ice River Castle, one materializing near Chu Ran. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. A translucent virtual barrier emerged before Chu Ran, gradually illuminating. Several figures charged towards him, using their bodies as shields, while one rushed for the teleportation talisman. Get away! Chu Ran roared like an enraged lion, unleashing his full might and sending those who clung to him flying toward the talisman. Yet, they were still a second too late. The talisman was snatched by another. Return that to me, Chu Ran lunged forward, his right fist carrying immense force as it struck the individual, creating a gaping wound and ending their life with a single blow. He hastily retrieved the survivor's wristwatch to inspect it. After death, the watch would become an unclaimed item, available for anyone to take. Nothing. How could there be nothing? Enraged, Chu Ran searched the watch's compartments but found no trace of the talisman. It had vanished into thin air. Stop searching. The talisman has already been transferred to my possession. If you desire one, it's simple. Agree to join my organization, and I shall provide you with a talisman. I currently possess 2. Slap. A figure in black robes controlling a survivor materialized before Chu Ran. But before he could finish his sentence, Chu Ran, in a fit of rage, struck him dead with a single blow. I at these runes that obscured my ability to sense their presence. Chu Ran's gaze darkened as he peered ahead. Where a rudimentary formation was inscribed with obscure runes, the teleportation talismans had all been collected, appearing beside the survivors without the need for contest. Have all received them? Mo Lanshan regarded the dazed Chu Ran, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Shixue and ACI approached quietly, wishing to comfort him while keeping a respectful distance. Chu Ran nodded silently. He had already discerned that most of those who acquired the talismans had departed the area at the first opportunity. Suddenly, he jerked his head up and rushed towards Yi Shixue. Stay back. Yi Shixue's face manifested a hint of fear and dread as she hastily retreated, while ACI, with a grave expression, stepped protectively in front of her. Mo Lanshan was similarly taken aback by Chu Ran's sudden movement, instinctively retreating to create distance. Chu Ran paused, observing the fear, vigilance, and suspicion etched on their faces, causing his own countenance to pale. They believed I intended to seize the teleportation talisman. Forgive me. I was reckless that I harbor no ill will. I merely wished to inquire about something. Chu Ran suppressed his bitterness, gradually stepping back to maintain a safe distance. So this is how you perceive me. The three felt a tremor in their hearts, recognizing the distance in Chu Ran's words, understanding that their earlier wariness had fractured the fragile bond of camaraderie they had been building. Chapter 64. The guardian spirit has disappeared. That's not it. I merely why apologies. Yi Shixue lamented her earlier actions, feeling a surge of regret, yet lacking the words to explain, wishing she could slap herself. I can understand. Chu Ran waved his hand, putting himself in their position. He would also feel trepidation, especially since they had only recently become acquainted. I once encountered a high-tier beast trapped in an iron cage, adorned with intricate runes, somewhat akin to the ones you inscribe when laying traps. Do you possess a means to decipher them? He continued to inquire. Each type of rune represents a different ability. I must see the specific runes to draw any conclusions. Yi Shishui responded, shaking her head. Specific runes. Chu Ran furrowed his brow, sketching several runes on the ground. This is all I recall. Do you think it's sufficient? He had not meticulously catalogued the runes and could only piece together fragments from memory. Aided by his formidable intelligence attribute, must scrutinize them closely before I can ascertain anything. Yi Shishui gazed at the distorted, abstract runes on the ground, her lips twitching. They were clearly meant for visual inspection. Apologies, my memory is limited. I could only restore this much. Third Prince, if anyone dares to act, just cut them down. Chu Ran cast a glance at the restless survivors surrounding them. Many had witnessed Yi Shishui and the others acquiring the talismans, and it was likely that some would entertain ulterior motives. The Third Prince's eyes gleamed at this, eagerly sharpening his blades as he surveyed the area, almost beckoning. Come on, make your move. The onlookers exchanged wary glances with Chu Ran, hesitant to approach. The combat prowess he had displayed was too fearsome. Assist me in contacting the guardian spirit of Ice River Castle. I have matters to discuss with him. Just as Chu Ran finished sending a message to Xiao Yunting, the latter emerged from the crowd. He was about to greet him when a figure darted past his peripheral vision. The Third Prince, swift as water, surged past him towards Xiao Yunting. Xiao Yunting's mouth opened in surprise. Before he could utter a word, a chill ran down his back, and he instinctively leaned away. A gleaming blade nearly grazed his scalp. Before he could collect his wits, another blade struck. He stepped back, leveraging the recoil to slide left swiftly, but the Third Prince clung to him like a leech, refusing to relent. Taking advantage of the momentary lapse, Xiao Yunting brandished his spear and launched a counterattack, resulting in a flurry of exchanges between the two parties. The Third Prince's strikes were swift and incisive, while Xiao Yunting's spear danced with agility and unpredictability, leaving them evenly matched. By the heavens! Chu Ran quickly grabbed hold of the Third Prince, who seemed dazed, relieved that he hadn't been slain. Otherwise, who would contact the old man? Crack. Thud. The Third Prince tilted his head, casting a menacing glare at him. Didn't you say to slay anyone who comes near? This one doesn't count. Let him off for now. Chu Ran forced a smile. Your pet is quite spirited. Xiao Yunting, drenched in cold sweat, nearly faced his demise. Why apologies? No matter, Chu Ran replied. I merely wish to inform you that I have attempted numerous times to contact the artifact spirit, but to no avail. Xiao Yunting expressed his regret, aware that without the teleportation talisman, the artifact spirit might be their only hope. Unable to reach it. Why is that? This shouldn't be. Chu Ran's mind went blank, leaving him utterly bewildered in his conjecture. The old man was the linchpin, possessing knowledge unknown to the survivors. Now, with his disappearance, was it merely a jest? Old man, come out now, stop playing. Lives are at stake. Chu Ran shouted, resorting to the most foolish of methods. Old man, please. Echoes reverberated around him. The old man did not emerge, but instead attracted all the survivors. What's wrong with him? Someone inquired curiously. It seems he didn't obtain the teleportation talisman and has gone mad. Oh, that explains it. Let him be mad. After all, we're all fated to die. The subsequent survivors, unaware of the earlier events, had initially planned to disperse and enjoy the respite from the ice beasts. However, once someone mentioned that the earlier group possessed the talisman, the crowd fell silent, their eyes igniting with fervor as they gazed at the few individuals. Though most of them were at the second tier, the number of spectators had swelled beyond 1,000 and continued to grow. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. With the increasing numbers, their confidence surged, and they began to press forward. ACI furrowed her brow, positioning herself protectively in front of the pensive Yi Shishui. We can still escape with our lives. Chu Ran cast a frigid glance around, acutely aware of the urgency of time. He could not afford to waste a moment. We still have lives. Without the teleportation talisman, we're all doomed. Only by seizing the talisman can we survive. Instantly, someone in the crowd shouted, bang. What greeted him was a detonating projectile aimed at his forehead. With a resounding explosion, his face was reduced to a bloody mess, and he succumbed instantly. Even if we leave now, we could buy ourselves a few more hours. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to eradicate all of you. Chu Ran's body swiftly enveloped itself in a layer of ice armor, while the ground beneath him began to crystallize into layers of frost that rapidly spread outward. Crack! Suddenly, the third prince soared into the air, his form wavering as he split into two, hovering on either side of Chu Ran, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. Oh, not panic. He is but one man, while we are over 1,000. A single spit from each of us could drown him. He should be the one to fear us. Among the throng, a frail young man called out, "Fear us!" Chu Ran flashed a devilish smile and propelled himself into the crowd like a cannonball, grasping the young man as if he were a mere chick, sending the surrounding survivors flying. "Let me go, let." The young man was utterly flustered. He had believed he would be safe among the crowd, crouching low to avoid being hit. Little did he expect this ferocious individual to barrel through like a bowling ball. Before he could finish his plea, frost surged down Chu Ran's right arm, instantly encasing him in a block of ice, which shattered into countless shards with a mere flick of his wrist. Chu Ran surveyed his surroundings. With a single thought, his domain manifested. A chilling expanse of ice enveloped a radius of over 10 meters around him, freezing those within at a visibly rapid pace. Fortunately, the frigid domain was swiftly retracted, sparing a large number of lives. "Get out of my way. Do not force me to annihilate all of you." Chu Ran struggled to restrain himself, his mind already unstable due to matters concerning the teleportation talisman and the old man. This group, oblivious to their peril, left him genuinely fearful of an impending explosion of rage.